Invincibility begins with contemplating the sun. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 276: The Great Disaster of North County. In the void, the heavenly demon from the road to the underworld reformed his form, gathering back his body, which had been blasted away by Heng and scattered into a cloud of mist. His expression was grim. Had he not reached the heavenly demon level and merged with the underworld, he would have been nearly killed by a single punch. Aren't you going to make a move? He should be entangled by that heavenly demon right now. Take this opportunity to kill him, roared the heavenly wolf from Suspended Mountain. His cold moon dharma form was interfered with by Heng's great sun dharma form, causing him to suffer a backlash. His blood and ki surged within him, and his soul was damaged. He was now unable to act and could only rage helplessly. However, in reality, no one moved at this moment. The heavenly wolf was suppressing his own backlash, the heavenly demon was recovering from the injuries inflicted on his blasted body, and even the seemingly unharmed agent who had bought the life-saving money was facing the void's demands for payment. He had indeed bought this void. But he had only bought a portion of the access to this void. He didn't possess the true, fundamental access. It was a matter of rights similar to the right to reside in a house versus the right to own land. When he bought this void, he made many promises to the entire void, such as no large-scale alteration, no changes to the laws of the void, and a series of other restrictions. Among these was the prohibition against damaging this void. However, this void has now been destroyed by Heng. Therefore, according to his contract with the void, he has breached it. Breaching the contract means paying a penalty, and the void will also reclaim ownership of the void and blacklist him unless he pays more. Given the extent of the damage, this requires a large sum of money, and his funds are currently insufficient. He is currently communicating with the entity that bought his life money, intending to obtain a loan. The agent dares not refuse to pay the penalty, because the essence of this contract is rooted in cause and effect. What truly forces him to pay the penalty is not the void itself, but cause and effect. The void has no will. Even if he breaches the contract, it cannot punish him, but cause and effect can. Suddenly, a black stream of light shot out from Heng's body. The three were startled. This was none other than the heavenly demon. What happened? So fast? Did the heavenly demon fail? As powerful figures at the pinnacle of the underworld, they naturally understood the peculiarities of the heavenly demon. Being formless and intangible, it could appear within the hearts of any being. If it transformed into a demonic tribulation, becoming a calamity itself, it would be omnipresent, inescapable even for powerful individuals like themselves. Even if they managed to defend against it, they would be entangled for a long time. In fact, without external assistance and with the heavenly demon relentlessly pursuing them, virtually no one could stand against it, and all would gradually succumb. While they didn't know the level of power in the mortal realm, in the underworld, this heavenly demon was the number one in the realm of mind and spirit. But now, this number one had been driven out in such a short time? The level in the mortal realm was so high. Seeing the expressions on their faces, the heavenly demon sneered. You three are from powerful forces. Yet you didn't notice that this person has already been dealt with by me? However, what he was here was merely a projection, and he possessed some secret techniques. I couldn't affect his true form. As soon as he finished speaking, Heng's body disintegrated. This seemed to confirm the heavenly demon's words. In the netherworld, a scene appeared before Heng's true form, the heavenly wolf of Suspended Mountain, the heavenly ghost of the Yellow Springs Road, the agent of the life-buying money, and the excited emperor of the Ming dynasty. He was using the heavenly demon's eyes to observe these demons and monsters. Earlier, in his primordial spirit's purple palace, the heavenly demon had been quite sensible, even going so far as to sign a contract to reassure Heng, allowing Heng to control its life and death, becoming a tool. Heng, however, considered that his avatar's power was waning and its location near the netherworld. Even if his true form went, it would be difficult to capture those demons and monsters unless he personally entered the netherworld. But the heavenly demon in the netherworld hadn't disappeared. He didn't want to fight on their home turf. He decided to play the long game, using the heavenly demon as a spy to lure these demons and monsters to the mortal world, where a large harvest of source energy would follow. From the heavenly demon, Heng also learned that these monsters also wanted to go to the mortal world. So he gave these strange creatures a chance to fulfill their dream of going to the mortal world to burn, kill, and plunder. He couldn't help but sigh that he was still too merciful. However, Heng also knew that the biggest variable in the plan was that heavenly demon. Being a dog was too enjoyable. The master-slave contract was established so easily. There might be a way to circumvent the contract. So, he mixed some source energy into the contract, strengthening it, and then saw how smart the heavenly demon would become. Why did you choose this person as your subordinate? Heng looked down at the entire netherworld. Beside him, the goddess of heaven pointed below at the former Grand Marquess of the Ming dynasty, who had become a messenger of the netherworld, walking and maintaining order in the netherworld, and asked in confusion. Heng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Oh, judging from your tone, you know him? The goddess shook her head. I don't know him, but he is recorded in the heavenly records, and in some bad ways. Records? How bad are they? Heng asked curiously. In the records, he used a very strange supernatural power to kill many powerful individuals of his level, the goddess replied calmly. Heaven and earth regard all things as straw dogs. This bad record shouldn't be about killing, but rather about that strange supernatural power, Heng said with a smile. That's right. It seems you've seen his supernatural power? The goddess nodded. His supernatural power is very strange. It's not a law inherent in heaven and earth. It seems to be the way of cause and effect, but it's not actually cause and effect. It's filled with strange forces that make heaven and earth do as they see fit. To put it this way, his supernatural power is like personifying heaven, and then saying to heaven, I want to kill someone, but I won't do it myself. You, heaven, do as you see fit and kill that person for me. It's equivalent to forcing heaven and earth to do things for him. So he left a bad record, was blacklisted, and his fortune declined steadily during his lifetime, even affecting the dynasty he served, the so-called Ming dynasty. Heng's expression was strange after hearing this. Although he had already guessed this. Theoretically, such an extremely powerful force could indeed compel the heavens and earth to work for him, but it still felt somewhat mysterious. And could the fall of the Ming dynasty be related to this Marquess of Champion? I see. Should I dismiss him as soon as possible? Heng joked. No need. I have no problem with this person. Now that the world is facing such a calamity, this strange supernatural power might be a variable, preventing a predetermined ending. However, the goddess frowned, her eyes somewhat confused. You can dismiss him if you want. Because I don't know if that strange supernatural power, that bizarre force, acts on the heavens and earth themselves, or on something more fundamental, a more fundamental environment, like the vast void. She speculated. Heng nodded, he understood the goddess's meaning. If it acted on the level of the heavens and earth, forcing them to work for him and incurring their displeasure, that would be fine. Now, this world was on the verge of collapse, who would have the mind for revenge? If it acted on the level of the void, forcing the vast void that contains countless worlds to work for him, that would be defying the heavens and causing even greater trouble. No need for that, no need to be so alarmed. Heng shook his head after thinking for a moment. If this kind of supernatural power could really cause a backlash from the void, then what would be the point of calling that jade slip a savior? It might as well be called a destroyer. Moreover, he used his source power to make a slight prediction and didn't find any danger, so there was no need to worry about such a possibility. Then it's up to you. Also, I have seriously considered your suggestion to leave behind an avatar to reside in this underworld of reincarnation. The goddess said seriously and methodically. Heng nodded upon hearing this. Alright, your avatar will stand in front of the wheel of reincarnation and be called Mengpo, sell Mengpo soup, so that the souls to be reincarnated will have all their past lives erased and their past grievances severed. He was just joking before. But since this goddess of heaven took it seriously, then so be it, he didn't need to object. Perhaps, the appearance of the name Mengpo in this world might cause some changes. By the way, you should consider your future path. Future path? What do you mean? Heng asked in surprise. The world has undergone a transformation, and the path to ascension between celestial beings and humans has been severed. You must open a new realm above the Dharma aspect, and this realm must avoid the contamination of that power, the goddess said softly. I naturally know that, but more than the contamination, I'm worried about whether this world can withstand it. What if the realm I open is too powerful, too high-ranking, and the world collapses? Li Heng said with a smile. The goddess's expression stiffened upon hearing this. It seemed to make sense. Li Heng's previous advancement to the Dharma aspect was so high that the world almost couldn't bear it. If he advanced further, could the world really withstand it? The goddess was worried. She suddenly realized that in this respect, she really had to be grateful for this sudden calamity and the power that contaminated the world. Because this power, combined with the world, while causing distortion, was also sublimating the world, although this sublimation was meaningless to normal beings. But he shouldn't be considered a normal being, right? The goddess muttered to herself, recalling the scene of Li Heng's advancement to the Dharma aspect stage. For the first time, a strong emotional fluctuation surged within her mind, becoming increasingly personified. Ahem, you don't need to worry about that. Heaven and earth can withstand it. Suppressing her emotions, the goddess said calmly. That's good. Li Heng nodded. Because of his visualization abilities and source power, he could let his imagination run wild, so he was genuinely afraid that if he created something too powerful, it would cause the collapse of heaven and earth. That would be ridiculous. Would he destroy the world faster than that strange calamity? The goddess suddenly realized that she seemed to have no right to discuss this matter. Now, what was maintaining the strength of heaven and earth was no longer her heaven, but the descending calamity, the strange power. Therefore, she chose to change the subject. By the way, let me tell you something. The Great Li Northern Prefecture is about to face a calamity. In the most likely future, the Sunset Organization, which Shivana can't see clearly, will send many members to the Northern Prefecture. In order to find you, they will destroy the entire Northern Prefecture. However, she quickly showed a look of confusion. However, now, that future seems to have changed. It's no longer possible. The members of the Sunset Organization will still come to the Northern Prefecture, but they won't directly destroy it. The goddess said, somewhat puzzled. Above the Northern Prefecture, in the vast sky, the void trembled. One by one, figures broke through the void, stepping out and looking down at the mountains and rivers of the Northern Prefecture below. This is the Northern Prefecture of the Great Li Dynasty. It's quite remote. No wonder no one in the organization chose this area. Not only is the yin energy not very dense, but even the spiritual energy is weak. Can such a place really give birth to human powerhouses who cultivate the Great Sun Path? A completely black demon spoke in a headstrong manner. But no one refuted him. Because this demon was a celestial level being. Even their own celestial level powerhouse said so, then the Great Li Northern Prefecture must be really that bad. The demons shook their heads inwardly. This situation was simply using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. For the so-called Great Sun Path cultivators, almost all Dharma aspects and most celestial level powerhouses had gathered here. This kind of power could wipe out the Great Li more than 10 times over. This can no longer be called a lion fighting a rabbit with all its might. It's practically a lion fighting an ant. Alright, Yin Shan, what are you complaining about? Just do as the master orders. A dragon-shaped demon frowned as he noticed the atmosphere was a bit off. He was also a celestial level being. Alright, you're the leader of this operation, so tell me what to do. We can't destroy this place immediately. How can we force that cultivator of the Great Sun Path to appear? We must resolve this matter as soon as possible and then search for the reincarnation of the heaven. That's the most urgent task. Yin Sha emphasized. Immediately use your divine powers to cover this northern prefecture, isolate it from the outside world, eliminate the interference of all celestial level humans, control all living beings in the northern prefecture, and force him to appear. A humanoid monster stepped forward. He was also a celestial level being. Now there were 10 celestial level beings and dozens of peak Dharma aspect beings here. It could be said that they had come out in full force. So they didn't think this operation would fail at all. Easier said than done. What if that person doesn't show up? Yin Sha sneered. Someone who cultivates the Great Sun Path won't show up. Then he's not qualified to cultivate the Great Sun Path. The humanoid demon calmly replied. Alright, let's listen to him. He used to be human, he knows humans best. The leading dragon-shaped demon agreed. After exchanging opinions and resolving the conflicts among their members, these demons immediately took action. A towering pillar of imposing power shot into the sky, and their domain expanded outwards in a circular pattern. In just a few breaths, It covered the northern prefecture, isolating it from the outside world. Then they spoke. "Insignificant human beings, you are going to die." The voice resounded throughout the northern prefecture. Chapter 277 Mr. Shuijing. The moment the words left his lips, the entire northern prefecture was thrown into shock. Countless beings looked up at the sky, and no matter where they were, they could see the towering pillar of demonic energy, within which stood many terrifying figures. Ordinary people, after just a few glances, would find their minds unable to withstand such terrifying figures, their sanity collapsing, turning them into madmen. The powerful figures of the northern prefecture were horrified. Whether from the official court or powerful clans, a sense of life or death crisis arose in their hearts. What kind of terror was this? Could it be a demon of the celestial level? Various cities and clans quickly erected large-scale formations. The demons of the Sunset Organization, seeing the situation in the northern prefecture, couldn't help but smile. The leading dragon-walking demon continued, "One of you has committed a capital offense, coming into contact with power you shouldn't have, and thus he has dragged you all to your deaths. And this person is a cultivator of the Great Sun Path." Upon hearing this, Li Dangkong, who was on high alert in Jinhou City, trembled. These terrifying demons have mysteriously arrived in Bijan, seemingly for the cultivators of the Great Sun Path. For him? How could that be? No, perhaps these demons aren't after him, but for Li Heng. Thinking of this, his heart sank. This is troublesome. For this matter, the powerful members of the terrifying Sunset Organization have come out in full force. Carefully observing those terrifying figures, Li Dangkong estimated that at least 5 or 6 of them were at the celestial realm level. And these didn't seem to be ordinary celestial realm level beings. Li Dangkong's scalp tingled. With so many terrifying demons descending, if they wanted to destroy Bijan, it would be a matter of moments. They wouldn't even be able to react. Even a slight misstep could lead to the downfall of the entire Dali. This isn't to say that Dali doesn't have many celestial realm beings. Rather, a single celestial realm being could easily destroy a prefecture, let alone so many. Could Dali's powerful members stop them? Not to mention, the celestial realm beings of Dali belong to various forces and are not of one mind. So far, no celestial realm being has stepped forward. Among the various aristocratic families of Bijan, the family leaders, such as patriarchs and elders, were furious to see the Sunset Organization's demons so arrogant, dominating and isolating the northern prefecture. Did they really think their families were powerless? However, they soon received a message from their patriarchs. "This is none of our business, avoid battle." The faces of these family leaders stiffened. This was the first time they had seen the patriarchs speak so softly. Did these demons have some extraordinary background? Helplessly, without their patriarch's support, they could only keep their tails between their legs. Their anger earlier stemmed from these demons ignoring their family's authority, not from any desire to help the people of the northern prefecture. Therefore, they didn't want to fight these terrifying demons. So, the various families began to disappear, vanishing from the northern prefecture. If it weren't for some remaining traces, they could be considered as if they had never existed. On the Sunset Organization's side, the demons, looking down from their eerie heights, noticed the powerful auras disappearing from the northern prefecture and burst into laughter. Those human powerhouses are as cowardly as ever. But they're smart enough to know their place. They were originally planning to hunt down a celestial being for a taste. A twisted, writhing, eerie creature chuckled sinisterly. "Alright, since they're so sensible as to hide, let's not push them too far. Even a cornered dog will bite." The dragon-shaped demon said calmly. Then it spoke again, its voice echoing throughout the northern prefecture. "Humble humans, I'll give you a way out. Find that cultivator of the Great Sun Path, hand him over, and I can spare your lives. Of course, if that cultivator of the Great Sun Path comes forward willingly, we'll be even happier. Now, we'll only give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to consider. Now, panic." The voice shook the heavens and earth, transforming into bewitching, soul-crushing demonic sound that reverberated across the northern prefecture, ignoring all the city's protective arrays and penetrating the hearts of everyone. Then, it easily caused chaos. Almost every city was in utter chaos, with people collapsing into the streets, trampling each other, crying, shouting, and the sounds of fighting filling the air. If a city had a powerful garrison, the chaos could be easily suppressed by individual strength. But if a city lacked a powerful garrison and resources, The chaos alone could wipe out half its population. Damn it! Li Dangquan roared after suppressing the chaos in Jinhu City. These demons simply don't respect the Great Li. But in the end, he was helpless. Those demons were celestials, the pinnacle of the world. He, however, was merely a Dharma aspect. Even if he fought with all his might, using every trump card, even risking his soul's destruction, he probably couldn't defeat a celestial demon. The difference between Dharma aspects was already vast, but the difference between a Dharma aspect and a celestial was even greater, reaching the level of immortals and mortals. Could a mortal kill an immortal? Almost impossible. He scanned the entire city with his divine sense, his face filled with worry. Li Heng, where are you? Li Dangquan had already made up his mind. If Li Heng hadn't appeared by the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he would have to stand up and buy him some time. He too had cultivated the great Sun Dao. Perhaps he could use his own life to fool them. You demons, you've gone too far. Suddenly, a furious roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and boundless righteous energy surged forth, purifying the land of Bijin and restoring the chaotic beings to normalcy. A slender figure, enveloped in boundless righteous energy, stood resolutely in the sky above Bijin, his robes fluttering, facing off strangely against the demons of the Sunset Organization. The Dharma aspect experts in Bijin exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. That's Master Shuijing. It's said that he perished 100 years ago. I didn't expect him to still be alive now, and already at the celestial level? The experts were shocked, recalling the past of Master Shuijing. This was a Confucian genius, capable of composing poetry at 3, achieving the title of Zhuke, a successful candidate in the imperial examinations, at 7, and at 12. His knowledge surpassed even the top scholar of the time, earning him an exceptional invitation from the 100 Sages Academy. By 50, he had already reached the realm of a great Confucian master of the Dharma aspect. At that time, this Master Shuijing was even hailed as the #1 in the Dharma aspect realm, potentially breaking through to the celestial level and becoming one of the Confucian sages. Unfortunately, the world changed drastically during his breakthrough. Many believed he was dead. But now he's still alive? A glimmer of hope rose in the hearts of many powerful figures. With Master Shuijing's protection, perhaps there was hope for the northern prefecture. The demons of the Sunset Organization sneered disdainfully. Where did this fool come from? Even the powerful figures of many aristocratic families dare not contend with us, and you? A crippled celestial, a waste produced by the pollution of heaven and earth. Aren't you afraid that your actions will worsen the pollution and turn you into a monster? Upon hearing this, many beings in the northern prefecture were shocked, their hearts sinking, and despair rising within them. So Master Shuijing's condition was this bad? No wonder the rumors of his death were so strong. Is North County truly beyond hope? Chapter 278 The world loses its color. Even though I am now tainted with misfortune, I can still drag any one of you down with me. Master Shuijing said coldly. Arrogant. A celestial demon named Yin Shan, whose body was entirely black and without any other color, sneered. I'll test you out and see what gives you the audacity to stand up like those powerful aristocratic families who don't keep their tails between their legs. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky darkened. The entire northern prefecture was plunged into darkness. Under the endless gray sky, a massive shadow slowly emerged behind Yin Shan, coalescing into a terrifying demon god that seemed to have awakened from the darkness and the unknown. I once killed a Confucian scholar. Now it seems I'm about to kill another one. The demon god moved, tearing through the sky with every gesture, carrying the power of heaven and earth, and crashing down directly at Master Shuijing's slender figure. Instantly, a vast water mirror appeared before Master Shuijing, radiating a mysterious and profound aura, reflecting everything in the world, mountains, rivers, seas, and the mortal realm. The water mirror activated, unleashing divine light that struck the terrifying demon god. In the northern prefecture, the cultivators and powerful figures were utterly shocked. It was the water mirror. This was Master Water Mirror's innate divine power. Was he going to use his innate divine power right off the bat? Master Water Mirror had used this innate divine power to reflect everything in the world, capable of manifesting countless divine abilities, making him invincible against those in the Dharma aspect realm, and it was even rumored that he had retreated unscathed before a celestial being. Perhaps, Master Water Mirror could truly win? A faint hope rose in their hearts. The next moment, the demon god's arm swung down, colliding with the divine light. A powerful shockwave spread outwards, causing the endless sea of clouds in the sky to flicker and vanish. However, the shockwave gradually dissipated. Almost all the beings in the northern prefecture could see that the terrifying demon god's shadow was completely unharmed. On the contrary, Master Water Mirror's water mirror had developed some shocking cracks. Their excitement subsided. Many cultivators and martial artists felt a sense of despair. Even a powerhouse of this caliber, the incredibly strong Master Shui Jing, couldn't withstand the strange power of these demons and monsters, falling into a disadvantageous position in an instant. Some who were still unwilling to give up suddenly realized that there might be more than just Master Shui Jing among the celestial beings in Bijin. Yes, the aristocratic families. That's right, the aristocratic families. Rumor has it that there are celestial being ancestors within these aristocratic families. However, when they used various secret techniques and supernatural powers to try to contact these aristocratic families, they found that their messages disappeared without a trace, receiving no response whatsoever. Some cultivators and martial artists who were relatively close to the aristocratic families rushed to their respective ancestral lands and found that all the aristocratic families had vanished, along with their cities and buildings, disappearing into thin air. The aristocratic families fled? The aristocratic families abandoned Bijin. They were utterly desperate. Even the most powerful aristocratic families chose to retreat, even at the cost of losing face and their family prestige, rather than confront these strange demons and monsters head-on. Just how terrifying are these strange demons and monsters? Who exactly are the cultivators of the Great Sun Path? Why haven't you stepped forward yet? Do you want the northern prefecture to be destroyed? Many powerful figures roared inwardly. On another level of reality, in the hidden layers of numerous aristocratic families, members observed the events unfolding in the northern prefecture through various secret methods. Aside from a few who showed reluctance, most watched the human tragedy unfolding in the northern prefecture with great interest. Some even started betting on how many lives would remain in the northern prefecture after this event. Sigh, in the end, they're all just peasants without noble blood. They're dead, they're dead. There are peasants like them everywhere, they'll never be completely wiped out. That's right, these peasants are everywhere like garbage. These demons and monsters are actually helping us clean up the garbage, which is a good thing. But what about the reputation of our aristocratic families? It doesn't matter. History is written by the victors. As long as enough people die in the northern prefecture, they won't remember what we did. Similar words echoed from every aristocratic family. In the vast sky, the Water Realm Master, confronting the Inshan, now wore an expression of struggle and pain. This wasn't due to the backlash from the shattered Water Realm. The Celestial Realm wasn't that fragile. It was mainly in the past. When he ascended to Celestial Realm, the world underwent a cataclysmic change, and he was among the first to be corrupted. If not for his profound inner strength, he would likely have become a monster. Even after successfully ascending, the corruption and distortion within him couldn't be cleansed. He was forced to disappear, hiding in the mortal world, hoping to use its energy to cleanse himself. But now, with the northern prefecture suffering such a calamity, the Water Realm Master smiled bitterly. Perhaps this was his fate. But so be it. Born here, raised here, and destined to die here. The northern prefecture of Dali was his birthplace. The so-called purification of corruption was merely a beautiful wish. Having lived in the mortal world for so many years, the corruption only deepened. Now, half of his spiritual consciousness was corrupted, becoming a monster was inevitable. Perhaps dying now wouldn't be so bad? Is this all you've got? Utterly pathetic. I didn't even use my full strength, and you did. Even with your full strength, you couldn't even break my Dharma form. Yin Sha laughed loudly, his voice echoing throughout heaven and earth. Demonic power surged while Dao declined, his demonic might overwhelming the world. Alice, enough is enough. I'll just abandon these unrealistic fantasies, Shui Jing sighed. The sorrow in his words infected the surrounding world, causing all living beings to tremble and feel a sense of grief. Having lived in the mortal realm for so many years, I've comprehended a new divine power, named Water Mirror in the mortal realm. He waved his hand. A thin curtain of water appeared between heaven and earth. Yin Sha laughed upon seeing this. I thought you had some trump card, scaring me half to death. Look at you, not even at your last gasp. This desperate attempt is so weak, who are you trying to fool? Die? The demonic figure behind him moved, manipulating the power of heaven and earth. Wherever he passed, the void shattered, and the laws of heaven and earth were broken, aiming to kill Shui Jing with a single palm strike. At this moment, the thin curtain of water reflected the mortal realm. The reflection in the water mirror also revealed Yin Sha's figure. Yin Sha suddenly realized that his body was becoming thinner and more illusory, like a dream or a bubble. Meanwhile, the reflection in the water mirror became increasingly real. He was shocked, realizing something was wrong. This half-crippled celestial being named Shui Jing actually possessed such abilities, reversing reality and illusion, trying to seal him into the illusory mirror. Don't even think about it. Yin Sha roared, and the shadow of the demon god bloomed again, filling the heavens and earth, like a towering demon god. The demon god waved its arms, manipulating the forces of heaven and earth, trying to smash the thin water curtain with a single punch. The next moment, the fist passed directly through the water curtain. The water curtain remained completely undamaged. Yin Sha's face paled in shock. How could this be? Shui Jing's aura grew weaker, and its form, like Yin Sha's, became illusory and thin. It smiled and said, "Everywhere is real, everywhere is an illusion. Can you tell the difference? Why take it so seriously?" At this moment, Yin Sha was at his wit's end. This was the first time he had encountered such bizarre methods. Who was the real demon? He roared, turning to look at the demons behind him. Why are you all still watching? Hurry up and finish him off. HMPH, didn't you say you could handle him alone? The leading dragon-shaped demon scoffed. You've always been so impulsive. It's good for you to suffer a great loss now. The former human celestial demon laughed. You lot are talking nonsense. Hurry up and make your move. Yin Sha said angrily, his voice dark. Don't forget, the master might be watching this situation closely. Do you want your reputation to drop with the master? Stop watching your members die? Bringing up this threat, many demons' expressions changed. HMPH, it's a wonder you even know about this. Then you shouldn't have been impulsive. With so many of us working together, we could easily annihilate this human celestial. Why waste so much time? Do you think this is some kind of battle scene from a human folktale? The dragon-shaped demon roared. However, Yin Sha's words had an effect. Many celestial beings and demons used their supernatural powers to try and rescue Yin Sha, stabilizing his increasingly thin and almost illusory form. Just now, the human cultivators of Bijin were somewhat pleased to see Shui Jing use such supernatural powers to trap the arrogant demon, thinking that Shui Jing might actually be able to turn the tide. But now, seeing other terrifying demons also making their moves, their hearts sank. It seemed that the so-called turnaround was ultimately an illusion. How could a single celestial being handle so many strange demons? Realizing this cruel reality, and thinking about what would happen in Bijin after Shui Jing's defeat, many cultivators and martial artists wore expressions that were neither smiling nor crying. They were devastated. In Jinhua City, Lai Dangquang's expression was bitter. He knew this Mr. Shui Jing. He was from his previous generation. In his youth, he had even looked up to Mr. Shui Jing as his goal. But now, even Mr. Shui Jing was no match for him. Standing atop the city wall, gazing at the endless, colossal pillar of demonic energy piercing the sky, a sense of despair welled up within him. He even felt that even if Li Heng returned now, it would be futile. These were celestial beings and demons. And there was more than one. Had he implicated Bijin? Lai Dangquang reflected in his heart. If he hadn't left the Great Sun visualization diagram in Bijin City, perhaps Li Heng wouldn't have embarked on the path of the Great Sun, he wouldn't have advanced to the Dharma aspect stage, and he wouldn't have been detected by the demons of the Sunset Organization. Bijin, and even Dali, wouldn't have faced such a catastrophe. He had fallen into a slippery slope of delusion. After the battle between celestial beings and humans, he took a step forward, deciding to stand up and confront the terrifying celestial beings and demons of the Sunset Organization. The celestial beings were unpredictable and willing to risk their lives. Shui Jing's expression grew increasingly pained. He had suffered extremely severe pollution. With each move, the closer he became to the laws of heaven and earth, the more polluted he became, and now he was on the verge of collapse and distortion. Now, he was even powerless to maintain his supernatural powers. He could only watch helplessly as the demons pulled Yin Sha back into the mortal realm, freeing him from his divine seal. He knew he had to make a decision. A thought flashed through his mind. He decided to stop suppressing the pollution and mutation, unleash his full power, and use the might of thunder to seal the demon and his mutated self within the water mirror, banishing them to illusion. The water mirror knew very well that once the mutation and succumbed, The monster it transformed into would be a catastrophe for the entire world, its destructive power far exceeding that of ordinary celestials, staining the blood of billions of lives. Meanwhile, on the Sunset Organization's side, the dragon-shaped demon frowned. That half-crippled human celestial seems to be fighting desperately. So what if he's fighting desperately? He's just a crippled celestial. The celestial demon beside him shook his head disdainfully. We can't be careless. This celestial is half-crippled because he was infected and mutated by that strange calamity and inexplicable power. Once he stops suppressing the mutation and erupts in a desperate burst, even borrowing that inexplicable power, the power unleashed will be earth-shattering, the dragon-shaped demon said in a deep voice. Then what's the panic? No matter how much it erupts, it's only at the celestial level. Could it possibly exceed the limits of heaven and earth? As for the infection of that strange power, we're even less afraid. We have our Lord's protection anyway. The other celestial demons nodded in deep agreement, a sense of relief rising in their hearts. If it weren't for their Lord's help, they would have suffered the same infection and mutation as the other celestials, becoming pitiful creatures unable to fight, and likely turning into monsters if they did. The dragon-shaped demon's expression darkened upon hearing this, cursing inwardly. These fools, they don't know the truth at all. His ominous feeling grew heavier, and he felt he had to find a way to stop this human celestial's temporary counterattack, at least to prevent him from using that strange infection power. Otherwise, even he would have a hard time escaping unscathed. Once infected by that power, he would be truly ruined. Suddenly, he stretched out his palm, grasping and pulling at the void, and countless bubbles appeared on his dragon claw. Looking closely at these bubbles, he discovered that cities had appeared within them. These were none other than all the cities of the northern prefecture. The dragon-shaped demon spoke. Human celestial, lay down all your power and surrender. Otherwise, I can crush these bubbles with a flick of my wrist, and all the cities in the northern prefecture will be instantly destroyed. Don't worry, as long as that great sun path cultivator comes out and appears before us, we will definitely spare the northern prefecture and all its inhabitants. And you don't need to fight to the death. Shui Jing's face was grim. This demon was so insidious. Although he didn't know what kind of method this was, he could sense that the energy of the bubbles in the dragon-shaped demon's palm was connected to the various cities of the northern prefecture. Once the bubbles were crushed, it was really hard to say what would happen. Was he not even allowed to fight to the death? Was he just to be slaughtered by these demons? Surrender. Seeing Shui Jing's movement slow down, the dragon-shaped demon laughed. Wait, I am the great sun path cultivator you are looking for. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn had passed, and Lai Dangquan tore through the void, appearing in the side of the many demons, and spoke coldly. A mere ant at the Dharma aspect realm? The dragon-shaped demon frowned. This ant did indeed possess the aura of the great sun Dao, but its strength was far too weak. Could such power truly command such attention from its master? I remember you. You destroyed one of my Sunset Organization's branches. Amidst the strange antics of these demons, a peak Dharma aspect realm demon spoke in a hoarse voice. It was me, so what? Lai Dangquan spoke arrogantly. He had traveled far and wide, seeking an opportunity to break through to the Dharma aspect realm. An incredibly mysterious organization called Sunset, likely connected to the Great Sun, was naturally within his sights. Fine, then you'll die. The dragon-shaped demon nodded, about to crush Lai Dangquan. He didn't care if he was real or not, he'd kill him first. At this moment, the world lost its color, and everything froze. The dragon-shaped demon was somewhat bewildered. This wasn't the phenomenon of his attack. Within this phenomenon, he felt the speed of his own cultivation slowing down. Who is interfering with him? Yes, you've done your best. A calm voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Li Heng appeared, having rushed back. Chapter 279 One Punch Kills. Your Majesty, something has happened in Beijing. In the court, Li Shangfeng, the head of the Demon Extermination Bureau, stood before Emperor Shenji, speaking anxiously. Emperor Shenji nodded. I know. A celestial-level demon has descended. But, Minister Li, I am powerless to help. Li Changfeng was astonished. Your Majesty, why is that? Because there's more than one demon that has descended. I went to report to our ancestors as soon as I learned of this, and they told me not to meddle. Dali cannot afford to offend them. The powerful figures in Dali are not of one mind. For example, we cannot mobilize the Taoist sects in Longquan County. Emperor Shenji shook his head. But Your Majesty, These demons provoked us first. Bijin is also part of Dali's territory, we cannot abandon it. Li Changfang was agitated. It's no use. Our ancestors would not risk their lives for Bijin and those demons. These demons are very powerful, it's best not to provoke them if possible. Emperor Shenji shook his head again, setting the tone. Within and outside the Great Li dynasty, top experts from various dynasties such as Da Zhuan, Da Xing, Da Jin, and Da Yu, as well as from the Hundred Saints Academy, the Taoist sect, and the Buddhist sect, were all paying attention to this matter. However, most of them were puzzled. Why were those demonic and bizarre figures in the Sunset organization making such a big show of themselves? Hadn't they always been keeping a low profile? Many experts, for their own sake, chose to watch the show. A few experts, while feeling indignant at the arrogance of these demonic and bizarre figures and even considering confronting them, were immediately terrified upon closer inspection of their auras. This wasn't just a matter of one or two celestial demonic figures, there were 10 of them, a qualitative leap from quantitative change. This level of power could even destroy a dynasty. They had no reason to risk the destruction of their own forces to help the unrelated northern prefecture of Great Li. The indignant celestial demonic figures were mostly facing severe contamination and were unsuitable to intervene. They were even more puzzled now. What exactly was the Sunset organization plotting? A full-scale mobilization? In the vast sky above the northern prefecture, Li Heng stood in the void, his robes fluttering. Though small in stature, his every move seemed to influence the laws of heaven and earth, like a banished immortal descended from the heavens. Who are you? The dragon-shaped demon spoke, his brows furrowed. He couldn't discern this person's true nature. But this shouldn't be, he was a peak celestial being, a being at the pinnacle of existence. Aside from those ancient monsters who had lived through multiple eras, what was there that he couldn't see through? The many demons in the Sunset organization were also startled. They realized the dragon-shaped demon's tone was solemn, clearly showing great importance. For a peak celestial being like this to be so valued, this person was definitely not simple. Haven't you been looking for me all this time? Now that I've appeared, you don't even recognize me? Li Heng chuckled softly. He waved his hand gently, and the great sun Dharma image slowly emerged behind him, radiating boundless light, illuminating heaven and earth, brightening the darkened sky and purifying the mortal realm. The heavily polluted Mr. Shuijing beside him was also startled. Under such light, the pollution he was experiencing had actually stopped, ceasing to worsen. He was horrified. What immense power could influence such a bizarre and inexplicable infection? When he was first polluted, Wang Xing, the then #1 saint of the Hundred Saints Academy, whose strength faintly surpassed the limits of the celestial realm, had also tried to purify him, but it was ultimately useless. The pollution continued to deepen. Even Wang Sheng's power was ineffective. One could imagine how terrifying and severe the pollution must have been. Now, it had been temporarily resolved by this light? Just who was this person? The dragon-shaped demon's expression slowly turned solemn as he spoke. It seems you are the true cultivator of the Great Sun Path. That and besides you must just be your student, your disciple. Upon hearing this, Li Dangquang felt like vomiting blood in frustration. When did he become a student, a disciple? Just because his strength was a little weaker, was it really necessary? Upon hearing this, the demons and monsters were overjoyed. Their demonic energy, malevolent energy, and yin energy surged, briefly darkening the surrounding sky as they clashed with the radiance of Li Heng's great sun Dharma form. So he's the target. Attack together, kill him. That's right. We don't need to talk about chivalry when dealing with such righteous sects. Let's all attack together. The demons were excited. They had 10 celestial beings and dozens of peak Dharma form cultivators. Once united, even the celestial beings at their peak wouldn't be a match. What did it matter how strong these great sun path cultivators were? They would be annihilated by their attacks. There was nothing to worry about. Li Heng's expression was somewhat subtle. This was a super senior promotion. He smiled and said, "You call yourselves the Sunset, and you're looking for trouble with cultivators of the Great Sun Path. You've even gone so far as to send 10 celestial beings. Are you that afraid of the Great Sun? Was the previous severing of the Great Sun Path related to you?" The dragon-shaped demon remained calm. "You truly don't understand what you're saying. But you only need to know that your death will save all living beings in the northern prefecture." Though outwardly calm, a great storm raged within him, filled with immense apprehension and a growing murderous intent. This man had already guessed the connection. He could not be allowed to live. Oh? You want me to surrender? Li Heng's expression remained subtle. His gaze fell upon the bubbles in the dragon-shaped demon's palm. If you surrender, or even commit suicide, you will be saving all living beings in the northern prefecture. How noble. The dragon-shaped demon chuckled, extending its palm to display the bubbles. Li Heng shook his head. Then I'll help you, break. With a single word, break, an invisible force rippled outwards, and the bubbles in the dragon-shaped demon's palm burst like bubbles. Upon seeing this, Shui Jing's pupils constricted sharply. What was this man trying to do? But when he released his divine sense and sensed the current state of the northern prefecture, he calmed down again, feeling a sense of shame for misunderstanding Li Heng. The creatures of Bijin and the cities were all safe and sound. The dragon-shaped demon's expression was grim. What method had this person used to detonate the bubble in his hand? And at the same time sever the causal connection between the bubble and the cities of Bijin? It seemed that he could no longer use blackmail. He abandoned any hope and shouted sharply, "Kill!" Instantly, the demons moved at the sound of his voice, attacking Li Heng. This was the combined power of 10 celestial demons, enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Even the great Dao of heaven and earth was obliterated with a mere gesture. Well, since the heavens were missing, no one would punish them. The first to charge was Yin Shang. He wanted to seize the credit, kill Li Heng first, and make up for his previous defeat. At the same time, he activated a secret technique, intending to kill him in one strike, but if that failed, he would retreat gracefully to protect himself first. Li Heng sighed softly. He circulated his cultivation within his body, connecting with the ever-running cycle of reincarnation in the mortal world, while his source power burned. Without dodging or avoiding, he unleashed his martial arts divine power, the celestial fist, at Yin Shang. Yin Sha was startled. He had no time to think before using a secret technique to escape unscathed. But it was too late. The aura had already locked on, and no matter how he dodged or used void leaps, Li Heng's fist continued to follow, striking Yin Sha's body and shattering it. Source power increased by 150,000. Li Heng narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who else?" The demon's strange forms froze, stunned in place. Yin Sha was truly dead. Chapter 280 The Harvest Feast. At this moment, all living beings were shocked. A terrifyingly powerful celestial demon was killed with a single punch? Everyone swallowed hard and gasped. Shui Jing, standing beside him, was completely dumbfounded. What was this? The demon he had fought with all his might, even risking his life, to be confident of defeating, was killed by this suddenly appearing being with a single punch? Yes, a being. Shui Jing could only describe Li Heng as a being. Was this truly the power of a celestial being? Lai Dangkong, who had been tense all along, breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that even if Li Heng appeared, he might not be able to resolve such a massive disaster. But now it seemed that he had been too naive and underestimated Li Heng's strength. On the land of Bijin, the cultivators and martial artists who had been paying attention to this matter were invigorated. Sure enough, there was always a way out. Bijin was saved. On another level of the mortal world, the many aristocratic families who had been observing this matter were astonished and found it unbelievable. Where did this terrifying being come from? HMPH, another fool who doesn't understand the bigger picture. We could have just let these demons and monsters help us clean up this bunch of mud-legged trash, but they keep popping up. So annoying. What if I lose my bet? The one who spoke was a beautiful young woman from the Yi family. She was extremely displeased, arms crossed. Shut up. The Yi family elder beside her suddenly flew into a rage, slapping the young woman across the face, knocking her to the ground. Her flawless face swelled up like a pig's head, almost completely smashed. The young woman was stunned, crying out, "Father, someone is bullying me." However, this time, her father, who had been standing by her side helping her, didn't speak. Instead, he quickly went to her side and slapped her again. What a little beast. How could I have given birth to such a thing? That senior stood up to save the people of Bijin from suffering. How dare you insult him? The father roared. The other aristocratic families nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Indeed, that senior deserved their respect. I dare not be disrespectful. The old man from the Yi family who had slapped the girl broke out in a cold sweat, hoping that the being hadn't sensed his words, otherwise their Yi family would be in trouble. He knew how terrifying an existence of this level was. Above the vast sky, the dragon-shaped demon, who had been frozen in place, finally spoke. It was still one word: kill. Even seeing Li Heng's immense power, having killed Yin Shan with a single punch, the dragon-shaped demon dared not retreat. This was their master's order. Their master had issued a kill order against these great Sundao cultivators, and they dared not disobey. However, the demons beside him hesitated strangely. Go. What are you panicking for? This might just be a burst of power that can only be used once. The limit of heaven and earth is the celestial being. How could he possess such immense raw strength? He must have used some secret technique. Our master has been watching this situation closely, the dragon-shaped demon roared. Hearing the word master, the demon shuddered. Indeed, in the current situation, they had no way out but to bite the bullet and charge forward. Perhaps, as the dragon-shaped demon guessed, this was merely a burst of secret techniques, not lasting long or usable only once. Depending on luck. Strictly speaking, the dragon-shaped demon was indeed right. Li Heng's punch truly was some kind of secret technique, a technique that utilized source energy to enhance its power. Without the support of source energy, Li Heng's personal cultivation and the reincarnation law alone wouldn't have been able to kill a celestial demon with a single punch. It would have taken a long time to finish it off. And because source energy was limited, the number of times this technique could be used was also limited. However, this limited number was rather large. Because he also gained source energy from killing demonic beings, he used 160,000 source energy for that punch, and the Yin Sha replenished it with 150,000. So he only lost 10,000. And he himself had 300,000 source energy. Therefore, theoretically, this punch could be thrown 15 times. And among the celestial demonic beings here, excluding the recently deceased Yin Shan, there were only 9. These demonic beings varied in strength. That punch just now actually had a bit of excess power. So if he can control his source energy consumption a little, he might still have a slight advantage. Li Heng also roughly understood his current strength. Without using source energy or the enhancement of the reincarnation law, relying solely on his personal strength, he should be able to contend with a celestial being, and at his maximum burst, he might even defeat one. With the enhancement of the reincarnation law, he could kill a celestial being after spending time and engaging in a few rounds. If he were in the netherworld's home ground, he could easily crush a celestial being. Using source energy would lead to the current situation. Killing a celestial being with a single punch. This kind of combat power is simply terrifying. It can be said that no one in this world throughout history has ever been able to do this. No matter what kind of prodigy they are or what kind of visitor they are from beyond the realm, as long as they are below the celestial being, they are as weak as ants in the face of a celestial being, and there is no possibility of crossing a major realm. Unless they possess some celestial being-level treasure. However, Li Heng, with his current strength alone, could contend with a celestial being upon entering the Dharma aspect realm, and even defeat one after unleashing his full power, a truly heaven-defying existence. No wonder the goddess of heaven exclaimed she couldn't withstand it. Bound by their master's name, the demons and monsters had no choice but to grit their teeth and attack Li Heng, daring not to hold back in the slightest, fearing they would suffer the same fate as Yin Shan, being killed with a single punch. Dragons followed the clouds, tigers followed the wind. The dragon-shaped demon summoned countless dark demonic clouds, its massive body leaping and weaving through them, arriving near Li Heng almost instantly. It spewed forth annihilating divine light, shattering the void and severing the laws of heaven and earth, creating utter chaos. One could imagine it as the physical constants of the universe failing. The other demons and monsters followed suit with their own attacks. Some manifested their true forms, unleashing deafening demonic roars, others stirred up gusts of demonic wind, tearing through the void, still others created illusions to bewilder the mind. Some even bowed directly to Li Heng, attempting to kill him with their unique status and karmic curse. Shui Jing was shocked, breaking out in a cold sweat for Li Heng. He now realized that these demons and monsters hadn't taken him seriously at all, merely playing along. If so many demons and monsters had attacked simultaneously, he wouldn't have been able to resist. He would have been instantly killed by such a terrifying onslaught. Even a celestial saint at the peak of his power, or even a king saint who was fatally beyond the celestial level, probably couldn't withstand such an attack, right? This thought arose in Shui Jing's mind. The speed of light is 299,792,458 meters per second. When the demonic dragon unleashed its destructive divine light, Li Heng hadn't moved accordingly. So theoretically, Li Heng couldn't dodge this attack and would only be directly struck by the destructive divine light. However, theory is just theory. He raised his hand, lightly tapping the void, and the field expanded. The speed of light, capable of circling the Earth 7.5 times in a second, instantly froze, moving as slowly as a snail within the field. Even the hare and the tortoise and the hare race could catch up after a day's sleep. The field continued to expand, encompassing all the demons and monsters. Their forms and supernatural powers also instantly froze. While not exactly as slow as a snail, they were certainly as slow as a tortoise. Li Heng nodded. It seemed to be effective. Although killing demons and monsters with a single punch was indeed stylish, the source energy consumed pained him. To ensure he wouldn't be penniless after this fight, but rather profit, he chose to control the field first. Not good. He's changed the rules here, reversing them. The demonic dragon roared in alarm, warning him. In fact, he didn't need to warn them. The demons and monsters all used various methods to try and break Li Heng's field, reversing the rules of this place. However, the field remained unchanged, without causing the slightest ripple. Li Heng remained calm. You guys can only handle the field created by source power? That would be a miracle. Even a god descending to Earth would have to slow down. Looking at these panicked, struggling, and sluggish demons, Li Heng smiled slightly. Next, he'd beat the little devils and show them what cruelty truly meant. Shui Jing, standing nearby, was greatly astonished. Modifying the laws of heaven and earth? You can do that? While modifying the laws is a common tactic of those at the celestial level, the laws of heaven and earth, the rules and order, are things that the Dharma aspect realm begins to touch upon, making them essentially interferers of the rules. And those who have merged with the Deo of heaven and earth can be called the rulers of the rules. In other words, this method can only be used to bully lower-level beings. And while the method is quite effective, modifying the laws of heaven and earth, it allows one to completely control a person. But against those at the same level, everyone is a celestial, everyone is a modifier and ruler of the rules. If you modify something, someone else can simply revert it. Therefore, this method is useless in a battle between celestials. But now this fact has been overturned? Shui Jing exclaimed in disbelief. Although he knew some celestial beings possessed profound understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, they were inherently above these laws. Only the truly supreme heaven could restrain them. Therefore, no matter how elaborate the laws of heaven and earth were, it was difficult to limit a celestial being unleashing their full power. At least, he had never seen one. But now, these demons, defeated by these celestial beings, were strangely unleashing their full power, yet despite their exhaustion, they still couldn't break this field based on the laws of heaven and earth? Was this really reasonable? Shui Jing was somewhat confused. Could it be? He considered a possibility, and a chill ran down his spine. This being might not be a celestial being. Li Heng strolled through the field, approaching the demon closest to him. This was a celestial tree demon with a dense canopy, filled with blood, malevolent energy, and demonic energy. Seeing Li Heng approach, the tree demon desperately unleashed its power, struggling to break through the field, fearing being blasted apart by Li Heng's punch. As a tree demon, it had a long lifespan, but it hadn't lived enough. Then, Li Heng walked away from it. The tree demon was startled. What was going on? This person didn't attack him? He breathed a sigh of relief, at least he hadn't been blown to bits. Then, he saw his body burning. Soon, he received a notification of the source energy arriving, and the true sun fire flew back to Li Heng's palm, dancing like a spirit, seemingly possessing immense vitality. Li Heng spoke as he walked. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the details of your sunset organization and whether there's a mastermind behind it. Was the Great Sun Path's rupture caused by you? Of course, that's what he said. But to make the most of the field's duration, Li Heng directly ignited each demon he approached with a true sun fire, harvesting their source energy. As his cultivation level increased, the true sun fire also leveled up. Now it was almost indistinguishable from the true sun fire. Using the true sun fire to send the sunset organization's demons to their deaths was quite fitting. If the Great Sun Path's rupture was truly due to the sunset organization, then Li Heng had avenged the Great Sun, fitting the eternal theme of revenge. The demons didn't answer, continuing their desperate struggle, unleashing their full power. Even if they couldn't break through the barrier, their all-encompassing attack would ensure the man had nowhere to escape. Li Heng didn't expect the demons to say anything. He continued his relentless harvest. If before these demons were the hunters, hunting him, a cultivator of the great sun path, and all living beings in the northern prefecture, now the roles were reversed. Li Heng was the hunter. Shui Jing, who had witnessed the scene firsthand, shuddered. It was the first time he had seen a celestial level being fall so easily. No strange phenomena, no great battle, just a clean and swift death. This scene shocked him far more than any great battle, making him feel as if the dead weren't celestials, but chicks. Shui Jing sighed inwardly. When he attained celestial status, although deeply corrupted, he also felt a certain joy, believing himself to be extraordinary. But now, he realized that celestials could also die, and die as easily as mortals. Celestials were just one of the masses. Li Heng's harvest was nearing its end. Only 3 celestial demon monsters remained, the leading demonic dragon, a humanoid monster, and a constantly writhing, twisting demon. "My lord, you can't kill me. I used to be human," the humanoid monster pleaded. Her eyes filled with fervor as Li Heng approached. She had abandoned all prestige as a celestial, only seeking survival. Moreover, she strongly suspected this man was above the celestial level. Therefore, her plea for mercy was perfectly justified. Li Heng remained unmoved. Formerly human, now a monster, this traitor deserved to die even more. Not to mention, to maintain this domain, he had continuously reinvested the source energy he gained, now bankrupt, needing to kill the remaining 3 celestial monsters to recoup his losses. The true fire of the sun floated onto the humanoid monster. Soon, accompanied by the eerie wails of the humanoid creature, Li Heng received a notification in his mind that his source energy had increased by 250,000. He was overjoyed. It was indeed a big fish, and he had recouped most of his investment. As for the writhing, twisting monster, he didn't even glance at it, directly unleashing his solar true fire to incinerate it. There was no way around it, it was too ugly, and it made him lose his mind. Finally, Li Heng focused his attention on the demonic dragon. He directly threw out a burst of solar true fire. Amidst the wails, the solar true fire engulfed the demonic dragon's entire body. This demonic dragon was clearly more powerful, actually able to withstand the burning of the solar true fire for quite some time. It writhed in agony, twisting its body, roaring, "Don't think you've won. The Lord won't let you go. The Dragon Palace won't let you go. You'll be with me sooner or later." Ha ha ha. Before it could finish laughing, the demonic dragon's voice abruptly stopped. Li Heng, finding it too noisy, simply chopped off its head. He ignored the slowly burning remnants of the demonic dragon, instead gazing into the unknown distance on the horizon. His brow furrowed, a hidden gaze was watching him. Who could it be? With a thought, he activated his heavenly eye, channeling his source energy and unleashing divine light. In the dim, chaotic, and ignorant land of the Sunset Organization, the divine light manifested, piercing through the darkness. Chapter 281 Everything is a struggle. Fellow Taoist, you've gone too far. In the hazy, obscure darkness, a humanoid silhouette slowly emerged, its sound waves rippling outwards, seemingly trying to dispel the divine light projected by Li Heng. Li Heng's body slowly appeared within the divine light. This was his projection. Looking at the humanoid silhouette, he spoke. "You are the mastermind behind the Sunset Organization? Truly, the world is unpredictable. That great sun in the sky has been dead for a long time, yet another powerful being cultivating the Dao of the great sun has appeared. Does it intend to revive?" The humanoid silhouette sighed leisurely, not answering Li Heng's question. After saying this, without waiting for Li Heng's reply, it continued, "Although all of this is in vain, and everything is destined to fall, why should we struggle?" Li Heng suddenly became interested upon hearing this. "How can you be so certain that everything will fall? The void is endless, and this world is but a tiny wave in the ocean. What are so-called calamities?" he said with a smile. He naturally understood the situation of the void being completely dark. But he wanted to probe further and mislead the man. The humanoid silhouette seemed somewhat surprised. "You actually have such knowledge? Are you perhaps a visitor from beyond this realm? No wonder. But even if you are, so what? Your words are still utterly foolish, you cannot see the truth." The humanoid silhouette sneered again. "The vast void is like a sea, endless calamities. The world within the sea is struggling to cross, yearning to reach the other shore. Alice, the so-called other shore has long since vanished, the so-called immortals and gods have long since disappeared without a trace, so why struggle? The void is both a sea and a river, and the world is merely a wave within it, flowing downstream. Guess where this world has flowed to this time, and what it is about to face. Li Heng's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. This statement contained a great deal of information. Alright, I know you're trying to trick me. But I don't care. You only need to know one thing, whether you're a visitor from beyond a realm or a pure cultivator of the great sun path, you can't save this world. Today's grudge will be avenged tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, a cracking sound rang out. This chaotic, ignorant, and dark land shattered like a mirror exploding, the space-time laws that constructed this place instantly ceasing to exist, and Li Heng's projection was forced to return to his original body. Above the northern prefecture, Li Heng withdrew his gaze, surprised. The mastermind behind the Sunset organization is truly ruthless. Seeing that he had come looking for contact, they directly blew up his own home. However, he stretched out his palm, a wisp of energy swirling on it. Li Heng sneered, with this wisp of energy, no matter how well you hide, I still have a way to find you. At this moment, almost all the living beings in the northern prefecture were still in a daze. They were still caught up in the bizarre scene of Li Heng easily hunting down demons and monsters, and had not yet come back to their senses. To the beings of the northern prefecture, below the level of the celestials, those demons and monsters were terrifying demon gods, their power enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, annihilating the boundless northern prefecture. Yet now, they had all been easily hunted down by Li Heng. This left them no choice but to be shocked. The one with the highest cultivation, Mr. Shui Jing, was the first to recover. Seeing Li Heng still standing there, he quickly stepped forward and bowed to him. Shui Jing greets Senior. In his mind, Li Heng was definitely a terrifying existence above the celestials. No need for formalities, I don't follow those customs. Li Heng shook his head. His expression was subtle. Was this another super seniority upgrade? Looking at the respectful Shui Jing, a thought arose in Li Heng's mind, and he spoke. Your current condition looks terrible, your body is full of pollution. Shui Jing said bitterly. Senior is unaware of this. He respectfully explained his situation. Li Heng's expression was strange again. What an unlucky fellow. His breakthrough coincided with a change in the heavens and earth? How to put it, he really picked an auspicious day. Alright, I have a way to resolve your pollution. Shui Jing was overjoyed upon hearing this. Senior, please speak. If you have any requests, Shui Jing will do anything, even die for them. Under the radiance of the great Sun Dharma image, his pollution had already ceased. If this senior truly possessed some special method, perhaps it could truly purify this pollution? Very well, a faction I've established is currently short of personnel. Li Heng said with a smile. Soon, Shui Jing was thrown into the netherworld. Shui Jing looked at the extremely dense yin energy before him, yet it didn't feel eerie. Instead, it possessed a solemn and unified atmosphere. Sensing the constantly circulating laws of reincarnation in the void, he was stunned to see the reincarnation disk standing in the center of the void, allowing souls to be reincarnated. This is the reincarnation, the netherworld. That senior is a powerful being who created the reincarnation? The powerful being who cast that mutated monster into the reincarnation? A storm of shock surged within him. At this moment, a voice rang in his ears. You're the newcomer, aren't you? Shui Jing was taken aback, looking at the woman standing before him. She was dressed in palace attire, her robes flowing, completely out of place in this environment, more like a celestial goddess descended from the heavens. Wait, this aura. Shui Jing suddenly felt this celestial goddess was familiar. It seemed he had seen her before. He pondered carefully. It seemed, when he broke through to the celestial realm, merging with heaven and earth. Thinking of the one he saw when he broke through to the celestial realm. Looking at the celestial goddess before him, their auras overlapped remarkably. A thought immediately formed in his mind, and he swallowed hard. You are the celestial. Above Bijin, Li Heng chatted with Lai Dangquan for a few more minutes, then told him to return to Jinhou City first, as he had other matters to attend to. He watched Lai Dangquan break through the void and depart. Li Heng activated the great Sun Dharma image behind him to its limit, appearing as if he were a living sun god, radiating light across the boundless northern prefecture, purifying the demonic energy, yin energy, and baleful energy generated by the strange demons, and removing the barrier separating the northern prefecture from the outside world. Then he looked up at the vast sun in the heavens. After breaking through to the Dharma image level, He had formed an extremely deep connection with the sun in the sky, even feeling a faint, almost imperceptible, call. This made him very curious. Could the sun not be completely dead? Recalling the anomalies he had previously witnessed within the sun, he decided to go and see. With his current level, he should be able to break through the 9 heavens gale layer and reach the sun. Besides, he had other reasons. For example, visualizing the sun. Therefore, his visualization progress of the sun had reached 100%, but that was actually in relation to the Dharma image level Great Sun visualization diagram. This 100% only meant that he had thoroughly understood the Dharma image level Great Sun visualization diagram. But for the actual sun, Heng estimated that his current visualization progress was only 50%. Only by reaching 100% again could he fully understand this true Great Sun and completely reach the realm of the primordial immortal God. Chapter 282 The Sun died. Ancient texts record that there are 9 heavens in the world. The first is the central heaven, the second is the envy heaven, the third is the following heaven, the fourth is the changing heaven, the fifth is the bright heaven, the sixth is the vast heaven, the seventh is the decreasing heaven, the eighth is the sinking heaven, and the ninth is the completion heaven. Heng didn't know if this was true, but it was certain that the heavens in this world were divided into 9 layers. He was currently in the first layer of gale force winds, which were fierce and constantly whipping at his body. They contained wisps of destructive power that would annihilate Heng's bones and flesh, and scatter his soul. Heng raised an eyebrow. These gale force winds were indeed powerful, enough to reach the level of a typical Dharma aspect cultivator. Anyone below the Dharma aspect level who stepped into this place would immediately have their soul scattered. And this was only the first layer. There were still 9 layers above. In addition, there was nothing else in these 9 layers of gale force winds, unlike the rare treasures in some cultivation novels. No wonder so few people set foot here. Only those idle individuals or madmen who want to see how high the sky is and explore the ends of the world are willing to step into the gale layer to suffer. Heng continued to fly upwards. He was not an ordinary Dharma aspect. His cultivation was sufficient to contend with celestials, so he didn't need to be too wary of the intensity of the gale. With each layer he ascended, the intensity of the gale increased dramatically. Heng had only reached the 5th gale layer when he already felt a faint stinging pain in his body. Even a peak Dharma aspect would not be able to withstand this intensity of gale. Of course, this refers to normal Dharma aspect. Heng's heaven-defying Dharma aspect was an exception, so Heng continued to fly upwards. He stopped at the 7th gale layer. This was not because he couldn't withstand the power of the 8th gale. Although the intensity of the 8th gale layer had definitely reached the celestial level, the gale no longer contained wisps of destructive power, but had become a gale composed entirely of destructive power. At that level, even the laws of heaven and earth would be destroyed. And now he was already starting to feel the strain, and some minor injuries had appeared. That was his normal state. With his current cultivation level, reaching the 8th level of the gale force wouldn't be a problem if he unleashed his full power, and establishing a foothold there wouldn't be an issue either. However, when he looked up at the 8th level of the gale force, he spotted a figure. Heng frowned. How could a figure appear in a place like the 8th level of the gale force, a place even celestial level cultivators would find difficult to endure? Who would be so idle as to come here to suffer? After thinking for a while, he decided to continue flying upwards. Having slain the invading demonic monster, his current source energy reserves had reached 450,000, so he didn't need to worry. Inside the 8th level, He stood with his eyes closed amidst the gale formed by the power of destruction, letting the gale blow against his body, scraping away the constantly rotting and distorted flesh on his surface, his expression unmoved. After a long while, he opened his eyes, revealing a glint of light. No. It's still not enough. The power of the 8th level of the gale force is still too weak, simply insufficient to remove the distorted flesh deep within his body. He must go to the 9th level. But he hesitated. There was no other reason than that 9 was the ultimate number, and the gales in the 9th layer of the gale represented the purest destruction between heaven and earth. Even a peak celestial being like him would find it difficult to stand there. One wrong move and he would be blown away to pieces. But this was the only way now. Unless his body was scraped down to just a skeleton, he couldn't temporarily suppress this damned pollution, and he would only become a monster, which was not what he wanted. At this moment, Heng arrived at the 8th layer of the gale. He was somewhat surprised to see Heng arrive. Who is this person? Why was he here? Was he also trying to use the destructive power of the gales to temporarily expel and suppress the pollution, just like him? But it seemed that the person hadn't been polluted at all. His aura was very pure. Moreover, those qualified to go to the 8th layer of the gale were basically powerful celestial beings, and he knew most of them, but this person's face was completely unfamiliar to him. Li Heng was stunned when he saw Yu Fuhei's rotten and deformed body. Another celestial being who had been polluted and severely deformed? Was he using the power of the gales to scrape away his rotten flesh? What a ruthless man, Li Heng thought to himself. Even more ruthless than scraping the bone to remove poison. But lamentations aside, it wasn't his concern. He had come up here to suffer only for the sake of the great sun. Since this celestial being hadn't shown any hostility towards him, he would ignore him for the time being. So, before Yu Fuhei could even speak, Li Heng continued flying upwards, reaching the 9th level. Yu Fuhei was stunned. Who is this person? He had actually gone straight to the 9th level? The destructive gales there were difficult even for a peak celestial being like himself to withstand. This person who had flown up without a second thought, could he have some trump card? But even the trump cards of heaven and earth couldn't deal with this pure destructive power. He suddenly became interested. Since he had to go to the 9th level anyway, he might as well go and see what was going on with this person. Compared to this person, his own hesitation seemed rather indecisive. Yu Fuhei laughed loudly and flew up to the 9th level as well. At this moment, Li Heng stood on the 9th gale level, frowning as he looked up. Although he had expected it, seeing this scene still left him somewhat moved. The great sun actually stood high in the heavens. To approach the great sun, one must break through the 9th gale layer. However, his current strength did not allow it. Even with his current strength, reaching the 9th gale layer was somewhat difficult. Under the onslaught of the destructive gale, his body began to disintegrate. Li Heng estimated that if he remained here for another 10 breaths, he would die. His body would be completely obliterated by the destructive gale. After all, he was only at the Dharma aspect realm. And beyond the 9th gale layer was pure destruction, pure nothingness. Even just looking at it, he could feel the terror beyond the 9th gale layer. Li Heng felt that even if someone at the celestial realm limit reached the 9th gale layer, they would still be doomed. No wonder it was said that no one could approach the great sun. Now he understood. However, Li Heng was never a normal player. He was cheating. With a thought, his source energy ignited, raising a thin film of source energy to block the destructive gale, and he continued to fly upwards. Just then, Yu Fuhei had just arrived at the 9th gale layer. He had originally wanted to see what the person was up to. Even for physical training, one shouldn't go to the 9th gale layer. The destructive power there would penetrate deep into the bone marrow and flesh, destroying the body. Then, he witnessed Li Heng breaking through the 9th gale layer. Yu Fuhei was stunned. What was going on? Was this person committing suicide? Daring to go beyond the 9 heavens and leave the 9th gale layer? Didn't he know that the outside was pure destruction, something even a celestial couldn't withstand? Out of a desire to save him, he shouted, "Don't go any further. You'll die if you go any further." However, it was too late. Li Heng had already broken through the barrier of the 9th gale layer, half his body outside, coming into contact with a pure destruction. Yu Fuhei was stunned, then sighed. It was over. Contact with pure destruction meant death, even for a celestial at their peak, and a swift, decisive death with no chance of survival. He sighed inwardly. He should have acted faster. Perhaps he could have saved a life. Why was this person so foolish? Why did he have to go and die? Was it because he was infected and couldn't accept it? But that didn't make sense. The pollution here was so severe, his whole body was starting to rot and deform. What if he hadn't given up hope, enduring immense pain, and rammed to the gale force winds to torment himself? You look so normal on the surface, is it really necessary to do this? He shook his head with a sigh, not even considering collecting Li Heng's body. There wouldn't even be a corpse left. What was the point of collecting it? It just shows that young people these days lack mental fortitude. Better to live a miserable life than die. Just as he was about to turn his gaze away, he was suddenly shocked to find that the man's body hadn't been destroyed. It was still perfectly fine and was still flying upwards. Yu Fuhei was dumbfounded. What was going on? Li Heng didn't turn back, and there was no medium for sound transmission in this place. He didn't know what was happening to Yu Fuhei and continued flying upwards without stopping. He was getting closer and closer to the great sun until he felt the oppressive power and intense heat of the great sun. His expression turned solemn. No wonder it was said that the great sun was unapproachable. Not only was there the pure destruction blocking the way beyond the gale layer, but also the great sun's intense heat and oppressive power. Even a celestial couldn't withstand such stability and pressure, right? For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a deep sorrow. Why was cultivating the great sun's path so difficult? Could mortals even survive? Oh, he had a cheat code, so it didn't matter. Heng remained calm, summoning his great sun Dharma image. Instantly, he felt himself merge with the light emanating from the vast great sun. The so-called intense heat and oppressive power were no longer a problem. Instead, they continuously replenished its power, like a fish in water. Near the great sun, this was clearly his home turf. With the great sun's blessing, Heng's speed increased dramatically, and he quickly arrived near the great sun, observing this colossal object up close. A blazing fireball? A dazzling ball of light? Perhaps due to his insufficient understanding, Heng found it difficult to describe the specific form of this great sun. Perhaps it possessed all of these qualities: a fireball, a dazzling and pure light, and even radiating a metaphysical charm. Was this merely a corpse? Heng sighed inwardly, feeling that the great sun's realm was so lofty that its traces were unseen. Compared to the great sun, even so-called celestial beings were as insignificant as ants. Was this the realm of the ancient immortals? After this reflection, he continued forward along the faint sense. The great sun did not resist him, nor did he fear its blazing light or its vast pressure. Until he arrived above the great sun. Then, a magnificent palace complex quietly appeared. This palace complex was extremely sacred, radiating intense light, and possessed an indescribable aura. At first glance, it did not seem to be a place of the mortal realm, but rather the abode of some ancient deity. Heng raised an eyebrow, an intrigued expression on his face. Unfazed by the protective membrane of his open source energy, he stepped into the main hall. "You've finally arrived, my successor." The main hall was spacious and bright, radiating light everywhere, yet without being glaring. Heng had barely entered when he heard these words, and a faint, ethereal figure stood before him. "You are?" Heng narrowed his eyes. "As you might think, I am the great sun of this world. Of course, now you could also say I'm a corpse, a wisp of remnant spirit, a dead man." The figure was ethereal and indistinct, its face blurred, seemingly ready to vanish at any moment, seemingly confirming its words. "I know you're curious why I summoned you. In truth, I don't know either. After all, I'm just a dead man. How could I have foreseen so much? However, unexpectedly, just as my remnant spirit was about to dissipate, you appeared. You actually broke the strange curse and reconnected with the great sun." The figure seemed somewhat moved. "I was already in despair, everything was destined to fall apart, and the world now is nothing but the afterglow of glory. After the afterglow, there will be endless despair. But since you've come, I'll struggle a little and choose you as my successor. I just hope you won't be too desperate in the future." The figure continued to speak with a smile. Heng nodded upon hearing this. "So why did I choose to become your successor?" The figure was stunned upon hearing this. "You cultivate the great sun path and have an extremely profound connection with the great sun. Isn't that a reason?" Heng smiled and shook his head, summoning the earth Dharma image. This is the earth path." The figure was now extremely confused because its own emotions were fluctuating strongly, and the already chaotic phantom became even more chaotic, making Heng very worried that he shouldn't have provoked it like this. "How did you do that? Cultivating the great sun path and also cultivating the earth path? These are two different fundamental paths. Moreover, your cultivation of the great sun path and the earth path is equally profound. It doesn't seem like you've only scratched the surface." The figure remained astonished, unable to understand. "I created the cycle of reincarnation in this realm, becoming its master. Why would the Netherworld Emperor want to succeed you? You say you're dead, so you must have been a loser. Why should I inherit the path of a loser?" Heng retorted. The figure, upon hearing this, regained its composure, showing no anger. "It seems you've truly exceeded my expectations, definitely a variable. You've even created the cycle of reincarnation. No wonder I felt something was off about this point in time." Point in time? Heng quickly grasped the key phrase. The voice paused for a moment before speaking. "Although your current strength is like an ant's, and it's difficult for you to grow any stronger, you are still a variable, perhaps capable of breaking the deadlock. I can tell you part of the truth. Are you willing to listen? Of course, this truth is despairing, and it's highly likely to cause your Deo heart to collapse. Actually, being an ignorant ant isn't so bad, you might even live longer, right? So, what is the truth? Li Heng asked calmly, getting straight to the point. Very well, since you've chosen to know the truth, then let you see it for yourself. I just hope you won't regret it. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding scenery blurred, the magnificent palace vanished, and the world instantly changed. Li Heng stood in the void. Before him was an immense sun, radiating boundless light and scattering infinite extraordinary power, seemingly the center of heaven and earth, the source of all laws and principles, supreme and noble. This sun seemed to be the same sun in Li Heng's world, only even more magnificent, as if at its peak. Then, a murmur rang out. Without any warning, black spots suddenly emerged from the bright sun, spreading out, attempting to infect the entire sun and turn it into a distorted black sun. At this moment, a vast fluctuation appeared within the sun, and boundless light erupted, suppressing these black spots. After a long tug of war, the black spots were suppressed by the light and gradually disappeared. However, the sun was now lifeless, devoid of vitality. The sun was dead. At this moment, that figure appeared beside Li Heng. Do you think this is the truth? Actually, it isn't. Chapter 283 The Crisis of Origin. With a wave of his hand, the scene Li Heng saw began to shrink, eventually becoming a small image. The surrounding environment darkened, and a horizontal golden axis appeared below this small image, like a video playback progress bar. Li Heng was the viewer. Immediately afterward, many similarly sized images appeared to the left and right of the small image on the axis, all depicting a magnificent sun illuminating the heavens and earth. However, the further to the left, the stronger the aura of the sun, the further to the right, the weaker the aura, until finally settling on the sun at Li Heng's current point in time. The figure turned to look at Li Heng. Did you notice anything? Li Heng nodded calmly. That horizontal axis below should be the timeline, and the various small images above it correspond to different points in time. And the sun has been continuously weakening from the past to the present. The figure nodded approvingly. You're quite good to have guessed that. But you'd better not be too surprised or despairing about what happens next, or I'll be in a difficult position and might have to erase this part of your memory. He waved his hand again. A black dot suddenly appeared on the right side of this timeline. The black dot immediately infected the golden timeline, and then started moving from the right to the left, trying to blacken the entire timeline. The small images that represented various points in time, covered by black time, also changed, showing what Li Heng had seen before. A murmur rang out, the black dot emerged in the sun suppressed the black dot, and then returned to nothingness, death. This is part of the truth you can see. This black dot represents what you perceive as calamity and pollution. Now you can be afraid. Calamity does not destroy a world at a single point in time, but the world's past and present. The figure sighed softly. This murmur, this power, has been traveling back to the past along the flow of time. Once it travels back to the beginning of heaven and earth and kills the original me, this world will be completely destroyed. The figure stretched out a finger, pointing to the far left of the timeline. At the far left is the very origin. In this initial period, only a small image stands. Within this small image, heaven and earth cease to exist, the void is vast, with only the great sun manifesting, radiating countless rays of light. No whispering has yet appeared here. Although the blackness has already stained most of the timeline, it is still some distance from the initial period. Below it, swirling light and pervasive Taoist energy suggests something is being nurtured, seemingly the very beginning of heaven and earth. Every time this power passes through a point in time, I at that point must die. Of course, I can escape without dying, but in that case, heaven and earth will bear the cost for me, the voice continued, waving its hand and branching off from the timeline. At the end of the branch, another small image appears. Whispers resound within this small image. The great sun, hearing the sound, instantly flees into the endless void. However, deprived of the great sun's light, heaven and earth instantly distort, all things and beings twisting into monsters. Even the so-called celestial beings cannot withstand it. What do you think of this truth now? The figure said with a smile. Li Heng frowned. Although he had anticipated this situation, Zhuan Xianji from the Heavenly Fate organization had mentioned it before. This calamity was suspected to be caused by a distortion and infection through the timeline and the flow of time. But now, the situation seemed even worse. If the figure was right, without him bearing the burden, the world wouldn't even have the right to struggle. No wonder. He sighed inwardly. Back then, when he used his source power to rewind to the past of the wheel of reincarnation, he had seen a vast world where powerful beings could chase stars and the moon, yet they succumbed to it with a single murmur, without any power to resist. This world clearly didn't have such powerful beings who could chase stars and the moon, yet it could hold out for so long, which was illogical. At the time, he thought it was due to the special nature of the world, but now it seemed that a large part of the reason might be that there was a stronger being bearing the burden, such as this person who could give birth to the great sun of the world. What realm are you in now? And what level are the primordial immortals? Li Heng didn't directly answer the figure's questions, but instead changed the subject, inquiring about these matters. The figure chuckled upon hearing this. He shook his head and said, "Do you think that this kind of calamity can be resolved simply by reaching my level, or even 1 or 2 levels higher? Then you shouldn't be delusional. I can tell you that the extinction of immortals is related to this kind of calamity. Moreover, with your current strength, I don't think you have enough time to grow. You're only at the Dharma aspect stage now, not even a celestial being. Not to mention that those above the celestial being realm aren't even considered immortals. You're still 3 or 4 levels below me. And that murmur will soon reach the initial point in time, and even at its strongest, I couldn't withstand it." The voice's words were full of information, and its tone was serious. He didn't have high hopes for Li Heng. He wasn't telling Li Heng part of the truth now because of strength. Rather, it was because Li Heng's abilities were beyond his expectations, a variable, which was why he chose to take a gamble. "That's natural. You're not an ordinary immortal god. I think ordinary immortal gods can't even create heaven and earth, let alone manipulate the flow of time and observe the past and present, right?" Li Heng chuckled. "Good lad, you're actually flattering me, but unfortunately I'm already dead, so I can't give you any benefits. Besides, it's just a small world in its space-time order, nothing special. Speaking of this, I'm far inferior to those deserters." The figure smiled, but when Li mentioned the word deserter, his tone suddenly turned cold and sharp. With this change, wisps of murderous aura slowly appeared in the surrounding void. Just imagine the intensity. A small wisp of murderous aura could kill a celestial being. Li Heng remained calm, his source power within him, showing no panic. He was, after all, an ancient immortal god. Even if he was dead, it wasn't surprising that he could do this. Or perhaps, this immortal god wasn't completely dead? "You said the departure of the ancient immortal gods is related to this calamity? Why is that?" The figure shook his head upon hearing this. "Your strength is insufficient, I cannot tell you. Telling you rashly would be too much for you to bear, and a great terror would befall you. Besides, knowing now wouldn't do you any good, it would only cause your Deo heart to collapse. You can't see through me, so how can you be sure it will turn out that way?" Li Heng retorted. "I can't see through you, but to avoid risks, I won't let you, such a minor variable, face that great terror prematurely. If you want to know, you can investigate yourself. And besides, you haven't even been to that hellish place yet, have you?" Li Heng frowned. Why that word again, hellish place? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284. Who knows the source within the dish? Every drop is the result of hard work? What exactly is this ghostly place you're talking about? Li Heng asked, puzzled. Everyone he met spoke vaguely about it, even seeming to fear it. Was this so-called ghostly place really that terrifying? Judging from your expression, you've heard of it before, the figure asked with a smile. Li Heng nodded. I have, but most people who talk about this ghostly place are just talking nonsense. They don't dare to discuss it too much, saying they're afraid of some great terror descending. The figure nodded. They're right. That ghostly place isn't where this world was born, but rather a wondrous place formed by the influence of this calamity and mysterious power. Even I can't fully grasp its appearance. But some say that ghostly place has existed since ancient times, even more so than the cataclysmic changes in the world. Li Heng stopped mid-sentence, looking at the timeline in front of him that was constantly being stained black, and fell silent. The figure smiled. Looks like you've figured it out. That hellish place only appeared because of the calamity, theoretically only a little over 100 years ago. However, this calamity, this power that corrupts and distorts the world, is spreading its influence against the flow of time. The point in time this power spreads pushes the origin of that hellish place further back, making it increasingly ancient. That's why some people say that hellish place has existed since ancient times. Li Heng still seemed puzzled. Then why hasn't history changed drastically? He naturally had some guesses, but since the person in question was right in front of him, he still wanted to verify it. That hellish place was clearly not a minor factor. That? I'm not quite dead yet. The figure laughed, waving his hand. It was that straight timeline that showed countless branches at each point in time, densely packed, each flashing with different images. These are all possibilities for the world. Li Heng slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Then I understand. You've led all those historical changes caused by that hellish place and pollution to these possible branches? Yes, considering your level, that's about right. But don't think I'm that strong. It's just that this world is flawed, and the possible branches that arise are all illusions, not real. That's why I can easily manipulate them. The figure chuckled. Then why do some people still think that hellish place has existed since ancient times? Li Heng continued to ask. Sure enough, he got the answer he expected. This figure couldn't completely eliminate the effects of historical changes, and could only let some minor aspects slide, otherwise it would consume too much of his power. See? You haven't even come into contact with that hellish place, which proves that you lack understanding of this calamity, this kind of power that can distort the world. How can I trust you to tell you the truth? The figure shook its head and said. Li Heng was speechless. He was too lazy to persuade the figure in front of him anymore. It was a typical person who talked nonsense, very stubborn. He then changed the subject. What about the deserters you mentioned earlier? Although he had some guesses in his mind. However, these speculations still needed to be confirmed. A deserter is a deserter. What do you think it is? The figure retorted. You really don't want to say? Even if I don't say, you've already guessed, haven't you? Besides, these things aren't something someone at your level can know, they involve the realm of the Great Void. Li Heng shook his head and sighed. A wisp of origin power condensed on his fingertips. The Great Void? Then what do you think this power is? This figure, seemingly an ancient immortal god, although considering him a variable and telling him part of the truth, seemed to completely distrust his strength and ability to grow. He spoke only half-truths, which was incredibly annoying. So he decided to reveal something real. Anyway, he wasn't afraid this figure would attack him. With the protection of origin power, even if he was defeated, he could escape. Taking this risk that wasn't really a risk, and learning part of the truth, was worthwhile. The figure stared at the origin power before him, extremely puzzled. What kind of power is this? You don't know? Li Heng countered. I have no reason to lie to you, I really don't know. This power feels very unfamiliar to me, and I can't explore it at all. It just seems ordinary, but this ordinariness is the biggest anomaly. The figure shook its head. Li Heng was somewhat surprised at this moment. When he took out the source power, he considered three possibilities. The first possibility was that this figure recognized the source power. After all, it was an ancient immortal god who could create heaven and earth and perform some space-time manipulation, so it wouldn't be surprising if it knew about the existence of the source power. The second possibility was that this figure didn't know the source power, but could sense its power or its supreme status, similar to the blind man and the elephant, unable to grasp the whole picture. And this third possibility, which Li Heng thought was the least likely, was that this figure neither knew the source power nor could it sense its power, only finding it ordinary. Because this third possibility didn't even qualify it to touch the elephant. His gaze towards the figure became subtle. You're supposed to be an immortal god who created heaven and earth. How can you be so weak? Or was it that the level of the source power was beyond his imagination, even higher than he had imagined, not just the literal power of the world's origin, but something even higher? You seem quite surprised. What, is it so strange that I don't recognize this power? The figure asked, somewhat puzzled. He had seen too many surprises from this variable, and now it had produced a power that even he couldn't understand, a power that seemed utterly ordinary. It was truly strange. Although he wasn't considered extremely strong among the immortals and gods, he was still a pillar of the sect, and he had come into contact with mysterious things and powers such as Chaos Key, Profound Yellow Key, and True Water of the Cosmic Light. Yet, he couldn't recognize this power at all. Li Heng pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words. To put it this way, if you were a mortal and knew this power, it could be likened to thunder in the sky. If you didn't know this power but could sense its strength, then it was like the heavens themselves. And now, you neither know this power nor can you fathom its power, so this power is the unseen Dao, and you don't even have the right to try and understand it like a blind man touching an elephant. The tone was incredibly arrogant. But Li Heng knew that was a bit too modest. He'd said it before, as long as his source energy was sufficient. He was confident he could do anything. The figure was stunned by these words and remained silent for a long time. Just as Li Heng was wondering if something had gone wrong, the figure spoke. To be honest, the figure said, I really wanted to slap you just now and yell at you for bragging, asking how much you drank before coming here. But when I forced myself to calm down and think about it, I realized there's some truth to what you said. I genuinely can't sense the peculiarity of this power. Even with my level of cultivation, I can't detect the slightest difference, and I can't analyze it either, which means this power has a very powerful origin. Of course, what you said was also a bit exaggerated. What level are you at? How dare you presume to discuss the Dao of the unseen realm? The figure acknowledged its shortcomings and began to disdainfully criticize Li Heng's words. Li Heng smiled without saying a word, not continuing the argument. This reaction displeased the voice, which retorted. I admit, this power surprised me. I estimate it's at most on par with the Chaos Key, one of the foundations of the Great Void, perhaps even slightly weaker, only possessing a hidden characteristic. Moreover, I'm already dead at this point in time. If it were the initial point in time, the me who wasn't dead then would definitely be confident I could glean something from it. The figure said confidently. Yes, 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 yes. Li Heng casually replied. He was fairly certain this figure simply didn't know. However, while he was pleased, he was also somewhat frustrated. He was pleased that the level of the source power exceeded his expectations. He was frustrated because he had originally intended to use the source power as a pass to demand the truth and secrets from this figure. But now, this figure's level was too low. The pass's level was too high. The figure most likely wouldn't recognize it. Fine, didn't you want some information from me? I can tell you something. The power you've shown is enough to make me increase my investment. The figure was somewhat frustrated and annoyed. Originally, no matter how unexpected this variable was, its strength was too low, he could easily look down on it. But now this variable had unleashed a power he couldn't understand, making him feel like a country bumpkin. After all, he had once shone brightly throughout the realms. You've probably already guessed what happened with the deserters. We lost. The figure said calmly. The primordial immortals lost? Li Heng clarified the premise. The figure shook its head. No, it's just that we lost. Li Heng frowned. What do you mean? The primordial immortals weren't a monolithic group, so some chose to leave, some chose to desert, we chose to stay, and some chose to search for a way. The figure explained. So you were in the faction that stayed? And then you failed? Why did you fail? Because of this calamity? Li Heng asked. What you said is mostly correct, but I must correct one point. The calamity is endless, so it cannot be described as this one. Now the Great Void is shrouded in darkness, and presumably only we, the remnants of the dead, remain. The figure said bitterly, no longer showing any smile. Then what is the truth of the calamity? Or rather, why did the calamity occur? Li Heng continued to ask. The truth of the calamity? You'll have to find out for yourself. Even we haven't found that. As for why the calamity occurred, we know nothing about it either. Otherwise we wouldn't have ended up in this state. The figure spread its hands, utterly helpless. Then can I understand that you know nothing? Li Heng said calmly. The figure nodded. That's a very apt description. Li Heng was speechless. He was certain that this figure had many things it hadn't said and was now playing dumb with him. Ultimately, it was because this figure's level was too low. The source power hadn't intimidated him. It was like a king fighting a bronze-level opponent. Seeing this, the figure shook its head. Why do you need to know so much? Since the calamity began, information has not only possessed power, but also a mysterious curse. Those who are not strong enough to know these things will surely die. What I just revealed is the limit of what someone of your level can know. Any higher and you will definitely be watched and unable to escape your fate. Do you want to die that much? Besides, I have already said a lot, and there are many hints. You can try to guess. Li Heng was exhausted. He could have said that with his source power in hand, he had the world at his command. But this figure did not know the power of the source power, so it was useless to say anything. He couldn't possibly expend source power to prove it, could he? There was no need for that. Besides, what if this figure continued to play dumb? Wouldn't his source power have been wasted? Alright, you know enough. Now I can ask you, are you willing to become my successor, to wield the great sun path, and to illuminate all realms after my death? The figure asked in a serious tone. Well, aren't you not dead yet? Not completely dead. Li Heng carefully examined the figure. This ancient immortal god is truly pessimistic. He's already making arrangements for his affairs before he's even dead. Look how optimistic he is. Oh, he's cheating, huh? Never mind then. You don't want to hear that? Although I don't know why you're so optimistic and confident, as long as you become my successor, breaking through the limits of this world and becoming an immortal god will be a piece of cake. Moreover, as long as you're not as foolish as me, nurturing this world and unable to escape, you can travel the vast void. Even if the entire void darkens, you can live for a long time. The figure tempted him. Although this accident was extremely disrespectful to him, an immortal god, this world was the most suitable being to become his successor. As for others, like that little guy surnamed Lai, they were nothing compared to this accident. So, this world is doomed? Li Heng's thoughts jumped around, and he blurted out this question. He could understand the figure's implied meaning. The figure was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. They're definitely doomed. An ancient immortal, the very being that gave birth to heaven and earth, so confidently predicted the fate of the world, issuing a death sentence. One can only imagine how terrifying this calamity is. But didn't you just say I could break the deadlock? Li Heng asked, puzzled. Breaking the deadlock is breaking the deadlock, and the world being doomed is doomed. These are two different things, not the same thing. Of course, if you want to save this world, it's simple, just destroy the calamity that has descended upon it. The figure pointed to the timeline that was gradually turning black, speaking casually. Then, the voice gradually lowered and became dejected. Unfortunately, even someone like me, a creator-level being, can do it? What makes you think you can? So, hurry up and complete your succession, then run away before everything falls apart. Stop dreaming you're some kind of savior. Li Heng nodded heavily upon hearing this. I think I can do it. The world can still be saved. He didn't say this because he was stubborn, but because he felt that such a large amount of source power should not be wasted. Wasting it would be shameful. Who knows how hard won every bit of source power is. Chapter 285 Saints Academy. Li Heng descended from the great sun, intending to pass through the 9th Gale layer and return to the world. This time, he had reached an agreement with the figure. The figure allowed him to freely borrow the power of the great sun for cultivation and meditation. In return, he would do his part to save this world destined to decline. Thinking of the previous conversation, Li Heng couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Saving the world? What kind of RPG plot is that? Of course, he wasn't a savior, and the figure didn't think he was either, so this was just a desperate measure. If he could save it, great. If not, it didn't matter. The figure's greatest wish was for him to inherit the Dao of the Great Sun, although Li Heng had flatly refused. Above the Great Sun, the figure looked down, seeing all things in heaven and earth, and the ever-twisting, rotting pollution deep within the world, a worried expression on its face. Then, seeing Li Heng's departing figure, it couldn't help but laugh and curse. This kid, you just don't want to take responsibility, don't you? Unbelievable. You won't even accept a supreme divine inheritance. He shook his head with a sigh, the young calf unafraid of tigers. This kid actually dared to dream of saving the world? If the world could truly be saved, he would have done it long ago. Why wait for someone else? He looked at the timeline gradually darkening before him and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Oh well, there's still some time. Once this kid realizes the terror of this calamity, the horror of this power, he'll have no choice but to change his mind. With a smug smile, his figure gradually faded and disappeared. Meanwhile, the great sun, as always, radiated boundless light, protecting heaven and earth. Within the 9th layer of gales, the destructive gales were fierce and violent, shattering the void. Yu Fuhei stood here, a thoughtful expression on his face, his mind somewhat chaotic. Who exactly was that person just now? And what kind of strength did he possess? How could he break through the 9th layer of gales, finding himself unharmed in that realm of pure destruction, and still fly upwards? Could this person have already broken through the limits of the celestial being realm? He couldn't help but gasp. The limit of heaven and earth is the celestial being realm. Breaking through to the celestial being realm is equivalent to breaking through heaven and earth itself. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Even those ancient monsters who have lived for several epochs couldn't do this, right? Perhaps only the great being who opened the cycle of reincarnation could accomplish it? His flesh and blood had been ravaged by the destructive gale, and now only a snow-white skeleton remained. All the rotten flesh and blood had been removed. Although the root of the disease had not yet been cured, removing this rotten flesh and blood could suppress the pollution for a period of time. And now, under the ravages of the destructive gale, many cracks appeared on his skeleton, and the sound of bones breaking echoed. The destructive gale was too terrifying. Even someone like him at the peak of the celestial being realm couldn't stay here for so long. He should leave. But he didn't want to leave yet. He looked up at the outside of the 9th gale layer, somewhat unwilling. What did the great being want to do outside the 9th gale layer? Did he want to ascend to the great sun? But that was impossible. He became deeply curious about the purpose of this great being. And most importantly, he wanted to befriend this powerful figure. In other words, he wanted to curry favor with him. At this moment, Yu Fuhei suddenly froze. He saw a figure appear outside the 9th gale layer, amidst the pure void and destruction, flying towards the 9th gale layer. Could it be that powerful figure had returned? So quickly? Regardless, he was now invigorated, his face beaming with joy. Although he was now a skeleton, his expression was completely unreadable. Heng broke through the protective barrier and returned to the 9th gale layer. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally back. The destructive power of the void outside the 9th gale layer was terrifying. His source energy was rapidly depleting. If he hadn't made a deal with the figure, he would have suffered a huge loss. Now, he only had 400,000 source energy left. Just as Heng was pondering how to recover his lost source energy, whether to hunt the demons of the underworld or to cause trouble for that Promised Land organization, a voice broke his reverie. Yu Fuhei greet Senior. Heng was taken aback, looking up to see a snow-white skeleton, the kind that would make even a dog shudder, bowing in his direction. This skeletal monster? Sensing its aura, it seemed to match the celestial being he had seen in the 8th gale layer. But how did it become a skeleton now? Are you the one from the 8th gale layer? Heng asked. That's right. I saw you heading straight for the 9th gale layer, and out of curiosity, I came here too, only to find that you had directly broken through the 9th gale layer and gone beyond the heavens, Yu Fuhei said calmly. Heng nodded thoughtfully. He understood. So you're standing here letting the gale blow you, trying to remove the rotten flesh from your body? But isn't that too cruel, turning yourself into a skeleton? Heng said quietly. So, after achieving celestial being status, the physical body is no longer so important, but turning yourself into this would probably damage your very essence. Senior, you are wise. This junior acted out of desperation, Yu Fuhei said with a wry smile. It seems your corruption is quite deep. Heng shook his head and sighed. That's right. I was deeply corrupted and on the verge of becoming a monster. With a death wish, I left a will and went to the gale layer here, hoping to fight to the death and see if it would work. Unexpectedly, it actually had some effect. Removing all my flesh and blood could temporarily suppress the corruption, Yu Fuhei replied respectfully. Heng remained calm upon hearing this. It was only a temporary fix, a last-ditch effort. Tell me, what do you want? Your skeleton is almost shattered. You should have left this place long ago, but you're still here, clearly waiting for me to return. You don't just want to see me, do you? Heng said with a smile. Senior's insight is truly remarkable. I admire you greatly. However, this pollution and distortion has penetrated deep into the very essence of our souls, making it difficult to eradicate. Even if we were to shave off our own flesh and blood, it would only suppress it for a period of time. Moreover, even if it is suppressed, the pollution and distortion will continue to deepen until it reaches a certain point, at which point even shaving off our flesh and blood will be useless. So you've set your sights on me? Yu Fuhei was startled upon hearing this. This question, if not answered properly, would be a death sentence. He quickly spoke, his expression sincere. I dare not, but I truly have no other choice but to take a gamble. I saw a senior break through the 9th layer of the gale wind and head towards the outer heavens filled with destruction and nothingness, something that has never been seen before in history. Li Heng's expression was calm. He could understand the unspoken meaning in Yu Fuhei's words. Seeing him head towards the destructive outer heavens, he felt that Yu Fuhei must be a terrifying existence beyond the celestial beings, hence his desire to find a way out through him. Then let me ask you, why should I help you? Li Heng asked with a smile. Yu Fuhei was overjoyed upon hearing this. This powerful being did not directly say that he could not do it but instead asked why he would help him. Does that mean this powerful being truly has the ability to resolve it? If Senior can resolve this junior's contamination, the 100 Saints Academy will surely offer a generous reward. The Academy holds various ancient texts and secret techniques of the sages, which may be of some help to Senior. He continued his respectful reply, brimming with confidence. The 100 Saints Academy's profound foundation spanning several eras, even this terrifyingly powerful being above the celestial realm would surely be tempted, right? The 100 Saints Academy? Li Heng's expression was subtle. What a coincidence. He'd searched high and low without finding it, only to have it fall into his lap effortlessly. During his previous investigation, that mysterious jade slip of salvation was indeed within the 100 Saints Academy. Chapter 286 The Position of a Half-Saint. The foundation of the 100 Saints Academy? Interesting. Li Heng chuckled, causing Yu Fuhei's heart to leap with joy. Could this powerful figure be interested? He quickly spoke, striking while the iron was hot. Senior, the 100 Saints Academy will never disappoint you. Li Heng pondered for a moment before speaking. All right, then I'll see what the 100 Saints Academy's foundation is like. Before that, I can temporarily help you suppress the mutation infection. With a thought, a ray of great sunlight appeared, flying to Yu Fuhei's skeletal frame and disappearing into it. Before Yu Fuhei could even resist, he sensed it and was immediately shaken. He realized that the pollution entangled deep within his soul and true spirit had actually been suppressed and stopped. A monstrous wave of shock surged within him. This was pollution that had rendered all celestials helpless, and even those ancient monsters who had lived for several epochs had suffered greatly from it, yet it had been suppressed so easily. For a moment, he felt as if he were living in a dream. Originally, he only hoped to obtain some methods to prolong his life from this powerful being, not seeking a complete solution to the pollution, but now it seemed that he dared not even think about it. Perhaps this powerful being could truly solve the pollution completely? Thank you, Senior, for saving me from danger. Yu Fuhei bowed deeply and said joyfully. Li Heng remained calm. No need for further words, lead the way. The origin of that jade slip was definitely not simple. He had asked the figure above the great sun before, but that figure also said he didn't know. Although it was mainly because the figure hadn't left this world for a long time and hadn't observed the great void, to make an ancient immortal god unaware of it meant that the figure must have some skill. In the western part of Dali, in the Shanhai County, in the western Lai King's mansion. Master, what have you considered? Would you like to come with me to the 100 Saints Academy? In a room furnished with various exquisite porcelains and surrounded by incense, the fragrance swirling upwards, Xiao Hao smiled at the monk and Taoist before him. The monk and Taoist pondered for a moment. Amitabha, this humble Taoist is willing to accompany the young master. Zhuan Xianji's task for him was to stay by this extraordinary individual's side. Even if this extraordinary individual faced mountains of knives and seas of fire, he would have to go with him, he had no choice. Xiao Hao's lips twitched upon hearing this. Although he had long anticipated that the monk and Taoist would definitely follow him, the way he said Amitabha while referring to himself as a humble Taoist was somewhat subtle, so he could only describe it this way. Driven by Qizhen, he asked, Master, are you a Taoist or a monk? The monk and Taoist's expression turned solemn upon hearing this, and he clasped his hands together. This humble monk is both a Taoist and a monk. Xiao Hao was puzzled. Can you have both identities at the same time? Young master is too fixated on appearances. Whether a Taoist or a monk, in the end, we are all people who have left home to cultivate, wandering in the mortal world. Why bother about the difference between the two? Seeking the Tao within one's heart, the Buddha within one's heart, that's all. The monk and Taoist shook his head and smiled. Xiao Hao was surprised upon hearing this. These words were so mesmerizing. Almost demonic. But such a person should be a prominent figure in this chaotic future, So why didn't he know him? Had he perished midway through his life? Or? Xiaohao increasingly doubted his own memories. There was no way around it. Most of the events that had occurred recently contradicted his memory. Even reincarnation had appeared, and even the heavens had disappeared. It was just absurd. If it weren't for some things that made sense, and the fact that he possessed the Heavenly Dao book, he would have suspected that his memories had been fabricated. Thinking of his upcoming trip to the 100 Saints Academy, he looked up at the sky, lost in thought. According to the original historical trajectory, a half-saint surnamed Yu would fall within the 100 Saints Academy, leading to a great opportunity within the academy. This great opportunity might even create a true saint. A half-saint is equivalent to a celestial being. A true saint, however, is above a celestial being. Therefore, he had to seize it. A fierce glint flashed in Xiaohao's eyes, and his hand clenched tightly. That great opportunity was definitely his. Even the chosen one from the original trajectory would have to step aside. He possessed the Heavenly Dao book and the Heavenly Secret platform. The advantage was his, victory was assured. Leaving the borders of the Great Li Kingdom and heading towards the 100 Saints Academy, the sky above was cloudless, the sun shining brightly on the earth. The initial advantage was overwhelmed by the yang energy, and the aftershocks of the battle slowly dissipated. In the void, Li Heng crushed the intruder with one hand. Looks like someone doesn't want you to leave alive. He gripped the neck of a humanoid shadowy figure, and the true fire of the sun suddenly erupted, incinerating the figure, but he received no source energy sensing, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Leaving the gale layer, Yu Fuhei regained his physical body. His expression was somewhat complicated. It seems someone has coveted my position. Indeed, when I left, I made a will stating that if I didn't return, my position as a half-saint should be given to someone else. Now I've actually returned alive. Others might be somewhat unwilling. Yu Fuhei smiled bitterly. He had always been on good terms with everyone and had no enemies alive. But now, having successfully returned alive, he was being targeted for assassination by someone vying for a semi-saint position. This left him with mixed feelings. Most importantly, the method of this roadblock was incredibly powerful and sophisticated. The aura was completely concealed, making it impossible for him to guess who was behind it. Moreover, if he hadn't happened to encounter this senior, given his recent physical recovery and severely weakened state, he would have truly harbored resentment and died here. Li Heng shook his head upon hearing this. He knew it was internal strife. But what kind of world was this? The world was on the verge of destruction, yet some were still thinking about internal conflict. It only showed their short-sightedness, completely unaware of what they were about to face. Senior, can you sense who attacked? Yu Fuhei asked. I captured a wisp of energy, but it's too far away to sense. I estimate I'll have to come to the 100 Saints Academy to see for myself, Li Heng said calmly, a wisp of energy swirling in his hand. Yu Fuhei's face lit up with joy. Please keep it safe, senior. I will repay you handsomely. Once I return to the 100 Sages Academy, I will definitely find it. Alright, let's not waste any more time. It was just a minor incident, and Li Heng said indifferently. What time was it? He didn't want to get involved in the internal strife of the human race, especially since it was just the internal strife of one faction within the human race. The 100 Sages Academy, a sacred place standing outside the dynasties, traces its origins back to the ancient era of the sages. It is said to have been jointly established by the 100 sages and has been passed down to this day, possessing a profound foundation. However, now, the 100 schools of thought have declined, and Confucianism has become the dominant school. Therefore, the 100 Sages Academy is now led by Confucianism, with other schools of thought as secondary, either belittled as miscellaneous studies or incorporated into the Confucian system, losing its original purpose. Along the way, Li Heng listened to Yu Fuhei's account, seemingly lost in thought. In that case, what school do you belong to? Confucianism, Yu Fuhei answered frankly. In past struggles, Confucianism emerged as the ultimate victor, and as a half-saint of the 100 Sages Academy, he was naturally inseparable from Confucianism, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to grow to his current state. Why not just rename the 100 Sages Academy the Confucian Sage Academy? Li Heng suggested. Yu Fuhei felt somewhat embarrassed. Senior, you know we have to maintain a facade. Although the 100 Sages Academy is currently led by Confucianism, it's still a Confucianism that integrates the strengths of all schools of thought, he argued. Li Heng glanced at Yu Fuhei but didn't reply. He wasn't angry. Since Yu Fuhei was a Confucian, he naturally had to speak for Confucianism, and since he was on the right side, no one would say anything. He also had no objection to Confucianism, or rather, no objection to the doctrines that an era should have. One cannot force a doctrine to transcend its time, unless the time traveler suddenly appears. Moreover, Confucianism wasn't without its strengths, such as its skill in keeping the people ignorant and in governance. Unless the external environment changes drastically, or an overwhelming force emerges, the era of Confucianism will last a long time. Take Li Heng's past life, for example. If it weren't for the progress of civilization, the emergence of powerful ships and cannons, and the capitalist powers crushing a certain dynasty with their technologically advanced achievements, destroying the feudal era, and eradicating this oil on which Confucianism depended for survival, Confucianism would still be in power today. Yu Fuhei's heart skipped a beat when he saw that Li Heng didn't reply. He had a bad feeling. Could this senior have a problem with Confucianism? But that didn't make sense. Although there were some scoundrels in Confucianism, to put it bluntly, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. It didn't mean that there was a problem with Confucianism itself. At this moment, Li Heng spoke up. Who is the strongest in your 100 Sages Academy right now? Yu Fuhei breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Replying to Senior, it is the first sage, Zhu Shengzhu Zi. However, I don't really like that old guy. If it weren't for Wang Sheng's seclusion and his long absence from the world, he wouldn't have gotten the position of first sage. Speaking of Zhu Zi, Yu Fuhei was somewhat disdainful. That's not all the reason, is it? Li Heng said calmly. That's natural. The main problem is that guy's doctrines are too annoying. His Neo-Confucianism advocates eliminating human desires and preserving heavenly principles. What kind of talk is that? What makes a person human is their desires. If they don't have desires, are they still human? Seeing that his senior was taking it seriously, Yu Fuhei quickly replied, speaking ill of Zhu Zi. Besides, even that old guy doesn't necessarily follow this doctrine. I heard he recently took a concubine. Is that what you call eliminating human desires? Even he himself hasn't done it, so how can others believe it? Speaking of this, Yu Fuhei curled his lip. Li Heng's expression was subtle. This doctrine, this Zhu Zi, seems a bit familiar. But since he's already seen so many seemingly plausible things here, what's wrong with seeing this again? He's used to it. So what is your doctrine? Li Heng didn't continue to comment on Neo-Confucianism, but instead looked at Yu Fuhei teasingly. Yu Fuhei looked somewhat embarrassed. This junior hasn't proposed a doctrine. Because I think the doctrines of the sages are already very complete, and I don't need to worry about them. He forced himself to give his reason. So how did you get this semi-saint status? Li Heng asked curiously. I earned it with my fists, Yu Fuhei replied stubbornly. Earned it with his fists? Li Heng's expression was subtle. He understood why some people in the 100 Sages Academy wanted Yu Fuhei dead. Without any teachings to be passed down, this semi-saint status had no real value and might affect the reputation of Confucianism. Yu Fuhei was somewhat of a hog, not contributing anything. If the 100 Sages Academy had external enemies, that would be fine. But if not, and given that Yu Fuhei himself was facing problems and his fame was fading, it was the perfect time to discard him like a spent bird. Seeing Li Heng's expression, Yu Fuhei stubbornly replied, I've been injured and bled for the 100 Sages Academy, so what's wrong with wanting a semi-saint status? Besides, I haven't even asked for a temple to be built for me. This is already a bargain for them. Li Heng smiled. If they really wanted a temple to be built for you, you'd probably be dead by now. Even in your prime, it wouldn't matter, you'd be discarded like a spent bird from the start. Not eating the cold pig's head is a good choice, he commented to Yu Fuhei. Yu Fuhei nodded in complete agreement. That's true. The cold pig's head at the Temple of the 100 Schools is really bad. Those cooks didn't put any effort into it. Luckily, those ancient sages died long ago, otherwise those cooks would be in big trouble. Li Heng was speechless upon hearing this. This guy actually stole the tribute? Is he really a Confucian? He seriously doubted it. The two chatted as they arrived at their destination. Senior, the 100 Sages Academy is down here. Li Heng nodded. Regardless of the 100 Sages Academy's appearance, its location alone was excellent. It was situated at the crossroads of the various dynasties, where fortune converged, and the feng shui was superb. It would be a pity not to build a tomb here. Wait. At this moment, Yu Fuhei suddenly froze. Damn it, do these guys really want me dead? A memorial ceremony for me is being held inside the academy. He looked down into the 100 Sages Academy and could faintly hear mournful music. He was immediately furious. Li Heng chuckled. He found this unsurprising. The 100 Sages Academy had probably suffered under Yu Fuhei's influence for far too long. At the 100 Sages Academy, on the debate platform, a large group of students gathered. The loudspeakers blared, and before them stood a stone tablet, inscribed with Yu Fuhei's name and a prayer. However, the students showed no sorrow. Some even laughed. That old dog Yu is finally dead. He lived so long, it was bound to be. Good riddance. If he didn't die, who would? If it weren't for his interference, Zhu Sheng's Neo-Confucianism would have been promoted throughout the academy long ago. That old dog Yu was simply delaying everyone's enjoyment. That's right, he even wanted to promote the school of mind? That was ridiculous. Wang Sheng has been in seclusion for a long time, he's probably already dead. What's the point of promoting the doctrines of a dead man? Besides, Wang Sheng's school of mind is so obscure, how could we understand it? The students whispered amongst themselves, quite gleefully. All right, quiet down. The memorial service begins. Everyone, put away your happy expressions and become sorrowful. Elder Yu, the half-saint, has passed away today. Our 100 Saints Academy has suffered a heavy loss, and we offer our condolences. An old man laughed loudly in front of a group of students. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded, followed by an angry shout. You really want me dead? Yu Fuhei and Li Heng appeared in midair. Chapter 287 Where is my opportunity? What kind of demon dares to come to my 100 saints? The old man's expression changed drastically upon seeing such a grand display, his aura exploding as if he were a peak Dharma aspect cultivator. However, when he saw Yu Fuhei's figure, he was immediately stunned. You, the half-saint. The old man stammered out 3 words, his heart sinking. What was going on? How come this old dog Yu was still alive? Wasn't he supposed to be on his deathbed, beyond cure? His expression instantly changed, and he was overjoyed. Congratulations, half-saint Yu, on your second life, your heaven-defying return. He bowed deeply to Yu Fuhei. The academy students who had been indignant, thinking it was the work of a demon, were also stunned. It was actually that old dog Yu. How come he was still alive? How come he looked perfectly fine? Yu Fuhei sneered upon hearing this, crossing his arms. How, so my second life is considered defying the heavens? It seems you really don't want me to live. The old man was too frightened to reply, remaining silent. Seeing this, Yu Fuhei shook his head angrily, but there was nothing he could do. This was the 100 Saints Academy, a place where various schools of thought flourished. He couldn't just slaughter everyone like other forces. He looked at Li Heng apologetically and said, I'm sorry to have made you laugh, senior. It's a misfortune for the academy. Li Heng's expression remained calm as he calmly said, in my aura sensing, the person who ambushed you is approaching. Yu Fuhei was stunned upon hearing this, then flew into a rage. Not only did they fail to assassinate him, but they also dared to show up so brazenly. Did they really think Yu Fuhei was dead? Did they intend to assassinate him again? Old Yu, why are you so angry? Suddenly, a voice rang out from all directions, and a hunched figure tore through the void and appeared before them, an old man with white beard and hair. Actually, it's not their fault. After all, you left a will when you departed, and the pollution you suffered was more severe than anyone else's. So, no one thought you could come back alive. Yu Fuhei's expression turned ugly upon hearing this. High priest, what do you mean by that? Don't think that just because you're Zhu Zi's disciple, I won't dare to attack you. The high priest chuckled upon hearing this. I'm just telling the truth, but since you've returned now, it's not a bad thing. However, pollution is always strange. How could a half-saint actually resolve this pollution and successfully extend his life? I wonder what good method the half-saint has? Yu Fuhei snorted coldly, why should I tell you? Half-saint is joking. I only wish to ask the half-saint to reveal this method, to proclaim it to the world, and to bless all people. And I happen to be one of the myriad spirits. The high priest smiled slightly. Also, who is this fellow Taoist? He looked at Li Heng, revealing a look of surprise. Li Heng's expression remained calm. We've met before, why hide it? The grand high priest's expression shifted upon hearing this. What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist. Li Heng chuckled lightly, opening his palm, a wisp of energy swirling within. Is this yours? The Grand High Priest was instantly filled with utter shock. This was actually his energy? How could this be? Impossible. When he intercepted Yu Fu Hei, he used his master's secret technique, one that no one in the world could discern. How could this person have detected his energy and revealed a flaw? I don't recognize it, the Grand High Priest said calmly, suppressing his inner turmoil. Yu Fu Hei was only momentarily stunned. When he came to his senses and compared the wisp of energy in Li Heng's hand with the Grand High Priest's aura, he was instantly enraged. So, it was you, old bastard, who intercepted me. He immediately swung his palm down, intending to kill the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest's expression changed, and he uttered a single word, principle. The surrounding laws of heaven and earth instantly shifted, connecting to form the character principle, which collided with Yu Fu Hei's palm. With a crack, the character principle was shattered by Yu Fu Hei's palm, and the laws of heaven and earth dissipated. However, the Grand Priest also took the opportunity to distance himself from Yu Fu Hei. The Grand Priest's expression was gloomy, cursing inwardly. Damn martial artist. Half-saint you, what do you mean by this? He angrily rebuked Yu Fu Hei. Although you are a half-saint, you cannot attack the Grand Priest of the Academy. Do you want to break the rules and be stripped of your half-saint status? Is there a rule in the Academy's rules that anyone who attacks a half-saint must die? Yu Fu Hei was extremely angry. He originally didn't want to doubt, but now he had no choice but to believe it. I have never attacked a half-saint. Half-saint, don't be deceived by demons. The Grand Master spoke calmly, glancing at Li Heng, his words seemingly pointed. Compared to the brute Yu Fu Hei, this damned mysterious man was the most hateful to him. If this man hadn't suddenly appeared and protected Yu Fu Hei would have been intercepted and killed long ago. Well, as expected of Zhu Zai's disciple, you're quite adept at twisting the truth. Yu Fu Hei laughed angrily. If he didn't kill this old bastard today, he wouldn't be a Yu anymore. He flashed forward, closing in and launching a fierce attack. The Grand Master's expression changed drastically, and he could only helplessly parry the attacks. With each clash with Yu Fu Hei, he secretly groaned. What was going on? Wasn't this old dog Yu terminally ill? Even if he temporarily suppressed the pollution, his combat power should have dropped significantly, right? But now, why did his combat power not seem to have dropped at all? Yu Fu Hei punched the Grand Master, sending him flying and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The Grand Master roared, Yu Fu Hei, what exactly do you want to do? Kill each other? To make a fool of yourself in front of outsiders and the students of the Academy. Hell, so what? I just want to beat you to death. Yu Fu Hei didn't stop his attack at all. In a courtyard within the Academy, where guests were being accommodated, Xiao Hao, along with the monks and Taoists, watched the fierce battle between Yu Fu Hei and the Grand Master in the sky, utterly bewildered. What was going on? He didn't recall this happening before. And Yu Fu Hei? That name sounded familiar. Wait, a thunderbolt flashed through Xiao Hao's mind, cleaving through the chaos in his heart and striking his brain. Wasn't that the name of the fallen half-saint? But wasn't this half-saint already dead? How could he still be alive? Xiao Hao was completely dumbfounded. In the original timeline, this half-saint Yu died, leaving a vacancy for a half-saint position in the Hundred Saints Academy, which led to the opening of a secret realm within the Academy. A great opportunity lay hidden within that secret realm. But now, this half-saint Yu wasn't dead, which meant the secret realm wouldn't open? Without the secret realm opening, where would the great opportunity come from? He stood there, stunned, not knowing what to do. The monks and Taoist priests nearby looked on with concern. What was going on? How could this young master, this anomaly, have suddenly become like this? Had he been struck by lightning? He looked up at the sky, puzzled. That figure looked like Layman Li? Chapter 288 The Secret Realm of the Saints. The Grand Master was being relentlessly beaten by Yu Fu Hei, so frustrated he was spitting blood. He hadn't expected that Yu Fu Hei's former person would recognize his identity so easily, nor had he expected Yu Fu Hei to be so reckless, launching a direct attack right there in the Academy. Yu Fu Hei, aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the masses when the other half-saints emerge from seclusion? The Grand Master roared. But what met him was only one punch after another from Yu Fu Hei. He sneered inwardly, disregarding the Grand Master's words. Although the Neo-Confucian school held a dominant position in the academy, it only occupied one of the 9 half-saint positions. If it weren't for the current first half-saint, Zhu Zai, suppressing them, how could the Neo-Confucian school have the right to dominate the discourse? Suddenly, a sigh rang out. In an inconspicuous courtyard, a pillar of righteous energy shot into the sky, a beautiful poem floated in the air, and a figure slowly emerged. Half-saint Yu, show mercy where you can. Yu Fuhei was taken aback upon seeing this, a cold smile appearing on his face. What, you surnamed Lei, you want to get involved in this mess too? Or are you, a mere void saint, eyeing my position? His expression was extremely unfriendly. I was entrusted with a task, and I must fulfill my duty. Besides, I, a half-saint, have no life or death grudge against the Grand Priest. Why fight and make a fool of myself? This void saint Lei was blatantly lying. Li Heng's gaze was strange at this moment. He wasn't particularly surprised by the strength of this void saint Lei. He had seen this void saint Lei before, in the organization of the Promised Land. When he first met this person, he was only at the peak of the Dharma aspect stage. Now he had actually advanced to the celestial realm. He went to the 100 Saints Academy for 2 reasons. First, because of that mysterious jade slip. Second, because he had identified this void saint Lei and planned to take him down. Now that he had appeared on his own, he didn't need to look for him anymore. HMPH, the Grand Priest's intentions are despicable. You surnamed Lei, get out of my way. You're just a void saint, you have no right to interfere with the actions of a half-saint. Yu Fuhei originally didn't want to use his power to intimidate others, but now it seemed it wouldn't work. Lei Zishan chuckled upon hearing this. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Within the 100 Saints Academy, half-saints are naturally revered. But to depose or establish a new one requires the judgment of the saint. I urge you, half-saint, to invite the other half-saints out of seclusion, and not to make this decision unilaterally. He waved his hand. Exquisite writings appeared, protecting the Grand Master. I don't want to depose him, I only want to kill him, Yu Fuhei sneered. Lei Zishan shook his head even more. If you, half-saint, truly wish to deal with the Grand Master, then you must abolish this position. Otherwise, even as a half-saint, you are an enemy of the 100 Saints Academy. Violating the Academy's rules could easily cost you your half-saint status. Lei Zishan said with a smile. If other half-saints were present, he naturally wouldn't have spoken in this tone. But this half-saint before him was merely a brute with fists, devoid of any doctrine, and utterly alone. Moreover, he had long coveted this brute's position. You, surnamed Lei. Are you threatening me? Yu Fuhei's eyes narrowed slightly. Just following the rules of the Academy, Lei Zishan replied calmly. At this moment, the Grand Master breathed a sigh of relief. His teacher was indeed astute, predicting that someone would be unruly after his seclusion, and had preemptively won over this Lei Zishan, a newly rising genius of various schools. The two of them together were not afraid of this martial artist who only had fists. At this moment, Yu Fuhei hesitated. There was no way around it, he was still somewhat weak. Now that this Lei Zishan had appeared, he couldn't kill the damned Grand Master at all. Moreover, as Lei Zishan said, directly killing the Grand Master would actually be against the rules. If he could kill the Grand Master, it would be worth it. But now he couldn't kill him, and he would have to break the rules, which seemed not worth it at all. Unless he looked to Li Heng. If this senior were to take action, he would quickly dismiss the idea. After all, he knew that this senior had no reason to take action for him and incur other enemies. I think Lei Zishan's words are different, Li Heng said with a smile. Didn't your revered sage Confucius say, some say, what about repaying evil with kindness? Confucius replied, then what will you repay kindness with? Repay evil with justice, and repay kindness with kindness. Now, isn't Yu Fuhei repaying evil with justice? Lei Zishan frowned upon hearing this. He had been wary of the man beside Yu Fuhei from the beginning. He couldn't fathom Yu Fuhei's true strength. Otherwise, he would have already joined forces with the Grand Master to suppress Yu Fuhei. This reckless man was an unstable factor. Who are you, and what do you mean by this? Lei Zishan asked calmly. He naturally knew about the Grand Master's attempt to ambush and kill Yu Fuhei. This was something they had agreed upon beforehand. Yu Fuhei, this reckless man, was destined to die. But now, an unexpected turn of events had occurred, causing some trouble. You will agree with what I'm about to say. This Grand Master wanted to kill Yu Fuhei, but he was discovered. As for evidence? There is no evidence. Li Heng chuckled lightly. The Grand Master scoffed upon hearing this. What naive words! Lei Zishan was originally one of their people, and he knew about this beforehand. How could he say you would definitely agree? Does that mean Lei Zishan is still one of yours? Below the academy, the Confucian scholars, especially those of the Neo-Confucian school, who had been following the developments, also felt that the person next to Yu Laogao was mentally unstable. To persuade someone, you first need to provide evidence. Where is the evidence now? You have no evidence, so what makes you say the Grand Master wants to kill Yu Laogao? Do you think you're a 3-year-old? Lei Zishan, stop talking nonsense. Let's join forces, activate the power of the academy, suppress this fiend who bewitched Yu Bansheng, and also let Yu Bansheng calm down, the Grand Master said with a sneer. Lei Zishan nodded. That's right, the Grand Master of the academy dared to intercept and kill a Zishan of the academy, committing insubordination. According to the academy's laws, he should be executed. Before the words were finished, Lei Zishan suddenly attacked. Before the Grand Master could react, he was suppressed by the brocade-like writing, and the next moment his body exploded, leaving no sound. Thank you for informing me. Fellow Taoist. I never imagined the current Grand Priest was such a scoundrel. Lei Zishan sighed sincerely. At this moment, Yu Fuhei was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Wasn't Lei Zishan clearly on the side of that old dog, the Grand Priest? Why did he suddenly attack and kill that old dog? Could it be that he really believed the senior's words? Yu Fuhei was immediately bewildered and conflicted. He had thought that Lei Zishan was definitely one of the masterminds behind the scenes, but now it seemed that he had misunderstood. No. Lei Zishan was a person of the miscellaneous school, with an extremely deep mind. Even if he knew that the old dog, the Grand Priest, had violated the academy's rules and attacked him, a half-saint, he wouldn't have killed him so swiftly. Unless, the person surnamed Lei knew the senior, but that didn't make sense. From his words just now, it was clear that he didn't know the senior. At this moment, the academy disciples below were dumbfounded. What happened? The Grand Priest was killed by Lei Zishan? What exactly happened? The person next to Yu Fuhei said a few words, and then Lei Zishan made his move. Is Lei Zishan an idiot? The students of the Neo-Confucian school were even more indignant. This damned Lei bastard must have betrayed their Neo-Confucian school. The ingrates of the miscellaneous school are indeed ungrateful. Zuzai shouldn't have helped him break through to the celestial realm. Xiao Hao was also somewhat bewildered. What happened? That half-saint Yu wasn't dead, but the Grand Priest was? You must know, in his original future, this Grand Priest had never died. In fact, his cultivation had even broken through, reaching the rank of half-saint. The students of the academy were in an uproar. They never expected that Lei Zishan would attack the highly respected Grand Priest just because of a few words from an outsider, completely disregarding evidence. Did these outsiders' words really carry that much weight? Li Heng smiled slightly. He hadn't actually done anything. He had simply simulated the core aura of madness that the members of the Promised Land organization should have, showing it to Lei Zishan, and then letting him kill the Grand Priest. Companion, you hit it very well just now. But I didn't expect you to have also broken through to the celestial realm. Lei Zishan happily transmitted his voice to Li Heng. At this moment, Li Heng was disguised as a Zuandao, mysterious path, cultivator. This Lei Zishan, Thunder Void Saint, naturally knew about Zuandao, having only recently broken through to the Dharma aspect stage. However, Li Heng, this Zuandao, was displaying the methods of a celestial, hence his surprise. A gift from the gospel, Li Heng casually brushed it off. I knew it, truly great and benevolent. But companion, why did you kill the high priest? Lei Zishan asked suspiciously, as Li Heng hadn't given him a reason earlier. Just because I didn't like him, Li Heng replied, afraid Lei Zishan wouldn't suspect him. Lei Zishan was also taken aback, then nodded. So that's how it is. It seems this is also a mission from the true gospel. He directly fabricated a reason for Li Heng, never considering that Li Heng had ulterior motives, trusting him completely. Li Heng was also somewhat moved. What was this? He had originally wanted to test the depth of this trust, to see if he could arouse suspicion in this seemingly shrewd Lei Zishan, but no suspicion arose at all. Lei Zishan's voice was also filled with fervor. Well, how brainwashing. Lei Zishan transmitted his voice solemnly. Comrade, although I killed the Grand Master, our troubles aren't over yet. The truly powerful one in the 100 Saints Academy is Zuzai, the foremost scholar of Neo-Confucianism. Although he's currently in seclusion, he must have already received news of his disciple's death. But you're still here. You can hold him off for me, Li Heng replied nonchalantly. However, even this absurd statement didn't arouse Lei Zhisheng's suspicion. He truly trusted him completely. He simply replied, to complete the mission of the true gospel, for the coming of the promised land, I can risk everything, but Zuzai's strength is too great, I can't stop him. We must find a way. Li Heng clicked his tongue upon hearing this. How to put it? On the surface, Lei Zhisheng seemed like a normal person. But from this statement, he sounded like a complete idiot. Of course, there was some logic to it. Because Lei Zhisheng considered him a companion, he trusted Li Heng completely. Both had been enlightened by the true gospel and wouldn't harm or deceive him. Who would be wary of someone they absolutely trust? In his view, everything Li Heng did was pushing for the arrival of the promised land, and wouldn't harm him or the organization at all. This trust didn't need a reason. Of course, this also led to a problem. Once someone infiltrated the organization, it would be finished. However, no one could infiltrate such an organization. After all, everyone in this organization needed to undergo so-called enlightenment of the true gospel, and apart from Li Heng, even immortals and gods probably couldn't simulate that aura. Then what method should we use? Li Heng answered casually again. I've got it. Every time a celestial being dies in the 100 Saints Academy, they leave behind their own principles, opening a place called the secret realm of the saints, which contains countless dangers and great opportunities. Companion, you can obtain the great opportunities within, enhance your strength, and fight against that Zuzai. Lei Zhisheng said happily. The secret realm of the saints, Li Heng's expression was subtle. He had just tried to sense the location of that mysterious jade slip, but a barrier blocked him, as if it wasn't in this real world. Could it be in this so-called secret realm of the saints? Then I'll listen to you. Li Heng replied calmly. Since Lei Zhisheng was so enthusiastic towards him, he would be merciful and wait until they obtained the mysterious jade slip before reaping his benefits. The exchange between the two happened in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on a real-world level, Yu Fuhei frowned, looking at Lei Zhisheng. Lei, have you fallen out with a Neo-Confucian school? Lei Zhisheng asked, surprised. What do you mean by that, half-saint you? I was merely acting according to the Academy's rules. Since the Grand Master dared to plot against a half-saint, he should naturally be killed. As the sage said, without rules, there is no order. Lei Zhisheng replied calmly. Now he seemed like a normal person. Yu Fuhei was completely unconvinced. What exactly did you want to do by killing the Grand Master? He asked, frowning. Although Lei Zhisheng had killed that old dog, his martial arts instincts told him that there was something strange about Lei Zhisheng. He wasn't on the same side as him, or even the half-saint academy. Not to mention that he had opposed this man surnamed Lei becoming a void saint in the first place, only failing due to interference from the Neo-Confucian school. Therefore, theoretically, he had long since incurred their enmity. Just doing my duty. After saying this, Void Saint Lei spoke again, suddenly raising his voice so that it echoed throughout the 100 Saints Academy, audible to all the students. The Grand Master's plot to murder a half-saint is unforgivable, even in death. So let's use the heavenly and human laws he left behind to open the secret realm of the saints, making it a stepping stone for all the students' progress. Void Saint Lei waved his hand. At the spot where the Grand Master's body exploded, profound and mysterious laws appeared, instantly merging into the void, causing the entire void to tremble. Immediately afterward, a golden gate slowly emerged in the void, the heavenly and human laws left behind by the Grand Master flowing into it, causing the golden gate to slowly open. The students in the academy were all astonished. This is the gate to the realm of saints, rumored to hold countless dangers, but also the inheritance of the saints, a great opportunity for them, the students of the 100 Saints Academy. However, their expressions turned strange the next moment. In fact, ever since they learned that old dog Yu was critically ill, they had prepared for the realm of saints to open, but they hadn't expected that it wasn't old dog Yu who was dead, but the highly respected Grand Master. How to put it? Their feelings were quite complicated. Good people don't live long, but evil ones live forever. But after their initial lament, they put their regrets aside. Whatever, this can be considered the Grand Master's death, a sacrifice made for them. Once they obtain the inheritance of the saints, they can punish old dog Yu on behalf of the Grand Master. Meanwhile, on Xiao Hao's side, He had already given up hope, but seeing the Golden Gate, his spirits lifted, and he was overjoyed. Indeed, there's always a way out. The realm of saints had opened after all. Master, let's go, let's enter the realm of saints. Zhao strode confidently. The opportunity was destined for him, and no one could stop him. No one knew better than him what risks and great opportunities lay within the realm of saints. He always managed to be one step ahead. Chapter 289 Saints Mountain. As the Golden Gate leading to the secret realm of saints slowly opened, Li Heng's senses of the mysterious jade slip became increasingly clear. Clearly, the jade slip was within the secret realm. At this moment, Yu Fuhei also suddenly understood. No wonder you, surnamed Lei, were in such a hurry to kill that old dog, the Grand Priest. So your real purpose was the inheritance and opportunities within the secret realm of saints. Yu Fuhei sneered, completely understanding everything. If he hadn't encountered the senior, he would have been intercepted halfway, dying tragically, and the laws of heaven and earth he left behind would have opened the secret realm of saints. Now he wasn't dead. The secret realm of saints had to be opened. So he could only reluctantly let the Grand Priest die. Lei Zishan didn't answer. He didn't care whether Yu Fuhei wronged him or not. He was just an ignorant person who hadn't been enlightened by the true gospel, not worth his time. He secretly transmitted his voice to Li Heng. Companion, hurry in. It's been 500 years since the sacred realm last opened. By now, it must have accumulated a lot of resources, enough to help you advance further. You guard the gate for me, Li Heng replied, not wanting to waste this trust. Lei Zishan responded. Alright, that's exactly what I was thinking. During this time, I will hold off Zhu Zi for you until you come out. For the coming of the promised land. Yu Fuhei, can outsiders enter the sacred realm? Li Heng looked at Yu Fuhei beside him. Yu Fuhei nodded. Of course, the ancient sages were extremely broad-minded. Why would they care about the difference in social status? If there are any great opportunities in the realm that you can use, you are welcome to go in and take them. He said with a smile, then stared at Lei Zishan. This lay fellow was so eager to open the sacred realm that he must have some ulterior motive, and with your level of cultivation, if you entered the sacred realm, you could definitely disrupt all of Lei's plans. So Yu Fuhei was quite happy to see this happen. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time. As soon as Li Heng finished speaking, with a thought, an invisible force acted on the Golden Gate, instantly opening it and unleashing the profound and mysterious Taoist aura. Immediately, Li Heng transformed into a stream of light and entered the holy realm. The students within the academy went wild. They hadn't expected the holy realm to open so quickly. No, they couldn't fall behind. Streams of light rose into the air within the academy, each a student spreading their wings, riding auspicious clouds, or harnessing the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Lei Zishan's words rang out at the opportune moment. Everyone, once you enter the holy realm, life or death is your only recourse. Please be aware of this. These words resounded throughout the entire 100 Saints Academy, cleansing the hearts of the students and allowing them to calm down and carefully consider whether this was the right path. However, after a short while, except for a few who remained stunned in place, most had already flown into the holy realm. So what if entering the secret realm means facing life and death? This has always been the way of cultivation. Hey Lei, aren't you going in? Yu Fuhei looked at Lei Zishan in surprise. To avoid suspicion, I won't go in, Lei Zishan replied calmly. Alright, I won't go in either, Yu Fuhei grinned. He wanted to stay next to this Lei guy to prevent him from causing trouble. This sage's secret realm was actually a small world, complete with mountains and rivers, a world of pristine ecology. It contained the legacies of the sages, rare treasures, and various ferocious beasts and poisonous insects. Mount 100 Saints. Look, Mount 100 Saints. Legend has it that Mount 100 Saints contains the fundamental legacies of the ancient sages, possessing great opportunities. Unfortunately, each time the secret realm opens, only a small number of lucky ones can reach it. I never thought I would see the sage's secret realm again in my lifetime, and see Mount 100 Saints again. I will definitely reach there, obtain great opportunities, and become a half-saint. Inside the secret realm, the students and visitors entering this academy, no matter where they were, could see a vast mountain peak standing in the distance, like a pillar of heaven, exuding extraordinary grandeur. Let's go, head towards 100 Saints Mountain. Someone shouted, and whether it was one person or several, The enthusiasm of those entering the academy was quickly mobilized. Some hunted ferocious beasts, others sought opportunities, and they all headed towards 100 Saints Mountain. Then, more people died. Some were barefoot or wore shoes that were too thin, and were directly bitten to death by poisonous insects on the ground. This momentarily cooled the feverish crowd. However, stimulated by those great opportunities, apart from a small number who were considering giving up, most continued to head towards 100 Saints Mountain, seeking even more opportunities. Young Master Zio, aren't we leaving yet? At the entrance to the 100 Saints' secret realm, the monk and the Taoist priest looked at Zio Hao, who was still standing in place, and asked in confusion. Now that the main force had already headed deeper into the secret realm, they really wouldn't be able to keep up if they stayed here for a while. Master, no rush. They're just a bunch of fools who've gone astray, Zio Hao said with a smile. The location of 100 Saints Mountain seems to be in the center of the secret realm, but it's not actually there. Anyone who blindly heads there just because 100 Saints Mountain is there will never find it. In his future, this secret realm of saints no longer holds any secrets. Everything has been analyzed and understood. Where are the places of opportunity, where are the dangers, and how to get to 100 Saints Mountain? Everyone knows these things. Where is 100 Saints Mountain? The monk and the Taoist asked curiously. On the other side of this shore, Zio Hao's smile deepened. Above the secret realm of saints, Li Heng stood in the void. His perception of the mysterious jade slip grew stronger. Locking onto it from afar, it seemed to be on the highest peak of this secret realm, the so-called 100 Saints Mountain. Li Heng's expression was subtle. This secret realm was indeed somewhat peculiar. With his divine sense covering and probing, he could perceive that different areas of the secret realm were governed by completely different laws and rules. Some powerful areas could even block his detection. This must be the side of the inheritance left behind by the ancient sages. And among them, the 100 Saints Mountain is even more remarkable. There, he could sense hundreds of different auras, different laws and rules, residing within it. Even when he probed with his divine sense, it was like throwing a stone into the sea, completely unresponsive. Even more strangely, if he used his heavenly eye to observe the 100 Saints Mountain, it simply didn't exist, it had vanished. Or rather, the 100 Saints Mountain wasn't there, not even in the center of this secret realm. It was even questionable whether the 100 Saints Mountain was a real entity, or even a specific location. From this perspective, the ancient sages certainly possessed some skill. However, Li Heng was too lazy to play guessing games with these ancient sages, to engage in philosophical debates or witty exchanges. It was a waste of time. Did they really think this was some kind of magical place? He was ready to flip the table. Chapter 290 The Wonder of Time. No matter how mysterious 100 Saints Mountain is, it ultimately relies on this mystic realm of saints for its existence. Li Heng threw a punch. This punch was light and effortless, yet its trajectory touched the laws and rules of this mystic realm, penetrating its essence and exploring its origin. Boom! A deafening roar shook the mystic realm of saints, causing the surrounding void and earth to tremble violently, as if the realm was turning over in all directions, startling birds and insects into flight, as if the realm did not welcome outsiders. The students of the academy who had entered this place were immediately shocked. What was going on? Why was there such a massive tremor? This shouldn't be happening. This had never occurred before when the mystic realm of saints opened. Zio Hao also felt something was very wrong. He knew that the mystic realm of saints wouldn't tremble for no reason. In his original future, the mystic realm of saints wouldn't have such a commotion. Could it be that another accident had occurred? Master, let's hurry, let's set off immediately. Zio Hao shouted anxiously. There had been enough accidents already. He absolutely could not allow these accidents to affect his great opportunity. However, this statement seemed a bit too late. In the void, Li Heng saw that his punch hadn't had much effect, merely causing a special tremor. Who could possibly uncover the truth about 100 Saints Mountain? He frowned. He had originally intended to give Yu Fu a face. After all, he was just a guest, and it wouldn't be good to cause chaos in the host's home. Therefore, he had somewhat restrained the power of his punch, considering the stability of the 100 Saints' secret realm. But now it seemed he had been too gentle. After a moment's thought, he decided not to hold back anymore. If he really destroyed the 100 Saints' secret realm, he could simply protect the lives of the Academy students first, and then compensate the 100 Saints Academy later. Of course, this was on the premise that the 100 Saints Academy obeyed. Theoretically, the Hundred Saints Academy now owed Li Heng a debt. If it weren't for Li Heng, the Hundred Saints Academy would definitely have lost a half-saint like Yu Fu Hei, so he could have justified his punch. His Taiyuan scripture circulated within his body, his blood and ki vibrated, and strange phenomena appeared. The 3 flowers and 5 ki technique circulated, the 3 flowers gathered at the top, and the 5 ki converged at the origin. The body subtly merged with the laws of heaven and earth, drawing upon boundless power. Then, the laws of reincarnation were bestowed upon the body, unleashing a heavenly punch. Crack! Something seemed to shatter. It seemed to be the laws of heaven and earth within this secret realm, or perhaps a restriction left by the ancient sages. In any case, at this moment, it shattered, the sound echoing throughout the secret realm. The students of the academy were startled by the sound. At first, they thought they had misheard. As compared to the previous tremors, this cracking sound was even more profound, a shock to the very soul. But the next moment, before them, the Hundred Saints Mountain, their destination, seemingly located at the center of the secret realm, gradually collapsed amidst the cracking sound. At that moment, the world lost its color. What happened? Why did the Hundred Saints Mountain collapse? Could it be that a peerless demon was suppressed within the Hundred Saints Mountain, and now the mountain can no longer contain it? The demon has broken free, and is about to endanger the world? Oh no! Hundred Saints Mountain is the foundation of this secret realm, and the fundamental place where the ancient saints' inheritance is passed down. If it collapses, what will we do? What will happen to the secret realm? The students cried out in fear. The events of this day were far too abnormal. The highly respected Grand Master of Ceremonies was dead, while that despised old dog Yu was still alive. The secret realm of the saints opened ahead of schedule, but Hundred Saints Mountain collapsed. Did all of this foreshadow misfortune? Misfortune for their Hundred Saints Academy? Great terror. Absolutely great terror has descended. Some students grew increasingly frightened, murmuring aloud, which then spread among the crowd, creating an atmosphere of utter despair and fear. Now, even the elderly Confucian scholars and Confucian geniuses were somewhat uncertain, unsure of what to do. Xiao Hao was also somewhat bewildered. What the hell? The illusion of Hundred Saints Mountain actually collapsed? Young Master Xiao, your target should be Hundred Saints Mountain, right? Now that Hundred Saints Mountain has collapsed, what should we do? The monk and the Taoist spoke, bringing Xiao Hao back to his senses. There's no time. Let's hurry. There's a special node that leads directly to Hundred Saints Mountain. Xiao Hao shouted hastily, rushing in a nearby direction. Everything had happened beyond his expectations. He had to race against time. Li Heng stood in the void, watching the illusory image of Hundred Saints Mountain collapse. After all, it was a secret realm jointly built by the saints. Even his full force punch just now hadn't shaken the foundation of this secret realm. However, this was exactly what he wanted. The illusion concealing the true location of Hundred Saints Mountain shattered. He could now pinpoint the true location of Hundred Saints Mountain. With one step, he disappeared from his spot. With another step, he appeared at Hundred Saints Mountain. Li Heng was slightly disappointed. He had thought that the ancient saints of this world could create something like the Lingte Fenkin Mountain or the Xiaoyu Sangxing Cave, places that only existed in their minds. But now it seemed that it was still just the use of special magic. However, despite his disappointment, he didn't underestimate it. He sensed that the dimensionality of Hundred Saints Mountain was slightly higher than that of the other saints' secret realms. Standing on Hundred Saints Mountain, even just at its foot, one could overlook the entirety of the saints' secret realms. And this entirety involved a certain aspect of time. Looking down, Li Heng could see 2 saints' secret realms, one representing his current point in time, and the other representing the saint's secret realm from the previous moment. He immediately showed admiration. Although he could only observe, as he was in his current moment and couldn't enter the previous moment's time, thus unable to achieve so-called time travel, the fact that the ancient saints could create this effect of subtly overlooking time was enough to impress him. Moreover, if one stayed here for a long time overlooking time, one might be able to comprehend some of the laws of time, which could be considered a great opportunity. He withdrew his mind and returned to calm. He looked towards the mountain top, his expression thoughtful. The aura of that mysterious jade slip was on the mountain top. However, Li Heng smiled lightly, and his figure gradually disappeared. The next second, the void shattered where he stood. A passage appeared, and the monk, the Taoist, and Xiao Hao emerged. This is the real Hundred Saints Mountain. I originally wanted to enter through the method of the other shore, hoping to gain a great opportunity for spiritual cleansing, but the situation is urgent now, so we have to take a shortcut. Xiao Hao looked around to confirm their location and said helplessly, "This is Hundred Saints Mountain? No wonder it's the place where the ancient saints' inheritance is located. The Taoist aura permeates the entire area, profound and mysterious. Even just staying here to comprehend the Tao would be a great opportunity." The monk and the Taoist sensed it and exclaimed in admiration. Then, he looked down and was immediately stunned and shocked. What's going on? Two saints' secret realms? And aren't we at the foot of the mountain? Logically, you should be bordering the saints' secret realm, so why can you overlook the entire secret realm? Xiao Hao smiled upon hearing this, unsurprised. The origin of Hundred Saints Mountain is that it was originally a primordial divine mountain. In ancient times, the saints joined forces to raise Hundred Saints Mountain. This raising wasn't on a spatial level, but on a temporal level. Hundred Saints Mountain fatally transcends the flow of time. Upon hearing Xiao Hao's explanation, the monk and Taoist were completely dumbfounded. The ancient saints actually possessed such vast power, he exclaimed incredulously. But why does young Master Xiao know so much about this? The monk and Taoist looked at Xiao Hao with suspicion. Read more miscellaneous books and you'll naturally know. Xiao Hao chuckled and brushed it off, thinking to himself, should I say that this secret will be known to everyone in the near future? You wouldn't believe me anyway. Alright, don't waste your time anymore. In the past, very few people were able to climb the real Hundred Saints Mountain because it was obscured by the illusory image of the Hundred Saints Mountain in the Saint's secret realm. Now that the illusory image has collapsed, those students from the academy might be able to find the path to Hundred Saints Mountain. We must act immediately to find the great opportunity that exists within Hundred Saints Mountain. Xiao Hao immediately urged the monk and Taoist to set off and climb to the mountain top. The monk and Taoist sighed upon hearing this. So this was the unique ability of someone considered an anomaly? He knew how it compared to Li Zhishi. Speaking of which, wasn't Li Zhishi just presented the Hundred Saints Academy? Why was he nowhere to be seen now? Or was this commotion caused by Li Zhishi? For some reason, the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. At this moment, Xiao Hao had already gone far away, climbing higher up Hundred Saints Mountain. The monk and Taoist had no choice but to suppress their newly arising distractions and follow closely. And where they stood, Li Heng's figure reappeared. His expression was subtle. He had actually encountered the monk and Taoist this time? Wasn't the monk and Taoist supposed to accompany that so-called anomaly as instructed by Zhuan Xianji? Then, was the young master from a noble family beside the monk and Taoist the so-called anomaly? But looking at him, it didn't seem like it. Isn't it just that he possesses a strong power of time, and his body is radiating a precious light, seemingly carrying two supreme treasures, his fate obscured by mist? What's so strange about that? Can he really be called an anomaly? Li Heng shook his head. Zhuan Xianji's insight wasn't very good. He thought slowly, and followed the path taken by Xiao Hao and the monk Taoist as they ascended the mountain. Having someone to lead the way for him was fine, it saved him effort. Soon, Xiao Hao and the monk Taoist reached the halfway point of the mountain. The monk Taoist felt a pang of regret. Along the way, he had seen many medicinal fields and palaces. The medicinal fields were planted with various rare and precious herbs, their fragrance overwhelming. The palaces were filled with Taoist energy, with faint chanting of scriptures, definitely the Taoist temples of ancient sages, possessing fundamental lineages. But all of these things had been overlooked. Overlooked by this anomaly, this Prince Xiao. After a long period of observation, Xiao Hao realized that the only outsiders in Hundred Saints Mountain were the two of them, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the time to recover his strength halfway up the mountain, he smiled and spoke. Master, isn't it strange that I don't pick those rare treasures, or enter those palaces? Do I seem like a fool who sees a treasure trove but doesn't enter? The monk Taoist was silent for a moment, but then felt he had to be honest and nodded firmly, indeed. He thought this young Master Xiao wasn't very bright. Xiao Hao's expression froze upon hearing this. He hadn't expected this monk Taoist to be so honest, he should at least give him some face. If he didn't want to clash with the monk Taoist, he could pretend not to hear and explain. Actually, there's a reason for this. We can't afford to gamble. The best opportunities are at the mountain top. We don't need to waste time on these opportunities along the way. We can't pick up sesame seeds and lose the watermelon. Xiao Hao admonished the monk Taoist. Although he was also a little heartbroken, compared to that great opportunity, it was all worthwhile. Then why can't we choose to have it all? The monk Taoist asked. We don't have the ability. Xiao Hao replied with a deep gaze. The monk and the Taoist nodded, sighing inwardly. It seems this young master Xiao is far inferior to layman Li. Meanwhile, behind them, Li Heng was indeed practicing the principle of wanting everything. He would gather any medicine he could find and enter any house he could find. In no time, his spatial ring was filled with a pile of rare treasures and cultivation techniques, basically sweeping away everything along the way. He didn't think he was being excessive. He had saved the life of a half-saint from the 100 Saints Academy, so what was wrong with gathering some rare treasures and cultivation techniques? With all these cultivation techniques and rare treasures combined, it would be difficult to cultivate a celestial being again. From this point of view, Li Heng was actually at a loss. However, this approach wasn't without its problems. To save time, he would scan each palace with his divine sense, completely ignoring the trials of the saints and the remnants of their souls, and simply plunder the palace before leaving satisfied. Only the wandering souls of the saints, whose existence was uncertain, were left to weep. After doing this many times, he discovered that some palaces were rejecting him and didn't want him to enter. Li Heng was displeased. He hadn't committed any heinous crimes, nor had he killed or set fires. He'd only picked some flowers and taken some books. Was it really necessary? He rolled up his sleeves, intending to teach these remnant souls of saints a lesson. But at that moment, he raised an eyebrow and looked towards the mountain top. This little guy ran pretty fast. He's reached the top. He looked at the palace before him and shook his head. Consider yourself lucky. Then his figure vanished from the spot. Inside the palace, various formations had already been set up. The many remnant souls of saints who were about to teach this robber a lesson were stunned. What happened? This robber had actually escaped. They were frustrated. Did that mean they wouldn't be able to get their inherited treasures back? Consider yourself lucky. Many of the remnant souls of saints who had been robbed cursed angrily. On the mountain top. Who? Xiao Hao let out a long breath, exhausted and drenched in sweat. But his fatigue quickly vanished, replaced by excitement. A great opportunity had arrived. Indeed, no one was faster than him. He had reached the summit before everyone else. But the next moment, he stared blankly at his surroundings. An old man in a black robe with gold trim sat at a stone table, fiddling with a jade slip in his hand, watching him and the monk and Taoist who had just climbed up with a mocking expression. Interesting young man, but this old man isn't waiting for you. The old man chuckled. Xiao Hao was completely dumbfounded. This wasn't just because someone had reached the summit before him, but also because the jade slip in the old man's hand was the great opportunity he was looking for. In his original future, this jade slip contained the method to break through the limits of heaven and earth and become a true saint. But now, this jade slip had been obtained by someone else? That shouldn't be the case. According to the original trajectory, the jade slip should still be on the mountain top at this time, and it would be obtained by a young genius from the Confucian school after some time. It was impossible for it to be this old man. At this moment, the old man frowned. Young man, I see something unexpected in you. It seems that your origins are not as simple as I know. And judging from your expression, you want to obtain this jade slip? Suddenly, Xiao Hao's expression faltered, and he appeared beside the old man. The old man was somewhat surprised at this moment. He stared intently at Xiao Hao and said, "Who exactly arranged this? Which old monster is it that knows about this extraterrestrial jade slip, but I can't read your memories?" Xiao Hao's expression shifted upon hearing this, a storm of shock washing over him. What was going on? Could this person possibly recognize his identity as a reincarnated individual? Hell, I know his identity. With a soft chuckle, Li Heng appeared beside them, casually taking the jade slip from the old man's hand in a moment unnoticed by anyone, examining it closely. The next instant, the old man reacted, his previously serene expression shattered, his face contorted in shock. He stared at the jade slip in Li Heng's hand, while his own was empty, his face filled with horror. "Who are you?" "When?" Li Heng raised an eyebrow. "You don't know who I am? Zuzi, weren't you waiting for me?" If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 I Am Your Father. Zuzi was taken aback. So you're the one who instigated Lei Ji to kill my disciple? Lei Ji was the name of that Lei Zushan. How can this be called instigation? That Grand Master ambushed and killed a half-saint of the Academy on the way. According to the rules and etiquette of your 100 Saints Academy, he should be executed. Zuzi slowly shook his head. I am the one who upholds the Academy's rules. Li Heng smiled. Since that's the case, then it's your turn to kill the Grand Master? Zuzi sneered. You know what I mean, don't pretend. I thought you were an accomplice invited by Yu Fu Hei, but now it seems you came for this jade slip? What's your relationship with Yu Chongshan? Yu Chongshan was the name of that Marquis of the Great Ming. Him? He's my subordinate. Li Heng smiled. Hell, still pretending. I've seen that Great Ming Emperor before, his aura and appearance are nothing like this. You're so confident, do you really think you've won? Zuzi sneered. He obtained this jade slip during the war that destroyed the Ming dynasty, gleaning some profound secrets from it. Because the King Saint was still in seclusion, he earned the title of the first saint of the 100 Saints Academy. However, his good fortune didn't last long. After the cataclysmic changes in the world, he too suffered greatly from the pollution. Furthermore, the recent unexpected disappearance of Yuan left his foundation in Neo-Confucianism weakened, causing his strength to decline. Forced into a corner, he could only hide in this secret realm of saints, using the residual enlightenment aura of the ancient saints to comprehend the jade slip, hoping to obtain the true mysteries within. This might allow him to avoid the pollution. But now, all his plans have been disrupted. All because of this person before him. Although he was in the secret realm of saints, he could still sense the events happening in the 100 Saints Academy outside, witnessing the fall of his disciple, the Grand Master. Therefore, his hatred has only intensified. During their verbal exchange, Xiaohao beside him was completely bewildered. What was going on? What happened? Should he be the protagonist? Why were these two ignoring him, completely disregarding him? Xiaohao considered himself the protagonist of destiny, destined to stand at the center of the world stage, enjoying the spotlight, with no one daring to ignore his existence. But now, this feeling of being neglected filled him with resentment. The monk and the Taoist also had strange expressions. He knew that this extraordinary individual's purpose in going to 100 Saints Mountain was to obtain a great opportunity concerning the future, and that jade slip seemed to be the key to that opportunity. But now, this jade slip had been obtained by Layman Li. You're also talking to me to stall for time, aren't you just waiting for your methods to be activated? Li Heng said with a smile. Zuzi's expression changed upon hearing this. He didn't pretend anymore and shouted, the heaven and earth of principle. The surrounding scenery instantly blurred and faded away, the secret realm of the sages and 100 Saints Mountain all disappeared. In their place was a completely different world. Having successfully activated his method, Zuzi smiled slightly. No matter your methods, once you've fallen into my trap, you have no chance of turning the tables. You're trapped in my cage. A fine method. Replacing the way of heaven and earth with your own. And the structure is extremely well designed. Li Heng said calmly. He reached out and grabbed a wisp of rule from this completely different world. But this rule was completely different from the original world, bearing Zuzi's strong personal imprint. Since you will recognize it, you should quickly submit to your fate. Zuzi said arrogantly. Qi is the foundation of everything. Li is the law of all things. In this world, Li comes first, Qi comes second. Although there is no thing, there is the principle of thing. Your cultivation is useless, subject to my way of Li. Upon hearing this, Li Heng's expression didn't change, but Xiaohao and the monk Daok, who had also been pulled into this world, changed their expressions. Their cultivation was indeed useless. This ineffectiveness was not just a simple suppression. Heaven and earth simply did not recognize their cultivation. Li Heng laughed. You're not a good person, but your philosophy is sound. However, your actual ability is still a bit shallow. And if you interpret the world with reason, then I am reason, I am heaven. I am the origin you revere. As soon as the words fell, Zuzi was suddenly shaken, feeling as if Li Heng had been infinitely elevated, level with the heavens, even above the 9 heavens, looking down on him from above, like the very principle of heaven. Under this strange phenomenon, he even found that the world of reason he had constructed no longer obeyed his commands, everything had returned to Li Heng. Zhu Zi was horrified. How could this be? Li Heng smiled and said, "Your philosophy is ultimately impure. It also takes the ruler-subject, father-son relationship as the principle of heaven, which cannot be violated, and cannot truly restore the true objective reality of heaven. And I am now heaven, I am the emperor, I am your ruler, your father, so what will you do?" Zhu Zi's expression changed drastically. He realized that these words were not just about taking away his authority over the world of reason, but about overturning his path and destroying his foundation. If what he said was true, he would be utterly powerless against this person, completely at his mercy. But why? Why could this person's status be equal to that of the heavens, reaching the position of heaven, the emperor, and the principle that he revered? Could a living being truly achieve this? I don't believe it, you demon. A demon who has seized the position of heaven. Zhu Zi roared, defining Li Heng as a demon who had seized the position of heavenly principle, not the heaven, emperor, and principle that he revered. He knew he couldn't think too much about it, otherwise his Dao heart would eventually collapse, so he hurriedly activated his heavenly human cultivation. However, Zhu Zi had also shot himself in the foot. He had constructed this world of principle, which could truly be called a small world, subtly independent of the larger world where everyone else resided. But now, the authority of this world had been seized by Li Heng, and the power of this world was entirely used by Li Heng. Therefore, no matter how Zhu Zi attacked, it was all neutralized by the power of this world of principle, unable to cause even the slightest ripple. "I've said it before, I'm your father," Li Heng said with a smile. Zhu Zi's Neo-Confucianism wasn't pure, it wasn't simply a doctrine analyzing the origins of heaven and earth. It was heavily influenced by dynastic rule. To appease the emperors of various dynasties, to ensure the continuation and glory of feudal ethics, and to grant them a legitimate position, it incorporated fundamental Confucian skills, adding the hierarchical order of ruler and subject, father and son, the ruler guiding the subject, the father guiding the wife, and the father guiding the son, claiming this was the law of heaven. Once this Neo-Confucianism spread, even he was subject to its influence. He couldn't violate these established order principles. This time, Li Heng used extraordinary means, elevating himself from an ordinary position to that of a ruler and a father, thus making Zhu Zi suffer the consequences of his own actions. "No, impossible!" Zhu Zi roared. His fundamental principles were being definitively denied by Li Heng, and his own cultivation was subtly dissipating. Even with his profound self-control, he became enraged. Because this was a denial of himself. "Let me show you the power I gleaned from the jade slip." He was prepared to fight Li Heng to the death. Chapter 292 Eradication of Traces, End of the River. This jade slip was extremely mysterious. Even though he had already reached the celestial realm when he obtained it, he had only managed to comprehend a sliver of its secrets. However, he was confident that even this small amount of secret would allow him to turn the tide. "Die?" The single word was uttered, instantly transforming into an invisible force that descended into reality. Crack! A loud explosion rang out. Li Heng exploded. His body was torn to pieces, a bloody mess. Xiao Hao, standing nearby, was stunned, his eyes widening. What was going on? The outcome was decided so quickly. The monks and Taoists were also dumbfounded. The extremely mysterious Li Jushi in their eyes had actually fallen instantly? Was the method Zhu Zi spoke of really that terrifying? Zhu Zi clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "The demonic villain has been slain." "Oh, is that so?" A soft laugh rang out, and Li Heng's body slowly appeared before Zhu Zi. The torn pieces of flesh and blood that had just been scattered gradually disappeared and faded away without a trace. Zhu Zi was stunned. How could this be? "Die?" The word was uttered again, and an invisible force manifested. Li Heng's body exploded once more, a bloody mess. However, the next moment, Li Heng's figure slowly reappeared before Zhu Zi, the exploded flesh gradually fading and disappearing. This. Zhu Zi took a step back, dumbfounded. Was this person human or ghost? He had killed this person twice already, so why was this person still alive? Why was this? This was the power of that celestial jade slip, a secret technique. "Die?" The word was uttered again, and an invisible force manifested. But the next moment, Li Heng's body did not explode as before, remaining unharmed, looking at Zhu Zi calmly, as if nothing had happened. Excellent technique. Li Heng clapped his hands in admiration. The die word Zhu Zi had uttered just now had actually been able to summon an invisible force, achieving the effect of that champion Marcus, forcing heaven and earth to do what he wanted. Zhu wanted Li Heng to die, and Li Heng had to die. Unfortunately, Li Heng was also a cheat code. Protected by his source energy, he completely ignored the inevitable death. However, heaven and earth could not be defied, and they had to follow Zhu's instructions to ensure Li Heng's death, thus maintaining logical consistency and preventing causal chaos and collapse. This led to the situation just now. Heaven and earth created the real scene of Li Heng's body exploding and dying instantly. In simpler terms, heaven and earth created copies of Li Heng to complete the task given by Zhu. As for the 3 times, nothing happened. Li Heng felt heaven and earth were too pitiful, so he expended a tiny bit of source energy to grant them immunity from Zhu's orders. Such methods surpass heaven and earth, approaching the Dao. However, with your lowly cultivation level, what is the price you must pay for using such heaven-defying methods? Li Heng asked with a smile. Zhu's expression turned ugly upon hearing this. He naturally knew the price he would pay, or rather, after he comprehended the mystery from this jade slip and grasped this divine power that could decide someone's life or death with a single word, the price naturally surfaced. That was, things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. If this divine power that determines life and death is used more than 3 times, then he will die. He has already used it 3 times. Yet he still hasn't killed this person. Suddenly, a thunderclap exploded. Zhu looked up at the sky and found dark tribulation clouds swirling above him, with terrifying lightning flashing within, carrying immense heavenly might, seemingly about to strike him down. He was dumbfounded. What was going on? He was currently within the secret realm of the saints, not connected to the outside world. Why was there heavenly punishment here? Moreover, he hadn't offended heaven and earth. His path of reason was practically subservient to them. Li Heng smiled upon seeing this. It seems that you old fool's divine power is merely a matter of knowing what happens but not why. You don't understand the truth at all. You force heaven and earth to work for you. How can heaven and earth tolerate that? Zhu's expression was shaken. This person actually knew the truth? Based on the principle of opposing whatever the enemy said, he coldly snorted, "You demon cultivator want to spread heresy and mislead the masses. My path of reason embodies the will of heaven. The heavenly punishment will strike you." His words seemed forceful and resolute. But as he spoke, Zhu's confidence waned. He couldn't even fool himself with his words. He could clearly sense that the divine punishment was subtly targeting his aura, not Li Heng at all. "You old fool, try and see how many bolts of lightning you can withstand?" Li Heng chuckled. It seemed he didn't even need to lift a finger. Zhu's methods were far more intense than the champion Marquis's, and therefore the resulting backlash from heaven and earth was far stronger. The champion Marquis was at least unlucky enough not to die outright. But this old fool, Zhu, was destined to be struck by lightning and wouldn't live much longer. "Old fool, I advise you to commit suicide. Now you are the target of both heaven and man's wrath. If you don't commit suicide quickly, you will implicate the 100 Sages Academy and your many disciples under the Confucian school. What crime will you be punished for?" Li Heng said righteously. Although Zhu was hateful, he could still be considered a great Confucian scholar, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to advance to the celestial realm through Confucian methods. He was quite susceptible to this righteous indignation. Zhu glanced at Li Heng, then at the heavenly tribulation. His face was ashen. He knew he wouldn't survive. If he fought with all his might, he might be able to weather the heavenly punishment, but this man was watching him intently, certain to strike midway and take his life. Although he had made a few allies, they were distant and useless. His chances of survival were truly gone. He sighed inwardly, his panicked expression suddenly calming down. He didn't care about dying. But the lineage of Neo-Confucianism must prosper for eternity. So even if he died, he would drag this demonic villain who was destroying the foundation of Neo-Confucianism down with him, otherwise, he would die with regrets. Fortunately, he still had a trump card. After using that divine power that could decide life and death for the 4th time, although he would die as well, the power of this divine power would also surge. He was fully confident that he could exchange his life for the villain's. Without hesitation, before the heavenly punishment descended, he shouted, "Die!" With a single word uttered, the invisible power manifested once more. Unlike the previous 3 times, this invisible power was far more powerful, terrifying, and vast. Its brief appearance alone caused the entire sacred realm to tremble, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Under this power, the heavens and earth lost their color, and even divine punishment froze. The power, obeying Zhu Zi's will, began to distort reality, defining Li Heng's existence as death, plunging him into eternal silence. Then, all bark and no bite. It was instantly blocked by a mere wisp of Li Heng's source power. After that, it came and went quickly. The invisible power vanished completely. Li Heng smiled slightly. This was why he trusted Zhu Zi to use his methods without worrying about the source power consumption. He only needed to use a tiny bit of source power to block it. Because blocking this invisible power didn't rely on the quantity of source power, but on its essence and status. How is this possible? Zhu Zi staggered back a few steps, fell to the ground, and murmured in disbelief. This was his life or death technique, capable of defining life and death in the world. But this person actually blocked it so easily. Then, before he could even utter a threat, his body slowly dissipated into nothingness, utterly dying from the backlash of the supernatural power he had just mastered, amidst his own incredulous expression. At this moment, Li Heng frowned slightly. With a thought, he used a bit of his source energy to protect his memories. The next moment, nothing happened. However, he could see the bewildered expressions on the faces of Xiao Hao and the monk Taoist beside him. Li Heng thought for a moment, then looked at the monk Taoist and asked, "What just happened?" The monk Taoist was taken aback, confused. "What happened? I don't understand that. But we climbed to the top of the mountain and saw you here, layman." He shook his head. "Then let me ask you, do you know about Neo-Confucianism?" Li Heng continued to press. The two were stunned again. "Neo-Confucianism? What is Neo-Confucianism?" the monk Taoist asked. Xiao Hao also hesitated before speaking. "Neo-Confucianism? That sounds a bit like the term from the Hundred Sages Academy. I've heard of Confucianism, Mencius's philosophy, the philosophy of mind, Moism, legalism, and yin-yang theory, but I've never heard of Neo-Confucianism." Li Heng nodded slowly upon hearing this. He looked at the place where Zhu Zi had vanished into nothingness and sighed slightly. "So that's how it is." The next moment, in an instant, heaven and earth stood still. In the secret realm of the sages, above Hundred Sages Mountain, the secret realm sun, which was originally just a source of light and not the main sun of the outside world, suddenly manifested a divine power, and a pillar of light shone beside Li Heng. Within the pillar of light, a figure appeared. This figure was the one Li Heng had seen on the main sun. Li Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. "Why are you here? How could I not come? Has something big happened here? I just sensed an invisible force sweeping across the entire flow of time, seemingly changing something." The figure said in a deep voice, somewhat shocked. "You seem quite surprised?" Li Heng asked. "It was an accident, of course. Anyone capable of that is stronger than me. But such power shouldn't exist in this world, right? Of course, the power of calamity and pollution are exceptions." Li Heng nodded thoughtfully. "Judging from your expression, you seem to know something," the figure asked. "Of course I know. Someone just died, completely vanished. I estimate he no longer exists in the past, present, or future." Li Heng spoke slowly. The figure trembled upon hearing this and fell silent. After a long while, he spoke. "Who died?" "I checked various points in time and didn't find anyone missing. Zhu Zi, a semi-sage of Confucianism, the great synthesizer of Neo-Confucianism." The figure fell silent again, seemingly verifying, and after a long while, he spoke again. "How did he die?" "He brought it upon himself, and it's related to this jade slip." Li Heng smiled slightly, his palm slightly opening, revealing the mysterious jade slip. The figure was taken aback upon seeing this, somewhat puzzled. "How come you always have things I don't know? I remember you asked me about this not long ago. I didn't expect you to find it so quickly." "It's just fate," Li Heng replied. The figure shook his head. "Let me tell you the truth. If the phenomenon just now was indeed caused by this jade slip, or is strongly related to it, then it means that the origin of this jade slip is extremely terrifying. Killing people across the river of time and space, erasing all traces of the past, present, and future. This kind of method is too terrifying, even I couldn't do it in my prime." Li Heng nodded. "So, and then?" Seeing Li Heng's nonchalant reaction, the figure was so frustrated that he almost vomited blood. "You shouldn't be stupid, right? I've already said it, don't you know this is a great opportunity? To be able to do this is at least the highest realm of immortals and gods." He shouted in frustration. In fact, ever since he discovered that a calamity was coming and pollution was invading, He had never stopped searching for a way to break the deadlock, searching every point in time dozens of times, but to no avail. But now? The variable, the unexpected factor, the solution he had been dreaming of, might be hidden within the jade slip in Li Heng's hand. So what? Li Heng retorted. The figure remained silent for a moment. Indeed, nothing can be done. He reflected. He had overreacted. This was just a mysterious jade slip. Whether it could break the deadlock was uncertain. It wasn't like he had predicted that a peerless powerhouse had passed through this world and he could offer assistance. So, calm down. I, a mortal, am calmer than you, a god. Li Heng shook his head, heartbroken. All right, stop pretending. Since this jade slip has fallen into your hands, it must be fate. I won't snatch it, and besides, I don't have the ability to snatch it. Li Heng curled his lip. Who would believe that? Such a grand spectacle for a mere descent. The world lost its color, time stood still. You're telling me you're dead? Who the hell would believe that? The figure's lips twitched, quickly ignoring Li Heng's posture, his tone becoming extremely solemn. Don't think this is a good thing, kid. Too many extraterrestrial things appearing in this world means this world is in danger. The void is like a sea or a river, the world drifts downstream, and so do other objects. So, under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any extraterrestrial objects in this world. Li Heng continued. Unless this world is already downstream, in a sedimentary place? The figure nodded emphatically. That's right, looks like you're quite clever. Although objects do accumulate in ordinary river bends, there's never this much. Moreover, the sudden arrival of the calamity and the phenomenon of strange power rapidly infecting the world make me very uneasy. Perhaps, the world has reached the very downstream. What exists in the very downstream? Li Heng asked. I'm not entirely sure about that either. But all the strange things, bizarre objects, and mysterious calamities encountered in this world should be things that exist downstream. You, as a deity, don't know? Hell, deities are usually in the middle and upper reaches. Who would know what terrors lie downstream? Normally, deities wouldn't approach downstream. The figure sneered, looking down on Li Heng's ignorance. Li Heng wasn't annoyed. He nodded thoughtfully. What would happen if we pushed the world back upstream from downstream? That's impossible. That's how the Great Void works. If we could really push the world back upstream, we would have done it long ago. Those river sections are quite wide. The figure asserted. Then what's at the end of the downstream river? Li Heng asked again. The figure lowered its head and fell silent, an eerie stillness. You really want to know? You won't regret it? Suddenly, it looked up sharply and asked. Of course I won't regret it. Li Heng replied with a smile. All right, let me tell you a word. This word is terrifying and mysterious, possessing an extremely powerful curse. It changes its meaning according to the individual's will, transforming into different words in your perception. You can use this word to refer to the end of the downstream. Why use this method? Isn't there a precise definition of the end of the downstream? Li Heng asked, frowning. The figure shook its head. No. It's wrong to say it, it's absurd to think about it. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. Isn't this the definition of the end? Although Li Heng didn't want to be too argumentative, logically it was. Even the word end could be the definition of the so-called end of the river. Unless this thing transcends logic? The figure laughed. This is my definition. I use this definition to refer to that end, but it can't truly explain or encompass that end. Even the word end is a metaphor. There's a saying. Some beings have gone to the end, seen the end, and then returned alive, and since then, the calamity has been endless. Chapter 293 Abyss, Ruins. Li Heng nodded. Seeing that Li Heng didn't reply, the figure added, of course, don't believe everything. We don't know if this message is true or false. Because theoretically, no one can see the end and come back alive. Li Heng's eyes flickered. Then why is that? The figure smiled mysteriously. You'll understand when you reach a certain level. Right now, I'll just tell you that word. The figure spoke softly, uttering a word. This word was very strange, it didn't refer to the language of this world. It was chaotic, shifting, and seemed to lack a precise meaning. Li Heng's heart trembled. He could feel the mysterious power carried by this word. At first, he didn't understand its meaning, only thinking it was a meaningless character. But the next moment, with his thoughts, a precise meaning appeared. This word was clearly aimed at the abyss in his understanding. Li Heng raised an eyebrow and changed his thoughts again. The word changed again, aiming at the void they understood. Li Heng suddenly understood. So that's how it was. This word, just as the figure had said, seemed to possess seekers. When he recognized the word, his spiritual senses detected a gaze fixed on him from the shadows. He merely shielded it temporarily with his source energy. What is the origin of this word? Li Heng asked. It comes from calamity, the figure replied. You immortals and gods can utilize the power of calamity? Li Heng asked in surprise. It's not so much utilizing it, but rather some research at the time. If we could truly utilize these mysterious powers, why would we have perished in such a terrifying calamity? The figure shook its head. All right, it's about time. I need to go back. However, I advise you to change your mind sooner rather than later. Inheriting my position is the right thing to do. From what you just said, you should know which stage the world is in. This world is beyond saving. He earnestly lectured Li Heng. Ultimately, it's up to human effort, Li Heng replied. The figure shook its head helplessly upon hearing this. Fine, you're just stubborn to the end, you won't give up until you hit a brick wall. You'll definitely encounter something you can't solve in the near future. I hope you'll make a decision then. With that, his figure vanished and faded. The world returned to its normal flow. Li Heng looked at the sun in the sky and chuckled. Ultimately, this deity representing the great sun of this world still harbored a sliver of hope, hoping he could find a way out. Otherwise, why would he be so lenient with him? Senior, what are you looking at? Xiao Hao asked, puzzled, seeing Li Heng looking up at the sky. He was extremely surprised by Li Heng's appearance. Because in his original future, there was no such person. Could this person have perished along the way? But he could clearly sense that this was an extremely powerful being. Even if he had perished, he should have left an indelible mark on the world. And most importantly, this powerful being held a great opportunity he had dreamed of. Boy, you're not from the 100 Saints Academy, are you? It's one thing to enter the mysterious realm of saints so quickly, but to ascend the secret realm within this realm, 100 Saints Mountain, so fast? Li Heng lowered his head, looking at Xiao Hao with interest. A cold sweat broke out on the back of Xiao Hao's head. Although he didn't believe this powerful figure could see through his identity as a reborn individual, for some reason. In this master's gaze, he felt completely exposed, without any secrets. Reporting to Senior, this junior was merely fortunate. He gritted his teeth and forced a response. Oh, a fortunate coincidence? That's truly lucky. Li Heng smiled, his words carrying a deeper meaning. This person must be the anomaly Zhuan Xianji spoke of. And since he could be called an anomaly, possess such a strong power of time, and ascend 100 Saints Mountain so easily, he truly seemed to be a being called a reborn individual. No need to say suspected, it was practically confirmed. He had just tried to use his heavenly eye to glimpse this person's past and future, but found himself blocked by layers of mist, unable to trace back to the source and see the essence. Clearly, this reborn individual was no simpleton. Although this was partly due to his heavenly eye not having been upgraded in a long time, it was still evident from this incident. Li Heng's eyes shone with a deep light, seemingly piercing through the past and future. Was he not only resentful of the past, but also of the future? He murmured softly to himself, then looked at Xiao Hao. Since that was the case, this reborn individual couldn't be dealt with directly. He needed to play the long game and see who was behind it all. He didn't believe that a mere Zhuan Xianji could create a reborn individual. Xiao Hao felt extremely uneasy. He had thought that by being reborn, he could control everything. However, the constant deviations had severely damaged his confidence, and now even the great opportunity he was determined to obtain had been snatched away by a powerful figure. Even with a heavenly mystery platform, he felt his future was bleak. Li Heng extended his palm, and Xiao Hao's heart trembled. His divine energy surged. Was Li Heng trying to kill him? He couldn't just sit and wait to die. Slap. A hand gently patted Xiao Hao's shoulder. Li Heng spoke earnestly, the world is ours, but ultimately it belongs to me. Young man, you must work hard. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Heng's figure vanished, leaving only the gentle breeze on the mountaintop, a dumbfounded Xiao Hao, and the stunned monks and Taoists. Xiao Hao came to his senses, tears welling in his eyes. It had just slipped away. His great opportunity. At this moment, at the foot of 100 Saints Mountain, 7 or 8 special passages appeared. From these passages emerged groups of 2 or 3 figures with extremely powerful auras. These were all geniuses or senior scholars from the 100 Saints Academy. The illusion of 100 Saints Mountain had shattered. They had uncovered the truth of 100 Saints Mountain and arrived there through various methods. They were overjoyed. Heaven has not forsaken me. I have finally arrived at 100 Saints Mountain, the land of the sage's inheritance. An elderly Confucian scholar, his hair white and his lifespan nearing its end, knelt in ecstasy, sensing the Taoist aura and spiritual energy of the mountain. Every pore of his body greedily absorbed it. I never expected this. So this is the truth about 100 Saints Mountain. No wonder the unofficial histories speak of 100 Saints Mountain as a half-step transcendental realm. Time flows like water, so that's how it is. A Confucian genius looked down from the foot of the mountain, horrified. Quickly, let's find the palaces and medicinal fields of the sage's inheritance. They cheered and immediately set to work. However, as they climbed the mountain and saw the barren medicinal fields, they were completely dumbfounded. Where were the rare treasures? Where were the various divine medicines? This shouldn't be. They didn't lose heart. What did it matter if there were no rare treasures or divine medicines? As long as there were the sage's inheritances, that was enough. Then, they were blocked at the gates of various inheritance palaces. Some palaces even uttered a get out, from within, directly using killing formations to drive them out. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? It was one thing to have no medicinal fields, but why were the remnant souls of the saints all hostile towards them? They weren't outsiders, they were all from the 100 Saints Academy. Could it be that someone had beaten them to it? The thought sent a chill down their spines. Was it really possible? Had someone looted the entire 100 Saints Mountain? Relentlessly pursuing this possibility, they climbed to the summit, only to encounter Xiao Hao and the monk Taoist duo attempting to open a special passage to leave. First come, first served, looted, left. The buff stacked high. Everyone immediately realized that these two were the very people who most likely had looted the entire 100 Saints Mountain. Their eyes lit up with envy. First come, first served? And they weren't even left with a scrap. Chapter 294 The Salvation Plan. Li Heng stepped out of the gate of the realm of saints. Lei Ji and Yu Fuhei were taken aback. So fast? Generally, one should stay in the realm of saints for at least a month. Senior, did you gain anything? Yu Fuhei asked nervously. He hoped Li Heng would obtain a great opportunity, which would be equivalent to repaying Li Heng's favor by requesting Li Heng to completely purify his corruption. Li Heng nodded. I did gain something. But I want to ask you, how did you open this realm of saints? The two were stunned, their expressions strange. Wasn't it obvious? Didn't you just see what happened? However, in Yu Fuhei's mind, Li Heng was, after all, a powerful senior. What did it matter if he was a little eccentric? He quickly explained, the realm of saints was opened by the heavenly laws left behind by that old dog, the high priest. Lei Ji nodded. That's right. Then what faction did that high priest belong to? Li Heng asked. What faction? I remember telling you before. Yu Fuhei scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. I don't remember, please repeat it, Li Heng replied calmly. Yu Fuhei nodded thoughtfully and could only speak again. That old dog, the high priest, doesn't belong to any faction. He only became high priest through sheer luck. But that old dog is really bold. He has no backing, yet he dares to plot against me. He's simply gone mad. Li Heng nodded and said nothing more. This corrective force is truly simple and brutal. After erasing all traces of Zuzi's time and space, the corrective force didn't turn the high priest into someone else. Instead, he simply had no faction at all. How to put it? It was somewhat expected. At this moment, Lei Ji's voice transmission rang out. Companion, how is the harvest? You suddenly visited before, saying there was a great opportunity in the secret realm of the saints. I wonder if you obtained that great opportunity? Li Heng raised an eyebrow. Was Lei Ji's memory fabricated? He replied with a smile via telepathy. Of course I got it. Do you want to see it? If my companions want me to see it, I naturally do. But if it involves the true gospel, the coming of the promised land, I think it's best to keep it a secret, Lei Ji answered seriously. Li Heng shook his head. This was boring. Looking at Lei Ji, who was completely unguarded, he reached out and gently patted his shoulder. His Taiyuan Sutra surged, his cultivation erupted, and the true fire of the sun directly enveloped Lei Ji. Caught off guard, Lei Ji didn't even have the chance to react. In that moment of stunned silence, he was obliterated by Li Heng's methods. Only then did Yu Fuhei react, his expression blank. "Senior, what are you doing?" He was shocked. Although he disliked this Lei Ji, feeling that he wasn't on the same side as the Hundred Saints Academy, he was still a void saint of the Hundred Saints Academy. Now, Li Heng had suddenly attacked and killed him. This was somewhat unreasonable. "Don't speak, look." Li Heng chuckled, pointing to Lei Ji's mangled body, scorched by the true fire of the sun. A swirling, ominous, and mysterious black liquid floated in the flames. Yu Fuhei was dumbfounded. What was going on? This mysterious substance originated from Lei Ji's body? How could its aura be so similar to the curse he was infected with? Lei Ji was, after all, a void saint of their Hundred Saints Academy, so why would such a thing appear in his body? "Do you still consider him your void saint?" Li Heng chuckled. Yu Fuhei shuddered. He realized this might be a serious problem. "Senior, how many people have experienced this?" "Those who broke through to the Dharma aspect stage after the century-long anomaly," Li Heng replied. Instantly, Yu Fuhei gasped. Although he had been prepared for this possibility, it was still unbelievable and hard to accept even after it was confirmed by someone else. As a celestial being, he knew some information. Since the cataclysmic changes in the heavens and earth, rumors have been circulating that those below the Dharma aspect level must not attempt to break through to the Dharma aspect level during this period, or face a great calamity. Initially, many forces were on high alert, but over time some relaxed their guard, such as the Hundred Saints Academy, who thought it was just a matter of increased casualties during Dharma aspect breakthroughs, but that breakthroughs were still possible. However, it now seems that's completely different. Something truly mysterious has appeared. "Senior, is Lei Ji already dead?" Yu Fuhei swallowed hard. "Maybe dead, maybe not. Anyway, you just need to know that the person in this situation is no longer the same person," Li Heng replied calmly. He was now powerful enough not to worry about others finding out, and he wouldn't allow Yu Fuhei to spread this news so freely. "No exceptions?" Yu Fuhei clung to a sliver of hope. "Theoretically speaking, unless I intervene, or another power comparable to the Great Sun appears, there are no surprises," Li Heng said, shaking his head. At this moment, Yu Fuhei completely abandoned his hopes. A sense of relief rose in his heart. Fortunately, only Lei Ji had broken through to the celestial level and become a high-ranking member of the Hundred Saints Academy, and he hadn't even had a chance to act before being killed by his seniors. Moreover, the other geniuses who had broken through to the Dharma aspect level hadn't yet reached the celestial level and were still under control. Otherwise, the entire academy would have been overthrown. At this moment, under the intense burning of the true solar fire, the long-standing ball of black liquid finally succumbed to the pressure and was slowly burned into nothingness by the true solar fire. At this moment, Li Heng received the notification of the arrival of source power. Source power plus 200,000. Li Heng then looked at Yu Fuhei. "It seems you've already made a decision." Yu Fuhei nodded. "It seems the Hundred Saints Academy needs to be reorganized. But with such a large-scale operation, I guess the other old guys will have to come out of seclusion." Li Heng nodded. "Do as you please, but I will stay at the Hundred Saints Academy for a while. If you have anything you can't handle, feel free to call me." After saying that, Li Heng's figure disappeared. Yu Fuhei was shocked. The senior was indeed an elusive and unpredictable being, appearing and disappearing like a dragon. Even he hadn't noticed how this senior had left. Gathering his thoughts, he took a deep breath and looked down at the Hundred Saints Academy below, his expression complex. Then, a flash of light appeared beside him, and a token floated in his palm. He lightly tapped the token, and invisible ripples spread out. "Old guys, it's time to come out of seclusion. Something big has happened." On another level of the mortal world, in the void, Li Heng stood, seemingly in the infinite, looking down at Yu Fuhei's various actions. He had two reasons for not leaving immediately. First, he wanted to take the time to see just how mysterious the jade slip in his hand was, and whether he could comprehend it. Second, he wanted to use Lei Ji's death to test the reaction of the Promised Land organization, making it easier for his subsequent hunt. From Lei Ji, he could see that this organization had great potential, the potential to allow him to harvest a large amount of source energy. He focused his mind back. Li Heng refocused his gaze on the jade slip in his hand. This jade slip was just as unremarkable as the one he had seen before. His divine sense couldn't penetrate it at all, and he couldn't glimpse its mysteries. However, this was a common occurrence. After all, divine sense and awareness were useless in crucial moments. But he didn't rely on divine sense to explore something, he used the great appraisal technique. The current appraisal function was still somewhat rudimentary, remaining at the Dharma aspect level, and needed an upgrade. However, he currently possessed a full 600,000 units of source energy, and according to Li Heng's estimation, upgrading to the celestial level only required 100,000, so he didn't need to worry too much about source energy consumption. With a thought, his source energy ignited, and the appraisal function upgraded again. However, this upgrade didn't bring any special effects. The data panel remained exactly the same as before, showing no change, only a jump in the values. Li Heng thought about it and found this unsurprising. The difference between the Dharma aspect and the celestial level seemed vast, but that was because the celestial level borrowed the infinite power of heaven and earth. In terms of the true essence, the difference was probably very small. Furthermore, this appraisal function may have reached a plateau, still far from the next level, so it's not surprising that no earth-shattering changes are expected. He put these distracting thoughts aside and focused his attention on the appraisal functions panel. Salvation Jade Slip, a product of the Salvation Plan, containing research findings from several aspects of the Salvation Plan, aiming to overcome pollution and reshape the world with a higher level of power. Li Heng frowned. It was indeed a short passage. Appraisal would have been better, it only made things more confusing. What was the essence of this Salvation Plan? Who were the people or organizations that proposed it? And what was this higher level power? He thought for a moment and directly added 200,000 units of source energy for the upgrade. According to his estimation, this 200,000 units of source energy should allow the appraisal function to leap forward a small distance, equivalent to a small realm advancement in the celestial realm. He wanted to use this method to determine if it was necessary to continue upgrading the appraisal function. It would be ridiculous if he poured all his source energy into it and still couldn't find anything. The appraisal function instantly upgraded. However, unfortunately, nothing changed. Salvation Jade Slip, a product of the Salvation Project, containing research findings from several aspects of the project aimed at overcoming pollution and reshaping the world with higher level power. Unfortunately, the project failed, and this Jade Slip ended up downstream, facing imminent destruction. Li Heng frowned. It seemed there was no need to continue upgrading. With the current information and source power, the true origin of this mysterious Jade Slip couldn't be determined. He still had 300,000 source power left, which he couldn't squander. However, the newly appeared information mentioned the downstream of the river. This reminded him of what the figure had said earlier. His mind immediately raced, considering many possibilities. Soon, he shook his head, clearing away these distracting thoughts. It seemed he had to find an opportunity, or perhaps use some source power, to completely escape this world and see its situation and location. If it was truly as he suspected, and this world had reached the downstream end, the edge of the waterfall, about to plunge into the abyss, that would be ridiculous. He wasn't in a hurry to decipher the Salvation Jade Slip. He wanted to use the appraisal function to identify the universal rank he hadn't been able to identify before, to see if he could gain anything. Soon, the information reappeared. Universal rank. Within the Great Void, world rules and underlying principles differ, making it difficult to apply the power of other worlds to another. However, in the untraceable past, a divine being appeared in the Great Void, creating the concept of universal rank for the exchange and development of various worlds. Those with universal rank are not restricted by ordinary world rules and can even mitigate the harshness of those rules. Li Heng nodded slowly. So that's how it is. This also aligns with his guess. But who is this divine being who summoned the concept of universal rank? Is he still alive? If he is, and possesses such immense power, how could he have darkened the void? Li Heng couldn't help but speculate again. However, he quickly shook his head. Time was of the essence. He couldn't afford to worry unnecessarily. He needed to seize the time to comprehend the Savior Jade Slip. Even if he gained nothing from the study, he still had other things to attend to. Having made up his mind, Li Heng calmed down. The Jade Slip of Salvation floated silently before him, radiating a hazy light and a profound, mysterious Taoist aura. In the mortal realm, within the 100 Saints Academy, at its highest point stood a magnificent hall. 7 human-shaped statues flanked the hall. These 7 statues did not represent just any random people, but rather the surviving half-saints of the 100 Saints Academy, The pillars of the academy. Yu Fuhei stood in the center of the statues, silent, waiting. Soon, these lifeless stone statues came to life. However, each statue possessed a slightly different aura. Some emanated the aura of war and slaughter, some the fragrance of books, and some embodied the rules of their own realm. Yet, they all shared a common thread: their condition was far from ideal. Although compared to those below the celestial realm, the vitality of these statues shone like the blazing sun. To a normal celestial realm being, it was merely the twilight of dusk. Yu Fuhei, why are you contacting us so urgently? Didn't I tell you? Unless the academy faces annihilation, even if you die, you can't contact us. Besides, we're not in good shape either. The statue exuding a scholarly aura said. Since you've said that, you must know why I'm contacting you. The Hundred Saints Academy is indeed facing annihilation. Yu Fuhei stood with his hands behind his back and said slowly. Oh, who dares to provoke our Hundred Saints Academy? Is it the various dynasties attacking us? The statue exuding a murderous aura asked. The other statues also raised their questions. Yu Fuhei shook his head. None of them. Then what is it? Some statues and some half-saints were somewhat dissatisfied. They couldn't waste their time on such a trivial matter. They were at a critical moment, and if they couldn't withstand the pollution, they would die immediately. Yu Fuhei didn't waste any time. He recounted everything that had happened. Look! He conjured up an image, in which the true fire of the sun was constantly burning the black liquid. Chapter 295 Black Liquid. What is this? The semi-saint statues were shocked upon seeing it. They realized that the aura emanating from the black liquid was very similar to the pollution they had been exposed to. As I said before, it was found inside Lei Ji's body, Yu Fuhei replied softly. For a moment, the semi-saint statues fell silent. They found it hard to accept that the semi-saints they respected had such a problem. According to that senior, if this phenomenon occurs, then it's not the original self. And in the past 100 years, have there been very few geniuses who have advanced to the Dharma aspect stage in the academy? Then what do you mean? The statue filled with murderous aura asked. Cleanse the academy. The 4 words were uttered, but they carried endless killing intent, as if one could hear the rivers of blood and heads rolling behind those words. After these words, the entire place fell silent. Yu Fuhei was not surprised and did not speak, closing his eyes to wait for the semi-saint's decision. After a long time, someone finally spoke up to break the deadlock. Are you sure what that person said is true? The statue exuding a scholarly aura asked unwillingly. I knew you'd be suspicious. Perfect. Yu Fuhei chuckled. He clapped his hands, looked outside the hall, and spoke loudly, since you're here, come in. I have important matters to discuss. With a series of footsteps, a figure appeared before everyone. The statue exuding a scholarly aura couldn't help but change its expression, for this figure was none other than a genius disciple of his lineage, among those who had broken through to the Dharma aspect stage a century later. Now, we can confirm this, Yu Fuhei said calmly. Half-saint Yu, did you call me? The figure stepped into the hall, seemingly unaware of the statues on either side, and asked in confusion. He wondered why Yu Fuhei, the old dog, would notice him, since he had no connection with him. Muhai, come closer. Yu Fuhei smiled, gesturing for him to come to his side. Muhai was confused, but he knew that Yu Fuhei, as a half-saint, was superior to him in both status and power, so he dared not disobey and obediently moved to the side. At this moment, the statues on either side had complex expressions. They knew that if they saw that black liquid again on Muhai, it would be a major disaster, destined to turn the academy upside down. Half-saint Yu, what brings you here? I'm currently writing a book, at a crucial stage. Muhai's unspoken message was to tell Yu Fuhei to get to the point and not waste his time. Yu Fuhei chuckled. I'm asking you, what's your relationship with Lei Ji, the Void Saint? Muhai frowned. Not much of a relationship, we're not from the same faction. He answered calmly. At this moment, the scholarly statue beside him breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Fuhei smiled. That's good. I just killed Lei Ji. If you and Lei Ji were close, I'd be in trouble. Muhai was stunned, instantly dumbfounded. Half-saint Yu, what are you doing? That's a void saint of the academy. Even if you're a half-saint, you can't act so recklessly. He twitched his fingers slightly, then roared angrily, filled with righteous indignation. You're quite the actor. It's no pity, I'm not the only one here. Yu Fuhei said calmly. The next moment, the statues on both sides appeared simultaneously. The statue, exuding a scholarly aura, looked at the angry Mu-hai with a strange and sorrowful gaze. Mu-hai was startled. He sensed the scholarly statue and immediately knelt down. "Master Lu, I didn't expect you to be here too. What exactly happened? Why did Half-Saint Yu attack Lei Ji? Little Hai, how do you explain this?" Master Lu opened the statue's palm, and a black light floated on it, radiating an eerie and mysterious aura. Mu-hai was shocked. This was the message he had secretly sent out just now. What was going on? He clearly felt that his message had not been intercepted. "Master Lu, this was indeed my doing. The reason is that what Half-Saint Yu said was too unbelievable, and I was afraid that my own situation would be in danger, so I sent the message. However, I also thought that Half-Saint Yu's strength was unfathomable, and he was a celestial being, so I used this rather secret and strange method." Mu-hai calmed himself down and said frankly, "So, you, a junior, are doubting me?" Yu Fuhei smiled. Mu-hai nodded without hiding anything. Half-Saint Yu should also know his reputation in the academy. "Very well, even if, as you say, my reputation in the academy is like a rat crossing the street, then how could you, as a disciple of the academy, know such an extremely mysterious method of sending messages?" Yu Fuhei said with a smile. "It was just a coincidence, and I think Half-Saint's words are inappropriate. The path of our 100 Saints Academy is to draw from all rivers to the sea, to absorb the strengths of all schools of thought. What's wrong with knowing a little bit of a mysterious method? There are no evil methods, only evil people." Mu-hai said righteously and earnestly. "I never thought I'd be lectured by a junior. Fine, I'm not pretending anymore, I'll lay my cards on the table." Yu Fuhei smiled, and once again manifested that image, the strange, writhing black liquid emanating from Lei Ji's body being scorched by the true fire of the sun. The next moment, without the slightest hesitation, Mu-hai's cultivation surged wildly, unleashing 12/10ths of its power. He then turned and ran, almost instantly stepping out of the hall and disappearing into the unknown distance. This sudden turn of events sank the hearts of the numerous semi-saint statues. The reaction was too decisive, too swift, offering no further explanation. It seemed there really was something wrong with this phenomenon. "You can't escape." Yu Fuhei spoke softly, and the surrounding laws of heaven and earth instantly transformed into chains of order, locking Yu Fuhei in place. No matter how much he unleashed his cultivation or struggled, he couldn't budge him an inch. "Little Hai, why is this happening?" Master Lu walked up to Mu-hai and said sadly. Mu-hai's expression remained blank. "Master Lu, you don't understand. You're just a mortal, a fool who has never experienced enlightenment. How could you possibly know the greatness of our cause? You old codgers who hold positions without contributing anything are truly hateful, daring to obstruct our great undertaking." As the words fell, a deafening boom echoed. Mu-hai self-destructed, the explosive force sweeping through the hall. However, with many semi-saints present, this power was insignificant. Nevertheless, it caused a change in the expressions of many semi-saints. They hadn't expected Mu-hai to be so decisive, so reckless. The next moment, at the side of Mu-hai's explosion, a writhing black mark, emanating a mysterious and ominous aura, floated in the void, slightly smaller than the one left by Lei Ji. The saints were horrified by this eerie sight. Their intuition warned them not to touch the black liquid, or they themselves would be doomed. Just as they were pondering how to deal with the black liquid, suddenly, a flame erupted from the void, enveloping the black liquid. Li Heng's figure silently appeared. "Am I late?" Chapter 296 Glorious Evolution. "Senior, you've arrived," Yu Fuhei said with delight. Li Heng nodded. "But you guys are really quick. If I hadn't been a bit faster, I probably wouldn't have made it in time." He looked at the black liquid burning in the flames and laughed. Of course, this could also be called somewhat slow. Fast in real time, slow in real time, corresponding to the time it took him to comprehend the information on the mysterious jade slip. Because when he comprehended the jade slip, he discovered that it actually had the function of stealing time. He had been comprehending the jade slip for a full 7 days, but in real time, less than an afternoon had passed, which was beyond his expectations. Senior is joking. When such an unfortunate thing happens in the academy, it is only natural to deal with it as soon as possible to avoid causing greater disasters. Yu Fuhei said. Li Heng nodded. Judging from the situation, you really want to kill people to clean up? Upon hearing this, The half-saint statues showed bitter expressions. If they had a choice, they did not want to kill people, because most of those who had advanced to the Dharma aspect stage in the past 100 years were genius students from their respective factions. Yu Fuhei frowned when he saw the reaction of these half-saints. You old fogies, hurry up and make a decision. Don't be so indecisive, or are you still clinging to a sliver of hope? His words were utterly blunt. Yu Fuhei, what do you mean by that? The scholarly-looking Master Lu roared in fury. Yu Fuhei had already chuckled coldly. Hell, I'm just afraid someone will be too soft-hearted and let those monsters escape, isn't that right? Master Lu fell silent, his expression shifting between light and shadow. He wanted to take advantage of the other half-saint's silence to look at Li Heng and bow deeply. May I ask your background, Senior? How do you know such mysterious matters? Hearing Master Lu's question, Yu Fuhei immediately became displeased. What are you trying to do, you old fogey surnamed Lu? Do you want to question your background, Senior? You should know that if it weren't for your reminder, you old fogies would still be in the dark. Li Heng wasn't annoyed, and chuckled slightly. I naturally have my own channels. As for my origins, a wisp of the law of reincarnation suddenly appeared, swirling in his palm, manifesting a miniature 6 paths of reincarnation, as if the life and death of all things, the birth and death of all beings, were all in his grasp. Instantly, the saints gasped. Master Lu hurriedly apologized, bowing deeply. Senior, I was presumptuous. He was extremely surprised. He thought he had overestimated the identity of this mysterious person as much as possible, but he hadn't expected that his vision was still too shallow. This person was actually related to the newly emerged reincarnation in the world. Perhaps, he might even be the great being who established reincarnation. Master Lu was shocked. Now that they had vaguely guessed Li Heng's identity and knew the value of Lu Heng's possessions, the hesitation of these half-saints lessened considerably, and they quickly made a decision. One word: kill. At this moment, no matter how mysterious and polluting this black liquid was, it quickly turned into nothingness with a burning of the true fire of the sun, and the source power increased by 50,000. Having witnessed countless increases in source power, Li Heng felt no excitement upon seeing only 50,000. He wasn't particularly surprised. After all, this person was merely a Dharma aspect cultivator. How strong could he be? In any case, the Promised Land organization had many members. He could accumulate power gradually. Li Heng flew above the 100 Saints Academy. At this moment, the auras of the various half-saints manifested, enveloping and sealing the academy, preparing for a cleansing. He didn't participate much, focusing only on eliminating the writhing black liquid and reaping the rewards, thus avoiding excessive exposure. His mind calmed. Suddenly, with a thought, a phantom river appeared before him. This was the power Li Heng had gleaned from the Salvation Jade Slip. He gazed at this ceaselessly flowing river, its beginning and end unknown, and frowned. This river wasn't an ordinary river, it was the embodiment of time itself, the flowing water of time, representing the past, present, and future of the world. This sounded incredibly powerful and impressive. However, it's useless to him now. Because this thing can only be seen, not used. All he's grasped is the ability to manifest a phantom of this river of time. He can't do anything else. Forget about killing across the river of time, even peering into the past and future is a stretch. Moreover, Li Heng suspects that the ability to peer into the past and future isn't due to this phantom of the river of time, but rather because he previously made a deal with the heavens, gaining a tiny glimpse into the future. It has nothing to do with this phantom. He's somewhat puzzled. What is this? The champion Marcus could comprehend a spear technique that kills with a single shot, and that Zhu Zi could comprehend a powerful divine ability that decides life and death. He merely created a phantom of a river of time? He carefully examined this river of time, lost in thought. At this moment, the sounds of battle rang out below the 100 Saints Academy. Teacher, why did you attack me? A military genius, clad in armor and radiating a murderous aura, who upon closer inspection appeared to have recently broken through to the Dharma aspect stage, roared at the military half-saint before him. The military half-saint's eyes showed reluctance. Little tiger, give up resisting, and you might live. He sighed, offering his advice, and his oppressive aura lessened slightly. But this only provoked a sudden outburst from the military genius. Endless killing intent surged forth, and all the martial and killing energy in the world converged, combining with the array patterns already laid out here, forming a killing array to trap and kill this half-saint of the military school. The half-saint of the military school froze, a bitter expression on his face. In the end, he had been too delusional. He stretched out his palm and pressed down. With a snap, the so-called killing array shattered instantly. However, at this moment, the military genius had already vanished without a trace, taking advantage of the moment the half-saint of the military school was trapped to escape. The half-saint of the military school remained calm. "Little tiger, you can't escape." Suddenly, the laws of heaven and earth surrounding the 100 Saints Academy tightened, weaving an extremely strict chain of divine order, which then broke through the void and manifested in reality. The chains of order, tracking his aura, bound the military genius who was hiding and trying to escape almost instantly. Several others nearby shared the same fate. Yu Fuhei appeared, his expression calm. The trapped men were shocked and cursed. "Old dog you, what do you want?" Yu Fuhei chuckled. "You monsters, do you have the right to call me old dog you? Are you still students of the academy?" They sneered. "Since you old codgers have seen through us, we'll stop pretending. We certainly don't agree with this so-called 100 Saints Academy, but you old dog have no right to call us monsters. We are the real people, enlightened by truth." They laughed loudly, their inner energy exploding as if they were about to self-destruct. However, having already encountered this situation before, how could Yu Fuhei not be wary? With a clenched fist, the divine chains tightened, binding the order of these people and locking their cultivation levels in place, rendering them completely unable to mobilize even a fraction of their power. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose? And what is your organization? Yu Fuhei demanded coldly. Seeing their self-destruction fail, the people's expressions changed, but upon hearing Yu Fuhei's words, they sneered. "You ignorant old fools, what do you want? To find our organization and sabotage our cause? Don't even think about it. We will absolutely not tell you." Yu Fuhei sneered. "I know even if you don't tell me. It seems that after the cataclysmic change in the world, those who successfully broke through to the Dharma aspect were all your people. You devoured their original selves, you are monsters." The people's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. However, they immediately realized that this was likely a ploy by Yu Fuhei, and they immediately lowered their eyes, their expressions blank, falling silent, almost into vast, deathly stillness. In the secret realm of the saints, on Mount 100 Saints, the academy geniuses who had entered the mysterious realm of saints in search of opportunities stood atop 100 Saints Mountain, sighing helplessly. They had arrived too late. The two who had already plundered 100 Saints Mountain had prepared a special passage beforehand, which they couldn't seal off in time. They could only watch helplessly as the two hateful fellows escaped. They were furious. They were unwilling to accept this. Was their once-in-a-lifetime trip to 100 Saints Mountain going to end in vain? Of course, they knew that there were some opportunities in the mysterious realm of saints outside 100 Saints Mountain. But they also knew that compared to the opportunities in 100 Saints Mountain, the opportunities outside were worthless. They would rather stay in 100 Saints Mountain and try their luck. "Young master, we can't stay here any longer. Let's go and wander around. Perhaps some of the mysterious realm palaces of saints have enclosed and won't refuse us." Two people don't have the ability to plunder everything. A woman in a palace robe looked at the handsome man standing on the mountaintop beside her, his robes flowing, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. The others echoed his sentiments. "That's right, as the sages said, heaven never seals off all paths. With young master leading the way, his luck is sure to bring him great opportunities." All eyes were fixed on the man. This wasn't due to blind worship. The man before them was simply too extraordinary. At such a young age, he had already broken through to the lower realms, possessing the aura of a second-level void saint. If nothing unexpected happened, he would become a future half-saint. Moreover, unlike the solitary lay half-saint, this young master had a powerful backer. His master was the so-called miscellaneous half-saint, Lu Zi, who was said to have mastered the strengths of many schools of thought. The young master turned to look at the crowd. "You flatter me. However, I currently face a problem. Could you all lend a helping hand?" He smiled warmly, like a gentle breeze. "There's a problem even young master can solve? Please tell us quickly, and we will certainly do our utmost." The crowd's spirits lifted, and they said, "I'm thinking about how to take your lives." The young lord spoke softly, and the surrounding environment instantly changed, plunging into darkness. At the same time, his aura erupted, locking onto the crowd, his killing intent unmistakable. The crowd was shocked. Although they didn't know why the young lord was doing this, they knew that even if they had previously been his sycophants, they couldn't risk their lives. They immediately turned and ran. But unfortunately, it was a crushing massacre. Soon, everyone was slaughtered by the young lord, including 5 or 6 elderly scholars of the same level as him. His killing power was unparalleled. "You're too bloodthirsty." A figure appeared, breaking through the void. Looking at the face before him, the figure frowned, observing the aura. It was none other than the miscellaneous half-saint, Lu Zi, the Lu master that Mu Hai had mentioned earlier. "There's no way around it. This is a mission from the true gospel," the young lord said with a light laugh. "But I'm curious, teacher, you're not one of us, are you? So why did you inform me of the massacre targeting us outside? Are you trying to defect?" He tilted his head, looking at his teacher. Lu Zi remained silent. Go as far away as possible, and never come back. I don't care who you are now, or whether you're still the same person. But you still possess the miscellaneous school's heritage. You are my disciple." Xiaojun shook his head. "That won't do. Even if you spare my life, teacher, I will still return for the sake of our organization. If you can't accept that, then kill me now." Lu Zi was furious. "Do you really think I wouldn't dare?" Xiaojun laughed. "No, you wouldn't dare. I can see the despair hidden in you, teacher. You don't believe your side can win, so to preserve the miscellaneous school's heritage, you even chose to spare me, the monster in your eyes, didn't you?" Lu Zi was stunned and fell silent. As a half-saint of the miscellaneous school, he had mastered the strengths of various schools, his cultivation closely following that of the first Saint King of that time, and now he was even more confident that he was almost on par with the Saint King of that era. But now, he would rather be weaker. Because the stronger he became, the more he saw, and the more desperate he became. This world, all things and all living beings, were doomed. Everything now was just a final burst of energy, a death struggle. "Teacher, I have a suggestion. Join us, join the glorious evolution," Xiaojun said sincerely. Outside the secret realm of the saints, above the 100 Saints Academy, Li Heng saw that Yu Fuhe had almost finished dealing with the situation, having forced out the constantly churning and writhing black liquid, and it was his turn to act. This black liquid had extremely strong radioactive pollution. If it wasn't dealt with quickly, even without direct contact with individual living beings, it would probably infect the surrounding environment, causing mutations, and eventually forming something even more terrifying than the ghost domain. True solar fire appeared around each ball of black liquid. Yu Fuhe and the other half-saints breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. It seemed that their senior had finally made a move. They couldn't handle it. Simply getting close to these black liquids would resonate with the pollution within their bodies, worsening their contamination. Li Heng appeared beside Yu Fuhe. "Senior, the Academy has resolved everything that needed to be resolved," Yu Fuhe reported. "Are you sure you haven't missed anything? If there seems to be one omission, it's not in the Academy, but within the mysterious realm of saints." Li Heng's gaze instantly pierced through the void, revealing the mysterious realm of saints, on Mount 100 Saints. Chapter 297 The Gospel Arrives. Yu Fuhe saw Li Heng, his gaze unwavering, and remained silent, which seemed odd. "Senior, what has happened again?" Li Heng's expression was subtle. "How does your 100 Saints Academy deal with traitors?" Yu Fuhe was startled, a sense of foreboding rising within him. On 100 Saints Mountain, the young master, seeing his teacher remain silent, continued with a smile. "Teacher, don't judge us with your corrupt eyes. We are not monsters, we are human. If we must distinguish ourselves by a hierarchy, we are people who have received true baptism and true enlightenment, true beings. And you are merely living in illusion, corrupt and utterly inhuman." Lu Zi frowned. He waved his sleeve, rebuking, "Nonsense. Humans are formed from the true essence of heaven and earth, and walk the righteous path." Although he intended to spare his disciple, hearing such treasonous and unorthodox words, he had to speak out in opposition to solidify his own Dao heart. The young master shook his head and chuckled. "Teacher, this is reality. Otherwise, why would the world change like this, and why would you suffer real punishment? The reason is that you and we are no longer the same species. The real will eventually eliminate the fake, and the eternal will prevail." Lu Zi did not continue to refute. He admitted that Xiaojun's words did make some sense. But if he were to admit these words, it would be tantamount to denying himself and the path he had walked. "Don't try to seduce me anymore, go." I don't know if you still value my miscellaneous school's heritage, but I hope you can help me continue it in the future. What if I don't agree? If you don't agree, you cannot leave, and you will be killed on the spot. Lu Zi answered coldly. He never thought he had betrayed the 100 Saints Academy, nor did he think he was on Xiao Zhen's side. To him, he was just making one deal after another, just like before. He let Xiao Zhen go. Xiao Zhen helped him continue the miscellaneous school's heritage. This was fair. Xiao Zhen smiled and shook his head. All right, I promise you, teacher. I'm at your mercy now. I have no choice but to agree. I hope you keep your promise. Lu Zi waved his hand, and a spatial passage appeared. This spatial passage leads directly to tens of thousands of miles away, and it shields your aura and celestial secrets. Those guys won't find you. Hurry up and leave, don't delay any longer. Xiao Zhen nodded. Don't worry, teacher, I will repay your kindness today. If you ever find yourself in danger and face eternal damnation, I will definitely come to guide you, let you hear the gospel, and achieve truth. Xiao Zhen said sincerely, about to step into the passage. Lu Zi smiled self-deprecatingly upon hearing this. Do these monsters even know how to be grateful and repay kindness? Lu Tao, what are you doing? A roar rang out. Yu Fuhei and the other accompanying figures appeared, their power erupting, attempting to seal off the entire sacred realm and sever the spatial passage. Lu Zi's expression changed. Not good, run. He kicked the young lord directly into the spatial passage, which vanished instantly. Yu Fuhei and the others were too late, the young lord escaped. Lu Tao laughed. Lu Tao, a sinner of the academy and a sinner of the human race, is willing to die. Hell, die? Do you know that what you've done can't be undone, even if you die 1,000 or 10,000 times? Do you know how many similar monsters lurk among the human race? Yu Fuhei sneered. But this reaction made Lu Tao frown. You're acting strangely, you're not that angry. I understand, you have a backup plan. Lu Tao's expression was ashen. 10,000 miles away from the 100 Saints Academy. This place is on the edge of the various dynasties. Just a little further ahead, one can step out of the shroud of the dynasty's fortune and into many uninhabited forbidden zones. Even human celestial beings wouldn't want to set foot in such a place. It can be said that the miscellaneous half-saint Lu Tao had put in a lot of effort. Xiao Zhen appeared in a wide-open space, watching the spatial passage gradually close. He expanded his mental energy and, sensing no pursuers or ambushes, breathed a sigh of relief. His expression immediately darkened, his brows furrowing. Damn it, why was he exposed? Although various forces harbored some suspicion towards those who had successfully advanced to the Dharma aspect stage, it was merely suspicion, they wouldn't actually kill him. With the 100 Saints Academy's massive operation, his companions within must have met with misfortune. He had to report to the organization and inform his comrades. However, this was not a place to linger. He should first fly out of human territory, to a forbidden zone untouched by human influence, and then use a secret technique to notify them, otherwise, he was highly likely to be detected by those powerful humans. Having made his decision, he harnessed the energy of heaven and earth and flew towards the borders of the human race. Then, with a thud, he crashed to the ground. Xiao Zhen was completely stunned, like a bird with broken wings, plunging headfirst to the ground. What happened? Why did he suddenly fall? He clearly had the power of heaven and earth at his command, and the surrounding rule seemed normal. He tried to fly again, but nothing happened. He was dumbfounded, his flight technique had failed. Young man, what are you doing? This is a no-fly zone. Hearing the voice, Xiao Zhen turned around and saw a small inn standing beside a path not far away. The innkeeper pointed to a sign next to it and smiled. Xiao Zhen approached the inn and saw the sign clearly. It was a wooden sign with a bird drawn on it, surrounded by a circle with an X in the middle. He suddenly understood. Ah, I see, it's a no-fly zone. I get it. Thank you, innkeeper, I'll be going now. He didn't look back and quickly walked towards the border. Then, after walking for a long time, he didn't reach the border. But then he saw the small inn and the innkeeper again. Instantly, his expression darkened. He knew perfectly well that the inn and the innkeeper he had just seen were strange. That's why he didn't choose to linger and left directly, but now it seems they don't intend to let him go. May I ask, innkeeper, could you please let me go? He walked up to the innkeeper and bowed sincerely. That's easy, easy. The innkeeper smiled, and Xiao Zhen smiled along. He secretly cursed in his heart, It was indeed this damned guy causing trouble, but who exactly was this guy, and why was he waiting for him here? Help me sell this newspaper. The innkeeper pulled out an official gazette from under the counter. Xiaojun was immediately bewildered. He was asked to sell a newspaper? What a joke. There was no one else here except him and this damned innkeeper. Where was he going to sell a newspaper? Moreover, this official gazette looked suspicious. What, you're not willing? The innkeeper frowned immediately, his expression unfriendly. Instantly, Xiaojun chickened out. No, I'm willing. Then he took the strange official gazette with one hand. Instantly, a voice rang out. You're a newsboy, a newsboy. Sell newspapers now, or you're dead. Dead, dead. Looking at the official gazette, the content began to change, finally settling on the specific details. Mission, sell 100 copies of the newspaper within 1 hour, or die. His expression was blank. It really was this troublesome thing. Boss, can you please let me go? The shopkeeper pointed at the official gazette. Ask him if he agrees. Heng said with a smile. Even having reached the Dharma aspect realm, possessing the strength to contend with celestials, he discovered that this strange official report, which he had always overlooked, was not simple. Even though he could interfere with the laws of heaven and earth, he couldn't truly analyze the core of this strange official report. And when he came into contact with the Salvation Jade Slip, witnessed the champion Marquis's sure headshot, and experienced Zuzi's divine power to decide life and death with a single word, he found that this was very similar to the mechanism of the strange, with the same unreasonable effect. The difference was that the divine power that the champion Marquis and Zuzi comprehended from the Jade Slip was even more unreasonable, which made him suspect that the Salvation Jade Slip was a more advanced strange. Although this possibility was eliminated after he appraised the Salvation Jade Slip, it still gave him new ideas. For example, the so-called salvation plan. Could the salvation plan involve this so-called strange? Strange, immortal and indestructible, acting according to the rules, able to kill by the rules. Its characteristics are almost unavoidable. How similar is this to the champion Marquis's shot in Zuzi's words? Heng seriously doubted it. This irrational power is a product of the so-called salvation plan's research into the bizarre, and its subsequent refinement. Similar in nature, yet even more irrational than the bizarre itself. Of course, this is merely his suspicion, without any evidence. But since he already has the suspicion, and the current situation is suitable for experimentation, he naturally wants to try it. He wants to use this young lord to see the upper limit of this bizarre official report, to see if it can interfere with this so-called gospel. He wants to try to analyze the core of the bizarre. Shopkeeper, you don't actually think this can do anything to me, do you? The young lord suddenly laughed. Then you're welcome to try. Heng wasn't too surprised by Xiaojun's reaction. The reason he let Xiaojun leave Bai Sheng Mountain and waited for him here, even using the strange official report for experiments, was because he sensed an extraordinary aura within Xiaojun. Perhaps, it really could elicit the so-called true gospel? Xiaojun's expression was uncertain. He had a trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so composed back at Bai Sheng Mountain, and wouldn't have even had the mind to seduce Lu Tao. However, trump cards are one-time use. Once used, they're gone. Did he really need to use them here? If he used this trump card to resolve this troublesome official report, could he also deal with the unfathomable shopkeeper who was already waiting for him here? The answer was yes. Because it was truth, it was gospel. He smiled. His own death was insignificant, and so was this person's. He had to inform his companions of this news. Gospel, descending. He spoke softly. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Horrific Pollution. The words had barely left his lips when, in an instant, Heng sensed that the young lord had become drastically different. It was as if some unseen force had descended, making his core frenzied, mysterious, and indescribable. Analyzing the young lord's words, this was likely some kind of divine intervention. At that moment, the strange official document in the young lord's hand seemed to sense the threat, unleashing a burst of black light that enveloped its entire body, seemingly engaging in a tug-of-war with that power. For a moment, it held its own. Heng raised an eyebrow. This strange official document was truly formidable. However, the next moment, The strange official document withered. The black light vanished instantly, and the once smooth surface of the document became wrinkled, like a piece of waste paper that had absorbed water and then dried in the scorching sun. Li Heng nodded. This was the normal unfolding. If a mere strange entity could contend with that corrupting power, how could the celestial beings of this world be in such a miserable state? However, from that brief confrontation, he glimpsed the strange core, an extremely specialized set of rules. With these rules, the strange official report could even briefly contend with the corrupting power. Only after that, due to its negligible strength and inherent difference in nature, did it fall into a disadvantageous position. Li Heng's eyes flickered. The strange power could barely contend with the corrupting power. Then, what about the jade slip divine power, which seemed to be a product of sublimation? What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? The young lord took the strange official report and tore it apart forcefully. Then, the report remained intact. He paused for a moment, then realized that this type of thing seemed indestructible. He simply threw it on the ground, looking at Li Heng with a cold smile. You don't seem afraid? Li Heng didn't answer, lost in thought. He had thought the strange's potential was limited to this. This strange official report had fallen into a disadvantageous position in its confrontation with the corrupting power. He had thought this would cause the report's divine power to dissipate, turning it into an ordinary newspaper. But now it seemed he had underestimated it. This official report hadn't even been torn apart by the young lord. Could that immortality still exist? Even if you don't speak, you won't escape death. Xiao Jun sneered, unleashing a palm strike to kill Li Heng. He was now brimming with confidence. In his state of divine intervention, he was invincible. Let alone this mysterious, secretive man before him, even if the former king saint, hailed as the first saint, were here, he was confident he could slay him. This was the power of the divine intervention, the power of truth. Of course, using such heaven-defying power came at a price. With his current cultivation and frail body, he could only withstand this true divine intervention for a short while. After the power dissipated, he would die instantly. That didn't matter, his death was insignificant. As long as he killed this mysterious man and relayed the message to his companions, warning them to be cautious and not let the descent of the promised land be affected, his mission would be complete. In fact, his confidence was not without reason. Because his palm strike had actually created a world within itself. This world was not orderly, but rather filled with chaos and pollution. The space-time that constituted the world had become writhing flesh and blood, spreading all sorts of poisonous laws. Li Heng was certain that even a celestial being would not escape calamity in the face of this palm strike. The destructive power of this strike was unknown, but the pollution it spread had reached the level of heaven and earth, far beyond what living beings could withstand. If he hadn't cultivated the great sun path and possessed the ability of visualization to suppress his true nature, he would have gone mad and mutated the moment he saw this palm strike and perceived the polluted world. Under this palm strike, the surrounding environment was affected. Space-time shifted, mutating into writhing flesh and blood. The laws of heaven and earth that constituted the world, the chains of order, also began to activate, becoming polluted and twisted into worms. The entire earth became a bloody swamp, making Li Heng feel as if he were trapped in a swamp. He murmured, whispered, and roared. All the mysterious and indescribable things seemed to be revealed under this palm strike, infecting all things and all spirits. However, Xiao Jun's eyes grew increasingly joyful and bright. For him, this was reality, this was a blessing. Li Heng's gaze was calm. He didn't activate any of his cultivation, enduring the blow head-on, letting the pollution seep into his body, ravaging his entire being, spreading the mutation to every limb. Soon, he turned into a mountain of flesh, constantly writhing. Xiao Jun withdrew his hand, somewhat disappointed. He had thought this mysterious shopkeeper was strong, but it turned out he couldn't even withstand a single blow and was about to collapse. He should have known better than to risk his life so early. He sighed. He shook the 3 heads that had grown out of nowhere, intending to immediately activate a secret technique to inform his companions. He was not far from death, he had to hurry. The secret technique was unleashed, transforming into rune marks that pierced the void. Xiao Jun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the rune marks disappeared into the void, his companions should receive the information and hide to avoid being slaughtered. But the next moment, just as the rune marks were about to disappear into the void, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed them. Xiao Jun was stunned, then stared intently, gasping in shock. It was the shopkeeper who had stopped him earlier. But hadn't he collapsed into a mountain of flesh? How was he still alive, and seemingly perfectly fine? Li Heng remained calm, continuously analyzing the rune markings. Xiaojun's palm strike had been truly extraordinary, the consequences had almost exceeded his expectations. Had it not been for his visualization ability and the source energy within him, he would have truly died. When he received that strike, he could sense everything within his body undergoing distortion and collapse. Under his non-resistance, even the supreme level of a great sun couldn't resist the corruption of this power and collapsed. It could corrupt him simply by not resisting. One could imagine how terrifying this power was. Moreover, he discovered that this distortion and infection wasn't limited to the physical body and soul, it even extended to the temporal realm, aiming to infect his past self and completely sever the foundation of his existence. In short, once the infection was complete, even time travel wouldn't save him. Of course, in his attempt to explore the essence of this polluting power, he did indeed allow the infection to complete, and his past self was completely ensnared, corrupted and distorted. Logically, he was beyond saving. However, as he predicted, his visualization ability remained as unreasonable as ever. With source energy, it could truly accomplish everything, directly purifying the pollution. Li Heng didn't quite understand the underlying principles. Both the past and present were polluted. How could he be saved? Was it through the future? But the present determines the future. Without the present, the future is nothingness, or rather, ethereal nothingness. However, he was certain of one thing: source energy, the eternal god of visualization. This life-risking experience also yielded some gains. For example, he fully understood the terror of this polluting power. He seriously suspected that anyone completely infected was doomed, even an ancient immortal. Unless someone possessed an unreasonable cheat code like his. He used to complain that some ancient immortals were useless. They were clearly transcendent, beyond the world, revered as Dao ancestors, even capable of manipulating space and time, so why were they still corrupted, afflicted by calamities, reduced to such a wretched state, reduced to mere remnants of the dead? But now, his assessment remained unchanged. These ancient immortals and gods were still useless. However, useless as they were, he could understand. It wasn't that his forces were incompetent, but the enemy possessed formidable strength. This inexplicable calamity, this corrupting and distorting power, that indescribable unknown and terrifying force was simply too intractable. Even space and time could be infected. What could they possibly do? At this moment, Xiaojun struck him with another palm. Xiaojun was extremely wary. He hadn't expected this mysterious shopkeeper to possess such methods. Even after collapsing into a mountain of flesh, he could still return to his original form. This was completely illogical. Could it be that he had only killed an avatar? Li Heng still didn't resist. It was merely risking death again, something he couldn't ask for. With more experience like this, he might be able to analyze a sliver of the essence of these polluting forces and devise a more efficient countermeasure, instead of simply brute force it with source power. He was certain of it. In the entire great void, across all the myriad realms, there might not be another opportunity like his. After all, those who had such an opportunity were completely infected, already dead, or transformed into monsters. Li Heng transformed into a writhing mountain of flesh once more. However, due to his wicked sense of humor, the mountain of flesh changed shape. At this moment, Xiaojun withdrew his hand, frowning. He never expected that this person would offer no resistance. Did this person know he couldn't withstand this palm strike? He stared at the mountain of flesh that Li Heng had transformed into for a long time, then paused, surprised. The shape of this mountain of flesh was a bit strange. It looked somewhat like a Raojiamo, Chinese hamburger. For some reason, the more he looked, the more it resembled it. After a while, Li Heng still hadn't recovered. Xiaojun breathed a sigh of relief. Surely he should be dead by now. He used his secret technique again, condensing runes and rapidly sending them to break through the void, hoping for no further mishaps. But an accident still occurred. Li Heng grasped the rune in his palm again, continuously analyzing it. Combined with the rune he had grabbed earlier, it was practically double the analysis for free. Seeing Li Heng recover at some point, Xiaojun was completely dumbfounded. He wasn't stupid. Realizing something was wrong, his expression turned horrified, and a terrifying guess surfaced in his mind, blurting out, You're not afraid of true power." Li Heng smiled slightly. Xiaojun had given him 2 runes, and he had already deciphered them, breaking the communication technique. Then, With a slight thought, his own communication room materialized. Xiaojun's heart sank upon seeing this. A bad feeling crept into his heart. What do you want to do? Nothing, I just saw you all alone and wanted to get you all together. For example, to get all your companions to rescue you and let you escape. How about that? Li Heng chuckled lightly. Xiaojun's expression darkened, a cold smile playing on his lips. You truly are a despicable villain, now trying to cause trouble for our companions. But don't even dream of it, you have no idea where they are. Li Heng didn't reply, only smiling slightly, neither confirming nor denying. In truth, he did know the locations of all the organization's members. After all, he had circled the place where the organization gathered, obtaining all the vital energy. He could find them if he wanted to. But he didn't want the trouble. With a wave of his hand, a void entrance slowly appeared. Xiaojun sensed the familiar aura emanating from the entrance. His expression froze, completely dumbfounded. What was happening? This entrance seemed to lead to the secret realm where they gathered. The place they called the Promised Land. Chapter 299 Instant Killing of Heavenly Beings. Looks like you know where this leads. Li Heng looked at Xiaojun with a half-smile. Why you? What's going on? How do you know the location of the Promised Land and how you opened the passage? Xiaojun was horrified. This didn't make sense. Someone who knew the location of the Promised Land they had created and could open the passage should be one of their own, so why did this person know as well? He didn't have time to think and immediately attacked. He had to kill this person. Otherwise, they would all face a great calamity. His aura surged powerfully, shattering the surrounding void. His palm pressed down, as if he wanted to use all his strength to suppress Li Heng. Who gave you your confidence? Li Heng lightly tapped the void, and waves of source energy rippled outwards, directly freezing Xiaojun in mid-air, unable to move. The arrogant corrupting power also instantly subsided. A storm raged in Xiaojun's heart. Why? He was in the state of the true gospel's arrival, blessed by the gospel and empowered by the power of truth. But why was he now being suppressed? The power of truth had actually subsided. How was this possible? Li Heng wasn't too surprised. He had just poured in 300,000 units of source power. It would be strange if it couldn't even handle this level of pollution. However, he had no choice. The nature of this pollution was terrifying. If he only used the power of the vast sun and the power of the boundless earth to resist, he might actually have his defenses breached and be corrupted. It was better to use his ultimate move from the start. After all, he was only at the Dharma aspect realm. His great Sun Dao and Earth Dao hadn't fully matured. If the Dharma aspect realm could handle pollution, it wouldn't be causing him so much trouble. Fortunately, he had harvested some resources at the academy earlier. So, those 30,000 units of source power weren't a complete loss. He still had 300,000 left. He just hoped this organization would surprise him and allow him to harvest more source power. With a thought, he sent a communication rune into the channel. In the vast void, in the dark place where the organization gathered, a place they called the Promised Land, almost all the wandering divine senses had gathered. What's going on? We've lost contact with the fellow Daoists from the 100 Saints Academy. I sensed that the 100 Saints Academy has closed off its territory. I wonder what they're up to. Could it be that they've detected our presence? Possibly. I have a bad feeling. What should we do? Go to rescue our companions? We need to be cautious. We haven't fully matured yet, only a few of us have advanced to the celestial realm. We can't possibly contend with the behemoth that is the 100 Saints Academy. Numerous divine senses chattered amongst themselves. They weren't oblivious. Even before the news from the academy had been revealed, they could sense the anomaly and feel a sense of foreboding. And they had to take this feeling seriously. Wait, I think we must consider something. If our existence has already been exposed, then our fellow Daoists and companions in the 100 Saints Academy are probably all dead. If we rashly go to rescue them, we might fall into a trap. A celestial realm-level divine sense said calmly. Judging from the aura, it was clear that the celestial realm had only recently been reached. That's right, we must be cautious about this. Another divine sense agreed. But we can't stand by and watch our comrades die. The major powers have already realized the dangers of breaking through to the Dharma aspect stage and have forbidden many from doing so. Every member who dies is one less. Another divine thought disagreed, also a newly promoted celestial being. Although influenced by the mysterious power, They believed their comrades could be absolutely trusted. They were ultimately different individuals, not of the same mind, and without the divine care connecting them. Therefore, drastically different opinions had emerged. I am heartbroken that our comrades are in danger. But don't forget, we can't let a small loss lead to a greater one. What if this is a trap that leads to our total annihilation, preventing the promise from descending? What if our comrades are still alive? If they were alive, I would naturally go to their rescue, but their fate is unknown now. I don't think we need to take such a great risk. The celestial being who advocated against rescuing them said calmly. Crack. Suddenly, the void beside them tore open, and a communication rune appeared in this dark place, manifesting before the divine thoughts. The divine thoughts were startled upon seeing this, sensed it, and their emotions surged. Damn it, they're so despicable, hunting down our comrades. We must attack and rescue them, roared the celestial who advocated for the rescue. All right, I agree, let's go. The celestial who opposed the rescue remained silent for a moment, weighing the risks and the rescue, and ultimately chose to save them. However, we can't send everyone. I have a feeling this place is unsafe. After this is over, we must abandon this place and establish a new secret realm for our gathering. The two celestials instructed. They then selected a few powerful individuals to go. Meanwhile, Heng even had the leisure to brew a cup of tea and savor it. Seeing Heng's confident demeanor, Xiao Jun couldn't help but growl in anger, struggling desperately, though it was useless under the restraint of the source power. You think you've already won? You have no idea how powerful our organization is. Heng ignored him, it was just trash talk. At this moment, his Earth Dharma power flowed through the surrounding ley lines, circulating along a mysterious trajectory, covering the area and forming a vast array. Since the plan was to reap the rewards, preparations were necessary. He didn't want others to suffer the same fate as that young lord, having the opportunity to use their so-called trump cards, causing their corrupted power to erupt violently and consuming so much of his source energy. It wasn't worth it. Soon, the void shattered, and 6 figures appeared. Observing their auras, he saw 2 celestial beings and 4 peak Dharma aspect cultivators. The young lord was shocked upon seeing this and immediately roared, "Run! This is a trap." However, in the 6 people's vision, the young lord was being relentlessly attacked by 2 people, almost dying, and they immediately flew towards him, trying to rescue him. Heng raised an eyebrow. 6 people? That's a bit few. He thought this organization would bring half of its members. It seems there are still some smart people in this organization. However, Heng didn't care too much about this. At worst, he could just harvest them one by one after this incident. It wasn't realistic to wipe them all out at once. They weren't stupid. Besides, wiping them all out wouldn't be in his interest. The people in this organization hadn't matured yet. Regardless of Xiaojun's furious roars, the 6 people remained oblivious to the anomaly under the influence of Heng's grand formation, instantly stepping into its core area. Then, the formation erupted and activated. Terrifying earth power rose from the ground, compressing the void and transforming into immense gravity, pressing down on every inch of the 6 people's skin, every drop of blood, and every wisp of their souls. Instantly, the 4 at the peak of the Dharma aspect realm were crushed, leaving only 4 blobs of black, writhing liquid, which were then enveloped and burned by the true fire of the sun that emerged from the void. Only then did the 2 celestial beings react. Though bewildered, they instinctively circulated their cultivation, unleashing their aura in an attempt to neutralize the terrifying earth pressure. However, this formation was rooted in the vast earth, meticulously prepared by Heng, and of a considerably high level, while they were merely newly arrived celestial beings. Instantly, the earth pressure surged dramatically. This explosive speed directly overwhelmed the burst speed of the 2 celestials, and their bodies fell to the ground with a thud, as if struck by a meteorite. Only then did they realize they were in a life-or-death crisis. Without hesitation, they immediately used their trump cards. Although it all happened in an instant, Heng naturally knew that the members of this organization were likely hiding something, so he wouldn't give them any chance to use it. The Great Sun Dharma image instantly rose, radiating boundless light, shocking the minds of others and causing the 2 celestials to feel dizzy. Under the ultimate sublimation of the Great Sun Dharma image, the terrifying Great Sun True Fire emerged, enveloping the bodies of the 2 celestials. But celestials are celestials after all. Even though the Great Sun True Fire had enveloped them, penetrating their internal organs, they could still hold on for a while longer. Just a little longer, and they could use their trump cards. As long as they could use their trump cards, bringing forth the true gospel, everything would be reversed. Li Heng sighed upon seeing this. He scattered 50,000 units of source power into the solar true fire, turning it into fuel. In an instant, the true sun fire surged violently, transforming into a towering pillar of fire, seemingly reaching the heavens, instantly incinerating the two celestials and reducing their remaining black liquid to nothingness. At this moment, the black liquid left behind by the four-peak Dharma aspect cultivators was also burned to nothingness by the true sun fire. Source power plus 500,000. Subtracting the 50,000 source power used as fuel, Li Heng's total source power now reached over 800,000. However, Li Heng was not happy, sighing. His raw strength was still insufficient. Even with his dignified Dharma aspect meticulously setting up such a powerful formation, and the great sun Dharma aspect reaching its zenith, he couldn't instantly kill the two celestials. He had to use source power. He was still too weak. He needed to hurry and improve. At this moment, Xiao Zhen's gaze was blank. What just happened? Was he seeing things? 6 companions, in the blink of an eye, were dead? Keep in mind, 2 of these 6 companions were celestials. How could this be? How could it be? See? They died because of you. Coming to his senses, Li Heng smiled faintly. Xiao Zhen didn't answer. He glared at Li Heng angrily, wishing he could devour his flesh. Suddenly, he laughed again. Kill me. I'm useless to you now. The news of our 6 companions' deaths is known to all of us. I'm useless only to you. Li Heng raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. How so? He looked at the Xiao Zhen before him, this monster, and with a thought, used his source power to disguise himself and his formless demonic essence to change his appearance. Look at me. Xiao Zhen was dumbfounded. Because this person's transformed appearance was exactly the same as his, even his aura, that mad, mysterious core, was identical. Chapter 300 for the Promised Land. How could this be? Impossible. Xiao Zhen exclaimed in horror. He simply couldn't comprehend how an ignorant person, untouched by true baptism and enlightenment, could mimic his aura so perfectly. No, could it be that you too have received true baptism? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. In his mind, truth was absolute. Someone untouched by true baptism could never possess such an aura. But why was this happening? Having received true baptism and enlightenment, they should be their companions, not betraying them. Tell me, who are you? How did you do it? Are you one of our companions? If so, why are you so hostile towards us? He instantly became agitated, roaring. Li Heng smiled slightly. Do you want to know? Xiao Zhen nodded hastily, his face filled with longing. That's because the true gospel has abandoned you. You are nothing but trash, utterly unworthy of the true gospel's attention, Li Heng said leisurely. No, you're still lying to me. If we weren't worthy of the true gospel's gaze, we would already be mangled beyond recognition, Xiao Zhen said calmly. HMPH, the true gospel is far greater than you can imagine. What's wrong with letting you linger on for a while? Li Heng smiled knowingly. This truly stunned Xiao Zhen. Indeed, as Li Heng said, in their minds, the true gospel was great, supreme, absolute, and unfathomable. Since it was unfathomable, all their thoughts about the true gospel were meaningless. Who knew what the true gospel was thinking? Was what this person said true? Did the true gospel think they were worthless? So it sent this person to eliminate them? In an instant, Xiao Zhen felt as if struck by lightning, his vision turning gray. For people like them, death wasn't scary. What was scary was being worthless, abandoned by the gospel of their faith. He naturally knew this. Logically speaking, such words were nonsense, not worth believing at all, lest they affect one's mind. However, the aura that Li Heng simulated was too overwhelming, placing immense weight on his judgment. He couldn't circumvent it, couldn't explain it, and thusly leaned towards the idea that Li Heng was a messenger from the true gospel faction, sent to cleanse them. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain how Li Heng, an enemy of theirs, possessed the same aura. Could an aura be faked? How could that be? The aura of the true gospel was so great, how could it be faked so easily? This idea was blasphemous, a desecration of the gospel, a desecration of the truth. If you tell a normal person 1 + 1 = 3, will they believe you? Of course not. Believing would mean their worldview collapsed. Xiao Zhen's situation was exactly the same. Fine, then kill me. We have disappointed the true gospel. Xiao Jun smiled bitterly, accepting his death with equanimity. He knew. Thinking about it now was pointless. Regardless of this person's identity, his current situation was ultimately one of being at the mercy of others, with no one to save him, and he had no choice but to die. It was better to truly believe that Li Heng was the messenger sent to cleanse them. That way, at least he could die knowing the truth. Seeing this, Li Heng's expression became subtle, and he couldn't help but sigh. This brainwashing, this personality transformation, was something he could learn from. Kill me. Since we're useless, we shouldn't remain in this world, hindering the coming of the promised land. Xiao Jun urged Li Heng to act. Hell, what's your rush? The true gospel says that the promised land will not come to this world because you are unworthy. This world is unworthy. Li Heng continued to provoke him. He wanted to see if these people chose to believe in this so-called true gospel because of the coming of the promised land, or if they believed in this so-called true gospel and wanted to promote the coming of the promised land. The former was for profit, the latter was fanaticism. Xiao Jun was immediately shocked. No, the true gospel cannot do this. The promised land is the hope of this world, the hope of all living beings. Great true gospel, please do not deprive the promised land of its right to exist. In an instant, Xiao Jun burst into tears. Now I ask you, if the coming of the promised land would be an enemy of the true gospel, what would you do? Li Heng was unfazed and calmly asked. This is how cultists are. I don't know. Xiao Jun looked confused, tears streaming down his face. The promised land is the hope of heaven and earth, the cornerstone of the future. Only when the promised land descends can the world return to its former beauty. This is our wish. But the true gospel is also great, absolutely supreme. How could we possibly have such thoughts? What if it has to be done this way? Li Heng continued to emphasize, reinforcing the point. From the first time he met these people, he knew they were twisted. Their purpose in pushing for the so-called promised land's descent wasn't to destroy the world, but for a better heaven and earth, for an endless future. But for the promised land, everything in the world except their baptized companions could be sacrificed. Then Xiao Jun stopped thinking. He stood there dumbfounded, no longer speaking. They believed in the so-called true gospel and accepted it as absolute and supreme, never even considering such a possibility. Once forced to think of this possibility, the logical conflict caused them to freeze in their contradictions. Li Heng seemed thoughtful. This situation was somewhat strange. If this group prioritizes the true gospel, then for the sake of the true gospel, they would definitely abandon the so-called promised land. If they prioritize the promised land, then there's a real possibility of sacrificing the true gospel to bring about the promised land. But now, it seems that's not the case. The two seem to be on equal footing. However, Li Heng always felt that this wasn't so simple. Because this young lord was truly frozen, his mind completely stilled by this question, stuck at a point of inactivity, one could say he was dead but not completely dead. But this phenomenon was clearly illogical. Because humans aren't robots, not computers, even when faced with logically conflicting problems, they wouldn't freeze, they would simply skip over and ignore the problem. Even if the problem couldn't be skipped, it's unlikely to cause a freeze. So why is this? Li Heng pondered, but couldn't find a solution. However, he also knew that he couldn't waste time on these thoughts. The facts behind this matter might be meaningful, but not very significant. He still needed to focus on his work. Perhaps he would understand later. Immediately, he looked up at the frozen young lord and smiled slightly. I was lying to you. The words had barely left his lips when a flicker of life appeared in the eyes of the young lord, who had seemingly collapsed and fallen into eternal silence, as if provoked by Li Heng's words. But it was alright. Li Heng, was a kind-hearted man. Kind-hearted, he couldn't bear to see others suffer. Therefore, the true fire of the sun rose up, enveloping the young lord's entire body. The young lord was merely at the Dharma aspect realm. His strength was no match for the burning of the true fire of the sun. In the remaining time, he was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a constantly writhing black liquid. Soon, the black liquid also vanished under the burning of the true fire of the sun's source power plus 50,000. Li Heng's source power had now reached a staggering 850,000. In the dark space known as the Promised Land, the many divine thoughts dwelling within began to panic. What do we do? The six of them left behind a divine flame that went out, which means they also encountered an accident in reality. This is definitely a trap. They should be dead. Damn it. Why would those corrupt humans outside, Those ants who have never experienced true trials suddenly attack us, even going so far as to set a trap. The divine thoughts discussed intensely. Regardless, I suggest everyone hide for the time being. If you belong to a powerful force, leave in advance to avoid suppression. Don't forget what happened to that suspected comrade, that Taoist disciple. He was suppressed merely for being suspected. That's right, I also think we need to be more cautious. I even think, as we said before, this space is no longer safe. We must abandon this space and establish a new gathering place, otherwise, great calamity will ensue. These divine thoughts spoke one by one. Although the 6 who encountered the accident were the strongest among them, as they said, they were all companions, fellow Taoists, with no distinction of rank or status. Therefore, they didn't experience the somber mood of a leaderless group. Instead, they felt the anger and sorrow of their fallen comrades, and a pervasive sense of dread, as if enemies were constantly on their side. But this space was created by the 6 people who met with the accident, including a master of formations. Now that he's had an accident, he's very likely dead. None of us have the ability to create such a space, a divine thought spoke, explaining their current situation. Immediately, the other divine thoughts fell silent. This was a problem. Although there was no hierarchy among them, the difference in their abilities was an objective fact that they couldn't ignore. If they abandoned this space, they wouldn't be able to create a similar place. At best, they could only create a lower-level version, greatly reducing its secrecy. Was it really worth abandoning such a perfect gathering place and information exchange site for the tiny bit of risk? I think we can discuss this later. This space is still quite hidden. Even if a powerful figure has detected its existence, it will probably take some time before they can find it. Right now, the most important thing is to avoid the immediate dangers. Those of you from powerful factions must leave immediately, no matter the excuse. Act now, without delay. These divine senses were all geniuses who had broken through to the Dharma aspect stage in the last 100 years, so they could distinguish between primary and secondary contradictions and wouldn't get stuck on this issue. In fact, this very fact intensified their sense of crisis, making them feel they had to act immediately and not waste a single second. However, the moment they delayed determined everything. A void passage appeared. The young lord, covered in scars, jumped out. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.